Are you a netballer or?
Not really, no.
Yeah.
But I like getting fun.
Yeah, no, it's good fun. No, I used to be. I'm now playing basketball. So that's really fun.
I do like moving with the ball.
Yeah. There's pros and cons. I used to play only netball, now I've sort of spent it pretty much a mixture on Tuesday.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, Josh Bell.
Alright. I'm more of a volleyball. That's my game.
Okay, cool.
Haven't played in years.
Not so much a sort of camera game.
Yeah, let's have a chat about it. Yeah, it's just who do you see
It's a who interested.
You're one of the top.
Honourable members, the Deputy Speaker.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members?
Deputy Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to pay tribute to the many volunteers in Wentworth who dedicate themselves to protecting our community and our precious coastal environment. First, I'd like to congratulate Tamarama Surf Lifesaving Club for their outstanding success in recent Surf Lifesaving Sydney Branch Awards of Excellence. For over a century, Tamarama has welcomed and safeguarded locals and visitors, and their impact is profound. At the awards, Tamarama was named Club of the Year. The education team won Service Team of the Year, and Amelia Curtis was named Administrator of the Year. They also received the Innovation Award for establishing the Women in Lifesaving Network, and now embraced by neighbouring clubs. These honours are a credit to President Sandra Fox and her exceptional team, and it's pretty incredible they did this all the while trying to finalise a really beautiful renovation. I also want to acknowledge other local clubs for their achievements. Clovelly, Glenn Clark, who won Facilitator of the Year, and Dominic Winkle, who won Volunteer of the Year. Bronte, who won Rescue of the Year in March 2025. North Bondi, who also won Joint Rescue of the Year in February 2025 with Bondi. And Bondi with Dory Miller, who won Masters Athlete of the Year. Robin Carr, who won Official of the Year. Gareth Chop Robinson, who won Surf Lifesaver of the Year. These winners now progress to the New South Wales Awards in August, and I wish them every success. It is a privilege to represent some of Sydney's coastal communities, where volunteers not only save lives, but also care deeply for the environment. I recently spoke with Sarah Handebo, a shark researcher and member of Dive Centre Bondi. Sarah also manages Spot a Shark, a community science project that collects photos of grey nurse sharks from divers interacting along Australia's east coast. Fearsome as they may look in their classic shark physique, pointy snout and visible teeth, and I have to say the first time I ever dived with sharks, I was quite intimidated as they sort of glide on past. Grey nurse sharks are actually, in fact, gentle giants. Some of them are very well known to locals. Phil, Mia, Harry, Megan, Georgie and Winston are just some of the grey nurse sharks that have been spotted at dive sites along Bondi and South Head. Sadly, this species is listed as critically endangered on the east coast of Australia due to habitat degradation and the impacts of fishing and mitigation strategies like shark nets. People like Sarah and programs like Spot a Shark are essential in supporting research, building awareness and driving conservation. In a week when many of us have been invited to the screening of Ocean, I echo the spirit of David Attenborough. Let's follow the examples of our surf lifesaving clubs and citizen scientists and protect the extraordinary community and environment we are lucky to share. and I'm proud that protecting the oceans is going to be a really important focus for me in this term. Thank you.
The member for Aston.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and congratulations on your appointment. I rise today to speak about our annual Tilly Aston Community Awards that seek to recognise and honour the contributions and achievements of the wonderful Aston community. These awards, like my electorate, are named after Tilly Aston, a trailblazing woman, arguably one of Australia's first disability activists, and a true inspiration. Tilly lost her sight at a young age, but she never let that define or limit her. Instead, she became a poet, a teacher, and a fierce advocate for the rights of people with disabilities, founding the Victorian Association of Braille Writers and the Association for the Advancement for the Blind. She was a pioneer in inclusive education and the first blind woman in Australia to attend university. The Tilly Aston Community Awards honour her legacy by celebrating individuals and groups that have demonstrated exceptional dedication, leadership, and a positive impact in various aspects of community life. These are the quiet achievers, selfless volunteers, local heroes who go above and beyond to make our community in Aston a better place to live, work and thrive. Too often, the people who hold our communities together do so without fanfare or accolades. They don't ask for recognition, but they absolutely deserve it. That's why initiatives like these awards are so important. They shine a light on the good happening around us and celebrate the everyday leadership, kindness and compassion that keeps our suburbs strong. From volunteers in multicultural associations and sporting clubs to those helping our environment, supporting the elderly or mentoring young people, this award is for them. It's about saying thank you and about building a culture that values service and community connection. There are 4 group categories and 10 individual categories from which to choose. These include the Leadership Award, the Volunteer of the Year Award, the Teacher of the Year Award, and the prestigious Lifetime Achievement Award. As the Federal Member for Aston, it is my great honour to champion these awards, which are held annually to ensure that the spirit of Tilly Aston lives on, not just in memory, but in action. I encourage every constituent to nominate someone they admire, someone who quietly makes a difference. Let's tell their stories. Let's lift each other up. Because as Tilly herself once said, nothing worthy is ever achieved without perseverance. However, you do not have to wait for someone else to nominate you. Self-nominations are most welcome. But you need to hurry. Nominations are closing on Sunday, 10th of August, and the winners will be announced at the award ceremony on Saturday, 30th of August. To everyone out there rolling up their sleeves, helping your local community, raising voices for the vulnerable, these awards are for you. I look forward to reading all the wonderful nominations. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My electorate of Mayo, and indeed virtually the entire coastline of South Australia, is in the midst of an environmental catastrophe. The harmful algal bloom is an unprecedented natural disaster. And on top of the environmental impacts, there are devastating economic and social impacts on businesses, industries and communities. And I'm hearing stories of businesses experiencing financial hardship, staff having their hours reduced, families cancelling beach holidays. This is affecting coastal communities in every sense. The South Australian Government has offered business owners $10,000 grants and up to $100,000 available for commercial fishers and aquaculture licences. This is a positive start, but this support does not go far enough, and the Federal Government needs to step in and help more. The $14 million from the Commonwealth is not enough. I mean, that's less than half a roundabout. The Prime Minister should declare this a natural disaster, a national emergency, because it is a disaster of national significance. It feels like it's a bushfire under the sea. The National Emergency Declaration Act of 2020 allows for preparation, response and recovery from emergencies that cause or are likely to cause nationally significant harm. There is a broad definition which constitutes nationally significant harm, but it does include harm to life or health or animals or plants and harm to the environment among the criteria. An emergency declaration would trigger federal assistance, payments including one-off financial support and a short-term income support payment for those whose income is affected by disaster. We need a COVID-style package to offer help. There are workers without incomes, families facing hardship, small businesses struggling to stay afloat, industries, whole industries in jeopardy. South Australia's beachside communities are facing an uncertain future, and certainly there is no end in sight. We can all help by visiting affected communities, and I would say that to everybody in Mayo. Go down and visit. Just go to the pub. Go and do your shopping down on one of our coastal communities and support our local businesses. These communities deserve more support from the federal government. The Prime Minister recently said that the people of Australia voted and said, yes, we do judge a society by how it looks after the most vulnerable. Well, right now, Prime Minister, we are incredibly vulnerable in Mayo and in South Australia, and we need those words put into action. And this vulnerability is through no fault of our own. And we need the federal government to really step up and help us and make those words a reality. Thank you.
The member for Calwell.
Speaker, sport plays a huge part in the life of my community in Calwell. Across the area, there is always a game going on somewhere. From the basketball courts, the footy grounds, the cricket pitches, netball and tennis courts, and the soccer fields all over the electorate, the games we play are part of who we are as an area. Early this month, I had the opportunity to visit Hume City FC as they hosted a Junior Super League, a 3-day tournament featuring 172 teams. The teams ranged in age from under 8s to under 13s, although some would say that the parents were also playing from the sidelines, such was the level of the excitement. To see the pitches at the club buzzing with skill and energy, and all the kids from across the state showing up and showing us what the game is all about. In an age where the lure of screens and online distractions are hard for parents to combat, the role of strong, well-run, inclusive clubs like Hume City and tournaments like this matter so much. I want to thank Aston, club president, who shows that you can leave the area, but the area never leaves you. Urson played professionally overseas and now is returned to foster the next generation of players at home in what I would call the real big leagues. I'd also like to thank Club Secretary Hayden Bekir and Hardy Bulton, a fierce advocate for the club. Congratulations to all at Hume City Football Club for the work they do, and I'm certain I was in the presence of a number of young future Matildas and Socceroos. Deputy Speaker, early this month I was very pleased to join members of the St Thomas Jacobite Syrian Orthodox Church in Dallas in my electorate for the Feast of St Thomas. The spiritual Jacobite Syrian Orthodox community is comprised of worshippers who hail from various corners of the world, particularly from India's Kerala region. Since its founding in 2013, the church has grown into something truly special, a spiritual and cultural home. And I especially want to pay tribute to Father Dr. Jacob Joseph, Vicar and President, and for his beautiful and truly heartfelt words. To Mr. Gijo George, Secretary, and Mr. Bernard John for his service to the community. I saw firsthand how places like this church enrich our community. At a time when so many are searching for meaning, for connection, for belonging, this congregation offers exactly that. This church, like so many other places of worship in the area, is a reminder that Australia's great strength lies in its diversity and in the freedom to live one's faith with purpose and peace.
The member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Across Australia, there are everyday heroes, quietly going about their work, changing lives without ever seeking recognition, and in Rockhampton, one of those heroes is Royaleen Robinson. I recently had the great privilege of visiting an op shop in Rockhampton, Moo & Coo. On the surface, it might look like a simple op shop, but when you step inside, you quickly realise it's so much more than that. It's a hub of compassion, community and care, and at the heart of it all is Royaleen. Royaleen has been giving back to her community for decades. In fact, for the past 47 years, she has selflessly opened her home and her heart to 280 foster children, a staggering achievement from one woman whose love, patience and generosity knows no bounds. While many people would be winding down in retirement, Royaleen is as busy as ever. Through Moo & Coo, she continues to provide dignity and support to those doing it tough. She and a small but mighty team of volunteers are a lifeline to people from all walks of life. Those escaping domestic violence, families struggling to put food on the table, or men trying to get back on their feet after time in prison. Royaleen believes in lifting others up, not just by meeting their basic needs, but by treating every single person with respect and care. Moo & Coo is what Royaleen describes as a real op shop, where everything is genuinely affordable. But it's not just about lower prices, it's about practical help. The store provides food packages, ready-to-eat meals, baby bundles, school supplies, dignity packs, furniture, clothing, whatever people need, Rawleen finds a way to provide. And right now, the demand is greater than ever. The cost of living crisis is biting hard. Families are being pushed to their limits by soaring rent, petrol prices and grocery bills. A recent Salvation Army Social Justice Stocktake report confirms what many of us in Capricornia already know: our region is in the grip of a housing crisis. 82% of people surveyed identified housing affordability or homelessness as a major issue. Nearly half of them said it was impacting them personally. It's estimated that there are 574 people currently homeless in Capricornia, and we're short of over 3,500 dwellings. Add that to 58% of people in our community are experiencing financial hardship. These numbers are shocking, but behind each one is a real person, a real story, a story of struggle, of resilience, and too often falling through the cracks. That's where people like Rawleen step in. When the systems fail, when people are at the lowest, Rawleen and her volunteers are there, offering food, offering comfort, offering hope. Rawleen's heart beats for her community, and her work reminds us of the power of kindness. She isn't motivated by headlines or awards, she's driven by compassion. In a world where people often feel forgotten, Rawleen makes them feel seen. So today I want to say thank you on behalf of our community, on behalf of every person you've helped, on behalf of every child whose life is better because of you. You are the very definition of a local hero, and Capricornia is stronger because of you. Thank you, Rawleen.
The member for Whitlam.
Thank you, Speaker. Today I would like to highlight two outstanding clean energy initiatives in the electorate of Whitlam. The first is the recently launched Illawarra Green Energy Roadmap, which was commissioned by Business Illawarra and delivered in partnership with the University of Wollongong's Energy Futures Network, as well as a dozen other government and industry collaborators. The roadmap outlines a strategy for the Illawarra to be Australia's leading clean energy hub by 2050 through the delivery of renewable energy, green hydrogen and advanced manufacturing. The Illawarra is strongly positioned to deliver this strategy because it's been designated a renewable energy zone. It has a strong industrial base with a skilled workforce. It has key infrastructure, including established rail links and a deep water port. And there is real industry demand for renewable energy solutions. The economic opportunity that will flow from the Illawarra Green Energy Roadmap is substantial, with the potential to generate over 15,000 local jobs and inject more than $10 billion into the New South Wales economy. The second initiative I'd like to highlight was launched last year in the Southern Highlands by WinZero, which is an abbreviation for Wingecarribee Net Zero Emissions. WinZero's virtual energy network is a community-led initiative that connects local solar energy generators with their neighbours, including small businesses, allowing the sharing of excess solar power within a community. This benefits both the solar producers who want to sell their surplus energy at a fair price and those households and businesses that don't have solar panels but would like to purchase local clean energy. The Southern Highlands trial has been so successful that Deakin University is leading a new study to see if the scope can be widened to the entire national electricity market. I applaud all those involved in both of these initiatives for making such a valuable contribution to Australia's transition to renewable energy. I'm honoured to have been appointed to the Standing Committee on Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water, and I look forward to working closely with my parliamentary colleagues to continue this important work. In its first term, the Albanese Labor government approved a record number of renewable energy projects, enough to power more than 10 million homes, and enshrined emissions targets in law with a target of net zero emissions by 2050. The re-elected Albanese Labor government is committed to delivering more clean and reliable renewable energy and getting our energy grid to 82% renewables by 2030. Australia boasts the highest rate of rooftop solar in the world, and this government's $2.3 billion cheaper home batteries program will help to bring down the cost of a typical battery by about 30% and is seeing over 15,000 households add storage to their homes as more Australians embrace renewable energy. I am proud of the significant progress being made by Australians, including the two clean energy initiatives I've highlighted in the electorate.
The member's time has expired.
Thank you.
The member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. 9 years ago, I came into politics because I wanted to make a difference to my community. And I felt passionately about a lot of things, and protection of children was one of them. And in 2020, I conducted, when I was the chair of the Social Policy and Legal Affairs Committee, a report which looked into the dangers of online wagering and online pornography for children under 18 years of age. And we provided this report. This report came out in February 2020. Our government then provided a response in 2021, and nothing has been done since. Now, I know there's been a change of government, but what we are seeing, and we've all heard the phrase, you shouldn't be able to do online what you can't do in the real world. And that is very, very true. You can't, as a 16-year-old or a 14-year-old or even an 8-year-old, walk into a newsagent's and buy a Penthouse or a Playboy or get access to pornography in the real world. And yet, you can do it online. You can go onto your screen on your computer, your iPad, and just tick a box to say that you are 18 years of age. And the likes of Pornhub, this is the report, the likes of Pornhub are preying on our children as young as 8 because they want a captive audience through their teenage years and into their adulthood. The most vile, and we're not just talking about the pornography of yesteryear, of full frontal nudity. We're talking about hardcore, violent, misogynistic pornography that is very demeaning of women. So I want to send out a challenge to this new Labor government. Pick up these recommendations. The report is called Protecting the Age of Innocence. The report was also delivered by the likes of the member for Macquarie, the member for Macarthur. It was a bipartisan recommendations to introduce age verification for online pornography and online wagering. A child can't walk into a TAB and put a bet on the horses, nor should you be able to do it online. This is really simple stuff. There's a lot of talk around social media, and I sat on that inquiry as well. That's really important stuff, absolutely. But let's revisit this report again. Protecting the age of innocence. Our children only get one chance to be kids, and we need to provide the tools to parents to help them.
The member for Griffith.
Deputy Speaker, Griffith is lucky to have an urban koala population which extends through the bush corridors connecting Whites Hill Reserve through to Toohey Forest. Our koala colony is part of our community, and their presence is a reminder of just how lucky we are to live in a city that still has pockets of rich, living biodiversity. In the last term, former Environment Minister Tanya Plibersek and I visited the Whites Hill Reserve, where she had previously announced $76 million in funding over 4 years from the Saving Koalas Fund to support habitat rehabilitation. And I know our current Environment Minister, Senator Murray Watt, has also visited the reserve. In May, I participated in the Great Koala Hunt with Koala Count even with B4C in partnership with UQ at Whites Hill Reserve, where we spotted 22 koalas. We know koala numbers are decreasing due to habitat loss and fragmentation, road mortality, dog attacks, disease and climate change. In my community, we are fortunate to have dedicated community volunteers who will sit on the roadside overnight when koalas are close and in possible danger. Devastatingly, last week, we lost 8 koalas in our area. These deaths are heartbreaking, and I share the grief that our community feels. Our local rescuers are exhausted, sleep-deprived and devastated from this past week's losses. I thank the Council for the progress that has been made at Whites Hill with the overpass and fencing, and I've been in touch with our local councillor and our state member to discuss what more can be done to support our local koala populations. As we approach breeding season, I urge our wonderful community to drive slowly, leave a gap and scan roadsides for wildlife, especially between dusk and dawn. I want to acknowledge the hard work of the Bulimba Creek Catchment Coordinating Committee, Koala Rescue Brisbane South, the Friends of Whites Hill Bush Reserve, and also the Queensland Koala Society and the Save the Koalas of Wallabies and of Whites Hill Reserve. Koalas are more than just a national symbol. They are a vital part of our local environment. Their survival is closely connected to the health of our ecosystems, and when we protect koalas, we're also protecting the broader environment we share.
The member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Labor's reckless race to 82% renewables by 2030 means that 28,000 kilometres of transmission lines are going to be put across prime agricultural land, native bushland and pristine coastline. We are all sent here to do a job. We are all sent here by our constituents to represent them, to stick up for them, to back them. And this is what I'm doing with the net zero approach that I have adopted. By constructing tens of thousands of kilometres of transmission lines across rural and regional Australia in pursuit of a false ideology, the government is industrialising fertile rural farmland on a massive scale. I do believe the greatest challenge, the greatest moral challenge facing humankind is to be able to grow enough food to feed a hungry world. There are too many children going to bed with hungry stomachs across the globe at the moment, and many of those kids are in Australia. And when we are taking up arable farmland with solar panels, wind towers and transmission lines, it means that we can't grow the food that we once were able to. It means that our farmers are leasing their land to largely multinational corporations. And these people are shysters. They have come into my Riverina electorate. They have divided families. They have divided communities. They have ended friendships that have lasted generations, all for the sake of the almighty dollar. It's for them not about saving the planet, it's making money. And they have deep pockets, they have no conscience, and they are dividing the communities, and I won't stand for it, and neither will the communities. Now, I heard the new member for Whitlam talking before about renewable energy zones, and good luck to her, and I wish her communities well with those proposals. But the areas in the Riverina that they are plonking these wind towers of a height of 260 metres, 90 of them between Bynalong and Bounty, is not a RES. It is not a renewable energy zone. But that hasn't stopped these multinational corporations. That has not stopped these spiffs. And if you don't like one of the, if you're not accepting what one of these spiffs says, just wait for 6 weeks later they'll send out another community engagement liaison person. And at Mangapla, what happened is the proponent there just dropped in a whole heap of brochures and dropped them into the local farm centre and said, would you mind distributing these? It's simply not good enough. The battery energy storage systems that they want to plonk all over the area, the local rural fire service volunteers said they won't go and put out their fires because they're worried about the toxicity of the flames. It's their health, it's their future. People have had enough in rural and regional Australia, and they are saying stop this nonsense.
The member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When women do well, we all do well. And when women are represented in government, policies are better designed to improve lives and address the unique challenges women face in our communities. The Albanese government is an example of this in action. And that didn't happen by chance. It happened because Labor recognised that when women are at the table, policy outcomes improve everyone's lives. A perfect example of this is Labor's 26 weeks of paid parental leave with super on top, 10 days of paid family violence leave and endometriosis clinics right across the nation. This principle is also driving action in my electorate of Corangamite. A local group, Women in Local Democracy, or WILD, is leading the charge to improve gender representation in our councils. This goal is ambitious and absolutely necessary to achieve gender parity by the 2028 local government elections. I'm honoured to be the patron of WILD and to work alongside the extraordinary women leading this effort, including Jenny Wells, a tireless advocate who recently stepped down as president, and Kate Lockhart, who brings great energy and vision to the role. Recently, I joined Jenny, Kate and many others in Geelong for the inaugural Empowering Women 50/50 Network Oration, delivered by Victoria's first Gender Equity Commissioner, Dr Nikki Vincent. I want to thank Dr Vincent for her leadership and for her powerful address. That night was a celebration of how far we've come and a rallying call for the work that still lies ahead. We know gender equality doesn't just happen by accident. It takes leadership, commitment and collective action. And we are making progress. Australia has just achieved its highest ever ranking in the World Economic Forum's Gender Gap Index, now sitting 13th out of 148 countries. That's up 11 places, Deputy Speaker, and it reflects the impact of deliberate, sustained action in areas like political empowerment, economic participation and education. Federally, we now have the highest proportion of women in government, 56% of government members, and for the first time, a majority women cabinet. These milestones matter, not just symbolically, because they help deliver better, fairer outcomes for all Australians. That's why I'll continue working with WILD, an empowering women network, to grow their reach, strengthen community and champion diversity across our local government, from Surf Coast to Queenscliff, from Golden Plains to Koala Otway and Greater Geelong. Deputy Speaker, this is an ambition worth fighting for, and together I know we'll get there. Thank you.
The member for Canning.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I rise to raise a stinker of an issue, and I'm not just playing with words. We have a stink that hangs over the northern part of my electorate, and it's making life miserable for thousands of residents in Lakelands, Medora Bay, Singleton, Meadow Springs and beyond. And I'm referring to the persistent and foul odour coming from businesses near these suburbs in Nambylup. The smell is making homes unlivable. Outdoor activities are becoming unbearable. Families are embarrassed to invite friends over and socialise. Kids can't play outside at school, and people are forced to keep their windows closed in the middle of summer. They can't turn their air conditioning on because the smell is then blown into their homes. And this isn't normal, and it shouldn't be accepted. And the smell is so bad, the West Australian Department of Environment has a dedicated reporting function on its website just for this smell. Now, thousands of people have reported it, and when they follow up, they're provided with a generic response saying the department is aware of the issue. Bureaucratic jargon for, we're not going to do anything about this. Now, Labor's WA Environment Minister is silent, and local Labor members are missing in action. In April, I held a community forum on this issue, and hundreds of locals turned up. People I'd never met before, because when your backyard smells like landfill, you want answers. And so I invited the WA Environment Minister and the department to attend the forum, but they declined. Apparently, the urgency felt by the community wasn't enough to drag them out of their offices. I think their absence, Deputy Speaker, speaks volumes. It's easy to ignore a problem when you're not the one breathing it in. Now, I've been chasing a meeting with the Minister since April, and I'm pleased to report that I finally secured a meeting in September. I'll be bringing more than polite conversation to this meeting, and if the Minister won't come to Mandurah, I'll bring Mandurah to him. Last week I launched a petition on my website calling on the WA government to take action, which has already been signed by nearly 700 locals. And the result is more than a petition, it's a community sick and tired of being ignored. I'll be tabling the petition at the appropriate time, and I'll be showing it to the Minister, along with every concern and every story I've been told by locals. I'd like to thank the locals that have raised this issue with me, especially Wendy, who manages a Facebook page with more than 1,000 members on this very issue. I suspect the Minister would love for me to be quiet about this, but that's why we come here, and that's why we represent our constituents on all issues. That's our job. So I'm not going to stop, and I won't stop talking about this until there's a real outcome. For local families, local businesses and kids stuck indoors, I call on the Western Australian State Government to stop dodging and start listening. My community deserves better. Thank you.
The member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you. In my first speech to Parliament, I reflected on how community organisations are the heart and soul of my electorate of Maribyrnong. Weekends are for local footy, soccer, netball and many more. There's hardly a vacant oval or field in sight. But if sport's not your thing, then there are many other groups to choose from multicultural, conservation, seniors groups and many more. Without them, our community would not be the vibrant, happening place that it is and that I'm so proud to represent in this Parliament. Since my election in May, I had the great pleasure of visiting many of these organisations and hearing from the amazing people who work and volunteer their time to make our community happy, healthy and connected. One of the first groups I met with was the Aston Historical Society, a great group of dedicated historians documenting the history of Moonee Valley. History reminds us all of the great legacy we have inherited from members of this community, and I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the labour of love that Kate and the team put into ensuring our community's history is not only recorded but celebrated. I also had the recent pleasure of attending the 10-year anniversary of the Strathmore Men's Shed. This group is what community is all about. There is an epidemic of male loneliness in our country, but the Strathmore Men's Shed is bringing our community together by providing a space for people to connect and share in the activities that they love. With a membership of over 80 and being named in the top 10 men's sheds in Metro Melbourne, I know that this fantastic local institution will continue to go from strength to strength. As I also mentioned in my first speech, we are blessed in Maribyrnong with great sporting clubs and even better community spirit. A fun fact, the Moonee Valley local government area, the LGA, is home to the most bowls clubs in the country. Everywhere you look at Maribyrnong, you are greeted with the bright green lawns and warm hospitality that only a local bowls club can provide. I want to shout out in particular to the Aston, Buckley Park and Maribyrnong Park Bowls Club, who've received funding from the Albanese Labor government to help build a bowls super hub. This project will simply bowl you over with the major redevelopment of the Cooper Street site where all three clubs will come together as one. And then there's the mighty Gladstone Park Bowls Club, who have also received funding to upgrade their facilities and build new synthetic bowls green. I look forward to working with these wonderful clubs to ensure that these projects are delivered. There are many more amazing groups to acknowledge, and I look forward to spending my time in this place, talking them up, and the incredible contributions that they make to our community. Every group I have met so far has been inspiring, and it is an honour and a privilege to represent them in this Parliament. Thank you.
The member for Flinders.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today to fight Australia Post's decision to close the Rosebud Plaza post office on the 29th of August of this year. This is a disgraceful and most callous decision. The nearest post office alternative is only 2 kilometres away, which may not sound like much to you, Deputy Speaker, and to others in this chamber, but it needs to be taken in the context of Flinders being one of the oldest electorates in the country, where 83% of our landmass has no access to any public transport. This closure will make accessing postal services extremely difficult for many residents. Rosebud Plaza is the hub of retail activity on the southern Mornington Peninsula. Almost 30% of residents of Rosebud are aged 65 or over, compared to 17% in the rest of Victoria. And according to the 2021 census, we need to do more to look after this age demographic, and expecting our seniors to walk long distances just to get to the post office is not feasible. Residents have expressed concern that surrounding post offices will be unable to absorb the additional demand. Long queues already occur, especially around Christmas, when 2 million visitors come to the peninsula, and this decision will make the situation even worse. I have written to Australia Post and the Federal Communications Minister seeking further information and urging them to keep this post office open to maintain local access to essential postal services. Since launching a petition on the 17th of June, more than 1,300 people have signed up. I've heard from seniors, people with disabilities and carers who say this service is vital to staying both independent and connected. Many are writing on behalf of elderly family members, and many in their own capacity as a person with a disability or indeed a senior citizen. One thing is clear, closing this post office will be to the detriment of the Rosebud and Capel Sound community. It will reduce access to postal services from our most vulnerable community members and isolating them to some extent from the outside world. Tracy Van Lieshout wrote to me, "I'm disabled. I live nearby and cannot drive. I can only use a mobility scooter. My medication is sometimes delivered straight to the post office, so without this branch, getting my medication will be near impossible." Leanne Megson, a local carer, said to me, "For me, it's the convenience of having Australia Post close for access, but for the elderly or disabled, this is their lifeline. Carers take these people out for a social time, and most clients use the post office to get money out, to pay bills or to bank their money. And a lot of clients still write letters, they send cards and purchase stamps there. It's also better for parking than Macrae or Rosebud Central, as it has better access to flat ground when taking clients out and more disability parking. As more Australians choose to age at home, nearby postal services are essential, not just for sending mail, but for staying connected and independent. A good society looks after its older citizens, and that includes Australia Post.
The member for Petrie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I recently had the privilege of attending the Quota Club of Redcliffe's fundraiser supporting the Forgotten Woman. This initiative is shining a light on a group of too often overlooked older women experiencing or at risk of homelessness. This organisation supports over 40,000 Queensland women aged 55 and over who are facing financial hardship. These women struggle due to difficulty finding employment, limited to no superannuation, and a lack of affordable housing options. The number of these hidden homeless are expected to double by 2036. Our community came together not just to raise money, but to raise awareness. Because the truth is, no woman should spend her later years worrying about where she'll sleep at night. I want to thank the Redcliffe Quota Club for putting a spotlight on this important cause. Together, we're making sure these women are seen and not forgotten. I'm proud to be a local in Petrie, a place where thousands of people dedicate their free time to giving back and supporting the community. I recently attended the Volunteers Thank You event at the U3A Redcliffe. With over 1,500 members, U3A provides learning and social opportunities to retired or semi-retired people over the age of 50. They host over 100 classes, all run by a hardworking team of volunteers committed to connection and ongoing learning. U3A shows us that you're truly never too old to learn. Housing is one of the biggest issues facing families in Petrie. House prices have skyrocketed. In suburbs like Scarborough, Redcliffe and Deception Bay, prices have more than doubled since 2019. In Newport, the median house prices have surged past $1.4 million. Home prices are skyrocketing and renters are struggling. This is not sustainable. It is why I'm so glad that we have committed almost 250 new social and affordable homes being built in Castledine, Margate and Deception Bay. Thanks to the Albanese Labor Government's Housing Australia Future Fund, we are building Australia's future and where every Australian has a place to call home. Healthcare is one of my top priorities Healthcare is one of my top priorities and is an issue that Petrie locals care deeply about. That's why I'm proud to support the bill to cap medicines on the PBS at $25, beginning January 1st next year. For general patients, medicines haven't been this cheap since 2004. For pension and concession card holders, we've already frozen medicine prices at a maximum of $7.70 until the end of the decade. My community has over 20,000 people on the age pension, and this is changing lives. I've spoken to many locals who go without these vital scripts because of costs. These changes mean people in Petrie can prioritise their health without sacrificing the essentials like food, rent or electricity. Thank you.
The member for Wide Bay.
Speaker, recently Sharon and I grabbed the grandkids and went for a drive out to Cherbourg to participate in the NAIDOC Week celebrations. In 1904, the Baramba Aboriginal settlement was established as a government reserve for Aboriginal people from across Queensland and New South Wales who were forcibly removed from their communities. It was then renamed Cherbourg in 1931. Housed in dormitories and camps with rationed food, strict rules and harsh punishments that applied, Aboriginal people were incarcerated and alienated from their families, language and cultures. Self-governance was achieved in 1986 and the community is now the Cherbourg Aboriginal Shire Council. I acknowledge Mayor Bruce Simpson, his councillors and elders who I have worked with since becoming the federal member in 2016. The 2025 NAIDOC theme of the next generation, strength, vision and legacy was brought to life by Cherbourg Council's Community Service Department and Youth Advisory Group, who planned and hosted a wonderful community event. The celebrations at Cherbourg included a flag-raising ceremony, a cultural display from the Waka Waka dancers and announcements of the 2025 NAIDOC Community Awards. I congratulate the Community Award winners, Catherine Sullivan, Richard Gadd, Julian Saltner Jr., Karen Jacobs, Dorothy Bird, Kobe Douglas, Sam Murray, Elizabeth O'Chin and the Sherburgh Wellbeing Group, who were all recognised for their outstanding contributions to the Sherburgh community. I also had the opportunity to attend a book launch at the Sherburgh Ration Shed Museum, which was the building where historically food rations of flour, sugar and tea were distributed to the community. It was a meeting with my friend, Sherburgh Elder Eric Law AM, at the Ration Shed Museum that inspired former police officer Tess Marlin to write her historical novel, Red Dirt, Blue Lights, which tells the story of a young policewoman working in and around Sherburgh in the 1970s. Eric then assisted and advised Tess with cultural input. Red Dirt, Blue Lights explores the historical relationship between law enforcement and the Sherburgh community, casting a light on the mistreatment and segregation that Aboriginal people endured. The Ration Shed now forms part of a cultural precinct that tells the story of Sherburgh's history and celebrates its contemporary achievements. A portion of the sales of the book goes to the Ration Shed.
Has expired. The member for Sturt.
Thank you. We often hear the phrase ordinary Australians doing extraordinary things. I rise today to share the story of Australians who volunteer for See Differently and Australians who benefit from that dedication. See Differently with the Royal Society for the Blind is one of South Australia's oldest charities, founded in 1884. The goal in 1884 was to assist Australians who are blind or vision impaired to achieve the quality of life to which they aspire. That goal has not changed, but can only be achieved with the support of volunteers who donate their time and energy to train and develop guide dog puppies to assist people with vision impairment. See Differently is now South Australia's leading provider of low vision services and products and is headquartered in Gillies Plains in the electorate of Sturt. See Differently imagines a world where people with low vision, blindness or emotional support needs live with freedom, confidence and purpose, supported by a caring community that values inclusion for all. At a recent ceremony to celebrate the retirement of 10 remarkable guide dogs and the graduation of 5 freshly minted, beautiful and intelligent guide dog puppies, Bixby, Bonnie, Vesper, Cookie and Zinni, I met several vision impaired people who described the freedom, companionship and independence their guide dogs gave them, including Mike, a resident of Sturt, and his guide dog Sterling, who was by his side. Mike, as well as Millie and Sarah, who I also met, all described their guide dogs as their best friend, their loyal partner, and shared that they could not live their lives without them, that they would be lost without them, because a guide dog is a vision-impaired person's eyes to the world. They open new doors to independence and opportunity. The guide dogs do not train themselves. They are trained over 2 years by teams of volunteers to prepare them for life with a vision-impaired person or as an assistance dog for veterans. There are currently more than 160 clients living with a See Differently or assistance dog, with approximately 20 new teams graduating each year and around 60 puppies at various stages of training. As well as volunteers, the continuation of this service relies on donations. Ms Valerie Cameron, a resident of Sturt, is one of the largest individual living donors at See Differently with the Royal Society for the Blind. Together with her late husband Peter, she began donating to See Differently a decade ago. In addition to her significant financial contribution, Valerie attends graduation events, visits the puppies in training and provides baked goods for the See Differently team. In recognition of her financial support, her loyalty and her spirit, Valerie is a life governor of See Differently, and I thank you, Valerie, from the bottom of my heart.
The member for Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today with great pride and admiration to acknowledge and congratulate a number of outstanding individuals who are acknowledged in the King's Birthday 2025 Honours List. These awards are among the highest form of recognition in our country, celebrating exceptional service, leadership and dedication across a wide range of fields, from community service to health to education to emergency services. Among this year's recipients are individuals whose quiet commitment over many years has uplifted lives and strengthened the fabric of our community. Their contribution often goes unheralded, yet they are deeply felt. These honours serve not only to recognise their personal achievements, but also reflect the values we cherish as a nation: compassion, perseverance, and that can-do spirit. I'd particularly like to recognise the diversity of contributions represented in this year's list, from volunteers who've dedicated years to helping their community to those who've had a necessary role and duty in the emergency services, and as active members of the correctional services of this nation. Each recipient has left a legacy for greater than themselves. These honours provide a chance to reflect on the incredible potential that lies within each town, each street, across my electorate of Barker. I'm constantly humbled by the calibre of people that call the electorate of Barker home. People who see a need and step in, who give their time generously, who make our local area a better place to live, work and raise a family. These honours are an acknowledgement of the great service to others and of devotion to the betterment of society around them. To this end, for those who are formally recognised on the King's birthday for their contribution to the local community and our nation, I want to put on record my thanks and the thanks of a nation. Thank you for the enormous contribution that each of you have made to strengthen the community and uphold our Australian values. With 7 out of 730 recipients of the award this year coming from Barker, it's another example of my electorate punching above its weight. People such as Chris Pfeiffer, AM, for his service to the Lutheran Church and to the community. To Maxwell Blackadder, OAM, for his service to the community of Millicent. Mr Leslie Hample, OAM, for his services to the community of Newry Uptapa. Mr David Hurd, OAM, for his services to the community through emergency service organisations. Mr David Bridges, ACM, for his dedication to correctional services. And to Mr Scott Anderson, ESM, and Lincoln Heading, ESM, for their dedication to emergency services. Madam Deputy Speaker, in a time when good news can feel in short supply, it's especially important that we pause and honour those who lift up others and remind us of what it means to serve. Your dedication will continue to inspire us and as many of us try to follow in your well-trodden footsteps. Thank you again.
The member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This month I joined students and one of my state members, Joe Kelly MP, at the Mount Gravatt High School to celebrate National Tree Day. National Tree Day is Australia's largest community tree planting and nature care event, encouraging Australians to get involved in environmental activities. In Bonner, we are fortunate to have many active groups supporting our environment and wildlife, including in our schools. Mount Gravatt High School is proud to have an active environmental program that I participated in firsthand. Thank you to the school captains Jack and Islam for showing me the ropes and for their leadership and passion for our local environment. And the killer pythons and red frogs at the end of the planting were a very nice touch. Speaker, following the planting, I ran into 2 of the environmental volunteers at the Mount Gravatt show who told me they actually saw a koala as well that afternoon at the school. So it's great we are securing the koala's future natural environment through our planting. Happy National Tree Day. Deputy Speaker, this week is also Donate Life Week. The week encourages more Australians to get behind organ and tissue donation, which can afford others a second chance at life. Deputy Speaker, I myself am on the organ register and anyone over 16 can register. It only takes a minute via the Donate Life website. Deputy Speaker, I know many people in this place donate blood or plasma, including myself, and I wanted to let the chamber know about fellow Queenslander Kate Fisher's work as a blood donor advocate. Kate is the author of Milkshakes for Marley and a podcaster who shares the survival stories of recipients of blood donations, including her own daughter, Marley, who was reliant on blood donors for the rest of her life. I want to thank Kate for the great work she continues to do, raising awareness and her ongoing advocacy. Deputy Speaker, we know that 4 in 5 Australians say they support donation, but only 1 in 3 are registered to be a donor and only 1 in 30 give blood. I encourage all members in this place to promote Donate Life Week events and to take some time to register as a donor or perhaps check their registration to see if they are currently a donor. and we can all take some time out to donate blood or plasma when we can. It's a small act with life-changing potential. Deputy Speaker, I want to also thank Emily's List for their support today. I am wearing their brooch proudly today, and they have been instrumental in getting more progressive women elected to parliaments across Australia. It provides practical support like campaign training, mentoring and fundraising for women candidates who are committed to equity, diversity and reproductive rights. Since its founding, it has helped elect more than 300 women and certainly contributed to the 57% female Labor caucus in this parliament today. Thank you, Emily's List.
The member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The National Disability Insurance Scheme was supposed to be about dignity and choice, an opportunity for Australians with a disability to live with greater independence and to access the supports they need and to exercise real control over their own lives. Nobody in this parliament is a stranger to the benefits of the scheme and the challenges that the scheme is putting on the federal budget. NDIS costs are soaring. By 2028, it will cost over $28 billion. The system clearly needs reform to make it financially sustainable. But rather than taking that meaningful reform to tackle those ballooning costs, the Albanese government is going into panic mode. They are swinging the axe not at wastes and rorts, but at the supports vulnerable Australians rely on. The government has this month slashed travel subsidies for allied health providers, cutting it in half overnight with no consultation and barely any notice. The impact has been immediate and severe, especially for participants on the Bay Islands in my electorate. They are some of the most vulnerable Australians, now struggling to access in-person therapy that they need. These changes make it near impossible for therapists to service families on our Bay Islands, where face-to-face support is the only opportunity for many of these vulnerable families. This isn't fixing the system, it's cutting people off from it. But it hasn't stopped there. They've not only halved travel funding, they've also cut therapy rates and frozen others. In the Redlands, the impact is already hitting home. Local physios and OTs are telling me that they simply can't keep going. OTs haven't had a rate increase in 7 years. Physios have just had their rates cut by $10 per hour. At the same time, the Fair Work Commission has increased award wages across the sector. Providers are expected to pay more while their income is frozen and falling and their costs for fuel, rent, equipment, insurance and admin keep rising. Many highly trained professionals are walking away from the sector altogether. Some are now earning more as support workers. If the government wishes to tackle these challenges, a smarter fix would be to start with the bloated bureaucracy. Right now, providers are drowning in red tape. Unnecessary NDIS paperwork burns hours, exhausts families and wastes taxpayers' money. Thousands of reports get written every year, very few get read. We can reduce costs without gutting care, but it will take leadership, not lazy policy. I've written to the Minister on this issue and I received a response yesterday. It dismisses the concerns of my local providers and it leaves them with an ominous warning. It says the 2024-25 annual pricing review reflects the start of a multi-year transition towards more tailored pricing, so they can expect more of the same. More cuts to come, more vulnerable Australians unable to get the support that they need, more providers going to the wall. The dream of the NDIS is unfortunately becoming a nightmare for many of the people operating in this system and participating in it in my electorate.
Time has expired. The Minister for Small Business, International Development and Multicultural Affairs.
Thank you, Speaker, and I might say it's wonderful to see you in the chair. Speaker, I would like to pay tribute to a remarkable Australian, a true local legend and someone who has dedicated nearly a century of his life to service, both to his country and to our community. And I'm speaking, of course, of Jack Lacroix. Jack Lacroix is one of the few living Australians who served in the Royal Australian Navy during the Second World War. And at just 19 years old, he was on board the USS Missouri when Japan formally surrendered in 1945, making him one of the few Australians to witness the signing of the Japanese Instrument of Surrender. But Jack's service didn't end there. After the war, he continued to serve, playing a key role in the recovery of prisoners of war in Japan. He's shared stories, some solemn, and others full of that characteristic Jack Lacroix humour, like the time he and 47 fellow sailors, each with just 2 bullets and no water, were sent on foot to secure a Japanese town, only to arrive and find the Americans had already been there for days with bulldozers and trucks. So they put their rifles down in a local shop and spent 2 hours sightseeing instead. That's Jack, humble, resilient, and always with a twinkle in his eye. Now, Jack has also been a driving force behind commemorative services in Cowan for as long as I've been the member. Every year, he's the coordinating, leading, honouring the fallen and reminding all of us why these moments matter. And this year, both the City of Wanneroo and the City of Stirling have rightly recognised Jack for his extraordinary contribution. What's Happening magazine, which is a City of Wanneroo local publication, features his story on the front cover. And I must say, when I received my copy of What's Happening, first thing I did was ring Jack Lacroix and say, hey, great photo on the front of What's Happening. And the City of Stirling hosted a morning tea in Jack's honour. Jack was also awarded the Medal of the Order of Australia, a timely and fitting recognition for a life of dedication, service and community spirit. Sadly, in September, Jack's going to retire from organising all these commemorative events, and he will be sadly missed. But he's marking his 99th birthday and the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. Two huge milestones for Jack. So on behalf of the people of Cowan, and I speak for each and every person in Cowan, thank you, Jack, for your service, for your leadership, for the legacy that you're leaving. Jack's story is one that deserves to be told again and again and again, not just because it's remarkable, but because it reflects the best of who we are as Australians.
In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded. I call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day, Defence Housing Australia Amendment Bill 2025, resumption of debate on second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Hume.
The original question was that the bill now be read a second time to the Honourable Member for Hume has moved as amendment, and that the words "that" be omitted with a view of substituting other word. The question that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Defence Housing Australia Amendment Bill 2025, legislation that the Coalition does support. Not because it's perfect, not because it is sufficient, but because it is necessary. It is necessary because the first operational test of AUKUS is fast approaching. Submarine crews from the United States and the United Kingdom are set to begin rotating through HMAS Stirling from 2027, less than 2 years away. The preparation must begin now. Housing must be ready well before the first submarine arrives. The timelines are tight, and failure to deliver on this front will send all the wrong signals to our allies. Put simply, this is a test. If we can't adequately host their submariners, why would they have confidence that we would be able to manage our own? This bill enables Defence Housing Australia to provide accommodation for those allied forces, our closest and most trusted partners, as part of the Submarine Rotational Force West. It is not a symbolic gesture, it is a foundational step in operationalising AUKUS. Without housing, we cannot host. Without hosting, we cannot train, and without training, the AUKUS partnership falters at the very first hurdle. And we could kiss goodbye a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create a new nuclear defence maintenance industry in Western Australia. But let's step back and be clear on why this all matters. AUKUS, it's not a slogan, it's not a branding exercise, it is a hard-nosed strategic partnership designed to keep Australia safe in a rapidly deteriorating security environment. The government itself acknowledges that we are facing the most complex and challenging strategic circumstances in 80 years. And they're right. But acknowledgement without action is not enough. The threats are real. The rapid expansion of China's People's Liberation Army, described by the Minister for Defence as the largest conventional military build-up since the Second World War, is reshaping our region. Add to that, this expansion has happened without any strategic reassurances from the Chinese government as to why this is occurring. The first duty of any Australian government must be to keep Australians safe and our nation secure. That duty intensifies in moments like this, particularly when the government itself concedes that the situation is dire. This bill, whilst small in scope, touches on a much larger question, and that is, are we serious about defending our country? And that's where the government's record falls short. Yes, the bill enables Defence Housing Australia to support our allies. Yes, it expands eligibility for housing. And yes, the Coalition supports these changes because, quite frankly, they are necessary for the success of AUKUS. But let us not pretend that this is some comprehensive plan, because it is not. There is no new funding in this bill, no increase in housing supply, no structural reform to meet the rising demand, no funded pipeline to build the homes we actually need to support this commitment. The bill simply expands Defence Housing's remit, but not its resources. Now, this is a serious problem because defence policy is no longer about long-term hypotheticals. It is about immediate readiness, about being able to act, not just talk. Our government should be working to make us as strong as possible and as fast as possible, but the blunt reality is under this Labor government, Australia's defence posture remains overcooked, underfunded and under-delivering. The Coalition has been clear. Defence spending must rise. We took to the last election a commitment to increase defence investment to 3% of GDP within a decade, because we believe that's what it takes as a minimum to meet the demand. Increased funding means we will be able to afford to build and operate our own nuclear submarines while not skimping out on other defence priorities. And lifting our defence spending to at least 3% is not an arbitrary figure. It is consistent with what our allies expect from us. Just last month, NATO nations committed to lifting core spending to 3.5% of GDP, with an additional 1.5% directed to broader security investments by 2035. That's a total of 5% for national resilience. Meanwhile, here in Australia, we remain stuck at just 2% of GDP under the Albanese government, with no clear pathway to increase the funding. We cannot afford to drift while the rest of the world wakes up to the scale of the challenge. And make no mistake, the United States is watching us closely. The US is currently $37 trillion in debt. It's not just our region where the US is being asked to do more. The outbreak of war in Ukraine has meant they are being asked to do more in Europe. Just as the war in the Middle East remains, more resources are required in that region as well. The Trump administration has made asking allies to bear more of the burden of our collective defence a core focus. The Trump administration has already called on Australia to lift our contribution. AUKUS is under review, we all know that. Our alliance credibility is being tested in real time. To make matters worse, the failure to lift defence spending isn't the only counterproductive action from this government. It's been over 260 days since President Trump won the US election, and yet our Prime Minister has not secured a face-to-face meeting. With previous US leaders, this may have been excusable, but as we all know, President Trump, he is unique. Personal relationships, well, they matter to President Trump and are key to securing positive results. Look no further than Labor UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who has met with President Trump several times since his election, and he has secured tariff exemptions for the UK. Yeah, good buddies. Good to see. On top of this failure to meet the President, the Prime Minister's decision to distance Australia from the US alliance with his curtain oration and his decision to spend almost a week in China walking the Great Wall and taking selfies with pandas also sends the wrong message. It is important to get things back on track. So this bill and our ability to deliver on it is not a footnote. It is a serious signal. It will be read in Washington, London and Beijing alike. If we fail to house the rotational force on time, the message we send is that we simply are not serious and that we cannot be taken seriously, that we are not capable, that we cannot meet even the basic logistical commitments that underpin the once-in-a-lifetime generation agreement, that we're not up to the mission. Let's remember for a moment the significance of this agreement that the Morrison government was able to secure. The United States has only ever shared their nuclear submarine technology with one nation, the United Kingdom. Providing this technology to us is no small thing. Obtaining our own nuclear submarines in the 2030s will serve as a significant deterrent to future attacks on the Australian homeland. Deputy Speaker, I just would like to just digress just for a moment to speak on an area that I think that we do seek further investment in. As Shadow Minister for Cyber Security, I want to be clear, defence spending must also include cyber, because cyber security is national security. It's not just about data breaches, it's about protecting critical infrastructure, safeguarding communications, preventing coercion and deterring foreign interference. It is about resilience in the face of adversaries who are already operating inside our networks. The government's own annual cyber threat report makes it plain. State-sponsored cyber actors are gathering intelligence, exerting coercion and working to pre-position themselves in our allies' critical systems. Should the strategic environment deteriorate further, these same actors will be capable of launching disruptive, even devastating cyber attacks on our country. So when we talk about defence spending, we must expand our thinking to include the spectrum of threats. I note that this is one of the aspects our NATO partners are investing in, and they are taking it seriously. Cyber investment is not optional. It is integral to Australia's ability to project strength, deter aggression and respond to modern conflict. If we do not build our own capability urgently and credibly, we risk finding ourselves overwhelmed in the opening phase of a crisis. This has been the long-standing position of the Coalition, and I would like to take this opportunity to remind the House that our $10 billion commitment through Project Red Spice was significant. This commitment expanded the capabilities of the Australian Signals Directorate to combat sophisticated cyber attacks and expanded our own offensive cyber arsenal. The government says a lot of the right things, indicating that they understand the seriousness of the threat before us. However, our credibility with allies depends not on what we say, but what we do. The United States and the United Kingdom, well, they've got skin in the game. They are committing real resources, real personnel and real political capital to this agreement. The question that we all have to ask ourselves, are we? This bill is meant to show that we're ready to host allied forces. That's the point of this bill. But with no new money, no plan for rapid housing development and no long-term commitment to the enablers of AUKUS, the risk is that we fail before we even begin. We must house these personnel to the same standard we offer our own. That is what alliance credibility demands. And we cannot allow a situation where the expansion of DHA's remit ends up crowding out housing for Australian Defence Force personnel and their families, especially in Western Australia where housing pressures are already acute. And I might just add that the WA government, obviously they have a role to play in this as well. This government must fund additional supply. It must back this bill with real delivery. Otherwise, we're simply expanding the mission without expanding the means. And that is a recipe for failure. That is why the Coalition has moved a second reading amendment highlighting many of the issues that I've raised here today. Because whilst we support this bill, we do not accept the complacency that surrounds it. Let this be the beginning of serious delivery, not another announcement without action. Australia has never secured peace by standing still. We have never defended our sovereignty by simply hoping for the best, keeping our fingers crossed. Today is no different. In fact, the stakes may be higher than they've ever been. Our adversaries are moving fast. We cannot meet that threat with bureaucracy, complacency and delay. Simply, we cannot achieve that just with words. Deterrence begins with credible capability, and credible capability begins with it's hard to say credible 3 times, credible investment. This bill before us today touches on all of the right themes: readiness, sovereignty, agility and people, but it falls short where it matters most, Deputy Speaker, and that word is funding. Legislation without investment is not strategy. The Coalition supports this bill. We support our amendment, but we urge the government, match it with funding, urgency and a clear path to get this right. I thank the House.
Members, if there are no further speakers, I will put the question. The original question was that this bill now be read a second time. To this, the Honourable Member for Hume has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. All those in favour, all those against, no. I think the noes have it. Divide. As it is necessary to resolve this question to enable further questions to be considered in relation to this bill, and in accordance with Standing Order 195, the bill will be returned to the House for further consideration. I call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day. Health Insurance Pathology Fees Repeal Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the... Beg your pardon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese Labor government clearly laid out its priorities in the recent election, and it was to give our communities gave our communities a clear choice. One of those priorities is health. We proudly have showed our accomplishments so far and our ambitious plans to make things better. I believe this passion for health resonated with many. Whether you're on your own, have a family, health is always the biggest issue in your life. We are improving all aspects of the health system, whether it's the occasional doctor's visits or life-threatening emergencies. We want to make sure the system works better for people who use it and who need it. We've made a massive $6.1 billion investment in Medicare and started work on the rollout of Medicare urgent care clinics and Medicare mental health centres. And my community will benefit from both a Medicare urgent care clinic and a mental health centre as our election commitment from the last election. When the government's $1.4 billion investment in urgent care clinics is fully implemented, it's estimated that 4 in 5 Australians will live within 20 minutes of drive to one of these clinics. I look forward to being at the opening of the clinic in my electorate soon. Medicare has been one of the greatest Labor achievements, and Australia have entrusted us to protect and strengthen it. The bill today is part of the government's work to do that. The Health Insurance Pathology Fees Repeal Bill 2025 will implement the Albanese government's budget commitment to remove fees imposed on the pathology sector for the approval of certain categories of accreditation applications. The removal of these fees is required to address the findings of the 2022 Health Portfolio Charging Review, which identifies the fees charged under the Health Insurance Pathology Fees Act 1991, which does not align with the Australian Government charging framework. In fact, it's been found that these fees charged exceeds the administrative cost of processing the applications. This bill will repeal the Pathology Fees Act, which specifies the fees which must be paid for the acceptance and approval of 3 categories of accreditation applications. These are approved pathology practitioner, approved pathology authority and accredited pathology laboratory applications. The approval of these applications allows the providers of pathology services to claim Medicare benefits for rendering those services. The bill will also make consequential amendments to the Health Insurance Act 1973, which prescribes the payment for fees for acceptance and approval of the applications. The bill provides fee relief and reduces the administrative burden on the pathology sector, as well as retaining the requirements for pathology service providers to meet accreditation requirements. These accreditation obligations will remain unchanged to ensure the quality and safety of pathology services provided under Medicare is maintained. The bill applies retrospectively, with measures taking effect on the 1st of July 2025. The Albanese government has conducted consultation with the pathology sector in preparing the legislation, including the Royal College of Pathologists of Australasia and the Australian Pathology and Public Pathology Australia. The bill is in addition to the $509.8 billion of funding for the sector included in this year's budget. This includes $174 million investment to increase the Medicare rebate for many common pathology tests for the first time in 25 years, as well as adding PCR tests for COVID-19 and other respiratory illnesses to Medicare. This means that Medicare rebates will rise each year for labour-intensive pathology tests. This will support the pathology workforce and allowing funding to flow through to increase wages. Technological advances continue to drive down the cost of providing other pathology tests, and as new technologies get cheaper over time, they will become more commonplace. We know Australians want to see pathology services continue to be bulk billed. I've spoken with many constituents in my own community who've expressed concerns at the prospect of rising costs. That's why it is good that less than 1% of tests provided outside hospitals are not bulk billed, and this investment will ensure that it stays that way. Our priority is to ensure that all Australians have access to affordable health care, and that is why we are continuing to invest in strengthening Medicare. I commend the bill to the House.
I call the member for Dixon.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise in support of the Health Insurance Pathology Fees Repeal Bill 2025. Deputy Speaker, Medicare is Labor's heart, but it is also my heart. Medicare saved my life and gave my Henry the very best chance of surviving leukaemia. My family has benefited from bulk billed pathology over the last decade, which would probably go into the many thousands and thousands of dollars that we didn't have to pay up front. The Albanese Labor government is committed to delivering more bulk billed services, not just more GP visits, but also more pathology, diagnostic imaging like MRIs and more. And we want to ensure the current bulk billed health services continue. Our priority is to ensure that all Australians have access to affordable health care. That's why we are continuing to invest in strengthening Medicare. This bill delivers fee relief to the pathology sector, in addition to the $509 million of funding for the sector included in the budget. This will ensure there is no gap and services will continue to be bulk billed. We're investing $174 million to increase the Medicare rebate for many common pathology tests for the first time in 25 years. And we're adding PCR tests for COVID-19 and other respiratory illnesses to Medicare. Medicare rebates will rise each year for labour-intensive pathology tests. This will support the pathology workforce and allow funding to flow through to increased wages. We know Australians want to see pathology services continue to be bulk billed. Less than 1% of tests provided outside of hospitals are not bulk billed at the moment. This investment will help ensure it stays that way. Labor will always...
Excuse me, member, a division has been called for the House. Proceedings are suspended to enable the honourable members to attend the division. Proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. I call the member for Dixon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I may as well say a couple of lines again because I just love them so much. Medicare is Labor's heart, but it is also mine. And I have had probably thousands of pathology tests over the past 10 years. My family in general has had thousands of bulk billed pathology tests over the last 10 years. And that's one of the reasons that this bill is so incredibly important. We need to continue the bulk billing of pathology services. So I'll just go back to, Labor will always protect and strengthen Medicare. We're committed to more and better health services no matter where you live. This is in stark comparison to those opposite. Let's not forget, in their first term of office, the coalition government cut bulk billing payments for pathology and diagnostic imaging to make patients pay more. Labor is investing in pathology and diagnostic imaging. In my electorate of Dixon, more people in Strathpine now have access to more MRI scans funded through Medicare. The people of Dixon should only need their Medicare card, and that's what we're working towards, not their credit card, to receive the health care they need, which is exactly what our government is working to deliver. This licence is saving locals who get their scans done in Strathpine, and it will give patients in Dixon more choice on where to get their scan. Making MRIs more affordable is another way the Albanese government is strengthening Medicare. This bill relates to the fees imposed on the pathology sector for certain categories of pathology applications. It specifies the fees which must be paid for the acceptance and approval of approved pathology practitioner, approved pathology authority, and accredited pathology laboratory applications. The approval of these applications allows the providers of pathology services to claim Medicare benefits for delivering those services. The 2022 Health Portfolio Charging Review identified that the fees set against each of these application categories had not been reviewed or changed since the Pathology Fees Act came into force a very long time ago. This bill repeals the Pathology Fees Act, will resolve this misalignment and provide fee relief, in addition to reducing the administrative burden for the pathology sector. The consequential amendments included in this bill remove all references to the payment of fees for these application categories from 1 July 2025. Accreditation obligations associated with these applications will remain unchanged, thus maintaining the quality and safety of pathology services provided under Medicare. As I've said, the Albanese Labor government is laser focused on strengthening Medicare, delivering more bulk billing for all Australians. We are making the single largest investment in Medicare ever. This will deliver an additional 18 million bulk billed GP visits every year, so Australians can see a bulk billing GP. We're opening more Medicare urgent care clinics. We're expanding and growing our network of Medicare urgent care clinics, opening an additional 50 clinics. 4 in 5 Australians will live within a 20-minute drive from a Medicare urgent care clinic under Labor. And I should mention our amazing Marumba Downs urgent care clinic. I've visited the facility many times. So many locals have gone there with their kids, with family members, and it's avoided a trip to the emergency department. They just love it. We're making medicines cheaper, even cheaper. Labor is providing cost of living relief to millions of Australians by making medicines cheaper. From 1st of January 2026, the maximum cost of a prescription for the PBS medicine will be cut from $31.60 to $25. Now, this makes a huge difference, particularly for people with chronic illnesses. Cutting that fee will make a huge difference over the year of how much they spend on their medicines and other things. Hiring more doctors and nurses. Labor is growing the health workforce to deliver more doctors and nurses than ever before, including the largest GP training program in Australian history and hundreds of scholarships for nurses and midwives to extend their skills and qualifications. We're investing more than $790 million in women's health, something I'm incredibly proud of. And I tell you what, every door I knocked on that was answered by a mum or a young woman, I talked about our women's healthcare package. And I tell you what, people overwhelmingly said, thank you so much. Reducing the cost of women's health is incredibly important to me and to my electorate. Labor will provide Australian women with more choice and better treatment at a lower cost, making contraceptives cheaper and funding more treatments for menopause. We're helping Australian women suffering from endometriosis and complex gynecological conditions have access to longer specialist consultations covered under Medicare. We're supporting women's health by opening endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics. Labor will open an additional 11 clinics, a total of 33 clinics across every state and territory. It will mean that Australian women can access the care they need closer to home. All 33 clinics will be supported to extend their focus to also provide specialist support for menopause and perimenopause. Investing in free mental health support for Australians, for Australian parents, new and expectant Australian parents will get free, personalised mental health support thanks to a $16.7 million investment by the Albanese Labor government to open another 8 perinatal mental health centres around the country. And I should just quickly talk about our Medicare mental health centres that we're setting up across the country. I mean, this is going to be a game changer for people who need immediate mental health support and can walk straight into a clinic and get the help that they need. I'm really pleased that we're going to have 2 in my electorate of Dixon, and I'm really looking forward to those opening up and being able to support our community with mental health services. Overall, Labor is delivering more bulk billing services across the board for all Australians. I'm so pleased to support this bill, which will mean that pathology services continue to be bulk billed for most Australians. Thank you.
The member for Goldstein.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support the bill, and it's wonderful to be here supporting legislation that's looking specifically at the challenges of the pathology sector because it's so important for making sure that Australians get access to the health services they need. And, of course, to make sure that Australians are in a position to be able to get the tests at the time and the stages of their life that they need, because what we know is huge number of health services are becoming increasing stress and demand as a consequence of an ageing population. The consequence of that is, of course, that more Australians are living longer. We all agree this is a wonderful, wonderful thing. The trade-off from that is the costs continue to escalate in the context of the health sector. And, of course, particularly the cost structures are shifting more and more towards management of chronic conditions. As a consequence of that, people are needing more testing to make sure that they're obviously keeping up with their existing medical conditions, managing it in the context of things like their medicine regimes and working more and more with their doctors. That's why primary care is such an important part of facilitating healthcare services to where people need the support and assistance in the community rather than escalating things up to tertiary hospitals. And, of course, why it's so important then to have access to services with pathology testing. And we have a massive gap in Australian society right now. We have well-serviced or relatively well-serviced electorates in urban areas, particularly those that are affluent, but so many communities that are less well off, and particularly once you get outside of capital cities into rural and regional areas, access to health services quickly becomes quite limited and often dire. And I want to congratulate the new member for Grey on his first speech last night, where he talked explicitly about the limitations of access to health services once you get outside of capital cities. And something I'm very, very mindful of, and I know the member for Riverina, who's here in the chamber with me, is also very concerned about, because when we're talking about denial or limitations on access to health services in rural and regional areas, and I might clarify, often in lower socioeconomic parts of capital cities, you actually have an equity in provision of health services which ultimately transcends and extends out to diminishing quality of life, particularly towards the latter stages of your life. But in addition to that, of course, to limits on services, which means you spend more time waiting, and there is an equity in being able to access and then, of course, get the best medical healthcare and healthcare outcomes. So this is actually something we take very seriously, Deputy Speaker, and I know it'd be very important in your electorate as well to understand that you have to actually understand what happens outside of capital cities. That is a challenge often for the current government, who has taken a casual disinterest in healthcare outside of capital cities of this country. And of course, one of the biggest limitations in services outside of capital cities is actually the pathology centres and pathology services. If you want to go into Indigenous communities, remote Indigenous communities, and look at the limitations that they have to access pathology services, and the Royal Flying Doctor Service has to deal with this all the time, where they literally have to fly into communities to get blood tests, then fly out, then actually send back medicines later to be able to help and support people managing their conditions. So this is a big problem and has other big cost downflow problems, which then mean that more of the health budget is consumed where it shouldn't be because the inefficiencies around access to these types of services like pathology. But of course, we also know this fits in a much bigger story about the limitations of healthcare under this government, and frankly under the state Labor governments. Victoria is a classic example where we basically have the complete collapse of our hospital system now, where if you go to a public health hospital, you are increasingly concerned about whether you're going to go in and get the risk of comorbidities or other conditions, whether you can even get in to get certain types of services, particularly what is deemed elective surgery. And I hear from my South Australian colleagues that despite all of the promises from the Malinowskis Labor government, it is a complete bin fire in terms of their health services, despite the promises that they're going to fight ramping and everything else, and nothing has gone in the right direction. It's kind of like the broader conversation around the economy under this government, but that's going on to another topic. But then you get to the federal government, you go, okay, well, the states are failing, state Labor governments are failing on access to tertiary services. Let's go then, of course, to primary care and what needs to be provided by the Albanese Labor government. And they like to crow about, certain urgent care clinics, etc., and they sort of hold them up and say this is the perfect answer to everything. But the reality is it is part of at best a band-aid solution over a much bigger problem, because despite the Prime Minister, and he's very fond of it, Deputy Speaker, he's very fond of it. He likes that Medicare card. He likes to bring it out in question time and show it around. It's like, it's a little totem that he thinks gives him some sort of license, magic powers, that he designed the system or something, and then all of a sudden he can take full ownership of it, and then he wants to own this conversation. But actually, we've seen a reality under this government. We have seen an 11% reduction in the number of people using bulk billing under this government. It's not about what I want or you want or what the opposition wants, Speaker. It's not about. It's about the government's own data to reflect on the number of Australians are using Medicare when they're going and they're saying, I need to access health services, often in urgent circumstances, often, frankly, Deputy Speaker, where they're facing other challenges in their lives like cost of living pressure. They're going to the supermarket and they're already having to make a decision about whether I can afford what's in the trolley. Then I've got kids who are sick and they're going to their local doctor And the answer from the government, of course, was we should be able to go and get bulk billed. But of course, access to fully bulk billed doctors is actually quite limited. And of course, despite the promises of the government, and since the Albanese government is elected, we have actually seen a decline in the volume of people who are actually successfully getting things bulk billed. So 11% decline. So this is a tragic reality. The promise and the reality are completely different things. And Australians now, 45% of them are paying more for the cost to see a GP out of their own pocket than they were when we were last in government. Despite the, it doesn't matter how many times the Prime Minister, he can hold up 45% more times. It's not going to change that. He could hold up 100% more times in question time if he wanted to. It doesn't change the outcome, Deputy Speaker. The reality is having a Medicare card and being able to use your Medicare card are slightly different things. And the Prime Minister, he hasn't quite figured that bit out. And that's kind of part of the limitations of this government, is they like the talk, they like the scare, they like the campaign, they like the politics, they don't like the governing bit so much. And that's what we're now living with, and that's what Australians are living with. So Australians have only one of two choices, which is either deny themselves access to health services, and that has a long downstream consequence, or they turn up and they pay with their Medicare card. The promise that they were sold does not match the reality that they live. And of course, we know that more and more GP clinics are, of course, not bulk billing. We've seen a decline in the number of those, and so Australians are finding it harder and harder. And the irony is, the people they claim to want to represent, which is those who are from lower socioeconomic communities, are the ones most badly hit. So we need to be realists. We need to start being honest with the Australian community about where our health system is, and then once you start being honest and know where you are, you can at least have a conversation about how we're going to fix it. But unfortunately, the government isn't prepared to have that conversation because they think the answer is a bit of plastic that they can wave around in question time. That is not the answer to the problem that Australia's healthcare services face without meaningful support, meaningful outcomes, and when you actually go to use it. It's kind of like, with bank cards. Some of the members over the other side, you have those, cards, they sit in your wallet sometimes, and these days you actually get them on your phone as well. You can tap them at a supermarket or any other place, retail outlet, and you tap them, and if you don't actually have the money that sits behind it, they don't work. There's this thing called decline, payment decline. You've heard of that, Member for Riverina? You have. So that's kind of how Australians are engaging with Medicare right now. They go to a doctor and say, I would like to redeem this card, the plastic card. The Prime Minister holds it up in question time. I saw him on television. In fact, Member for Riverina, I saw him on television do it. So it must be good, because if the Prime Minister says it's going to work, it's going to work. But, of course, they go, they do the effective equivalent of the tap and go at the local GP clinic, and they say, yeah, now here's the top-up payment, here's the co-payment. And they say, but the Prime Minister said I wasn't going to have to do that. The Prime Minister said in question time that it was going to work. In any other profession, you'd say that was misleading and deceptive conduct. You'd be off to the ACCC. But not this government. This government, tap and go on Medicare, don't work, and he's getting away with it because so many of his new Labor colleagues are actually deeply, deeply afraid to challenge this Prime Minister and the Minister for Health for the limitations and their failings. That is the political reality. We've seen this, going through the first speeches of all of the new Labor members, as I have been doing. It's always an interesting and fascinating insight. I haven't got to all of the Labor members who were in the last Parliament, but I'll get there, don't worry. You appreciate that, that's right. I know the Labor members opposite appreciate that, because to the Labor members opposite through the chair, I will send you a copy of mine in return. But a lot of them talk about healthcare and Medicare, Deputy Speaker, in the process. A lot of them talk about it. And they talk about how it's so important as part of why they actually became Labor. So I actually have some sympathy with their commitment on it. But the problem we've got, Deputy Speaker, is it's not living up with what they're delivering. And when you can't deliver what you promise, the public starts to lose trust and faith in our institutions. And of course, that's one of the reasons the Prime Minister has been vetting and vetoing all of these first Labor members' new speeches, taking out anything around policy or detail that makes them interesting, because the Prime Minister has this obsession with control. He wants to control everything. He wants to control his government. He might have all these new Labors and members of Parliament, which make him feel like he's unlimited in his power. But there is a reality that sits behind that, which means that he simply has no capacity to go on and deliver. He's not getting the feedback loop, including some of the Labor members, including some of them who are qualified general practitioners themselves, who could say, Prime Minister, knock on our door. Prime Minister, I know you keep flashing around your Medicare card around the House of Representatives in question time. I know you're proud of it, and look, I get it. We all believe in Medicare. We all believe in its role in the healthcare system. We've got a problem. People are going to their GP clinic and it's not being redeemed. People are going there and they're saying, where's your credit card to be able to access the services? And I know it must be very uncomfortable for the Labor new members to have that conversation with the Prime Minister. It's intimidating, it's a big office, flashy, you know, they decorate it up and they put lots of nice flags there, that sort of thing. And it's always nice the first time you go in there, I do understand that as well. But part of the challenge of being a member of Parliament is sometimes you have to speak truth to power. And when the Prime Minister is misleading the public, you've got to kind of say, PM, it's not right. And the people who are paying the price on the ground are Australians who can't access health services and are having to make choices between that, their rent, feeding their kids, and of course making sure they put food on the table. So all I can implore with you, Deputy Speaker, is that in consideration of this legislation, the Prime Minister wakes up, the Labor backbench stands up, because we need a health system that's actually going to meet the challenges of the future of this country, and we're not getting it under the timidity and the lack of ambition and, frankly, the lack of courage from the Labor members opposite.
I call the member for Robinson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Lack of courage. What a fascinating statement, lack of courage. Can I just say that it was the courage of this Albanese Labor government that invested in Medicare after 10 years of Liberal national neglect. They decimated our universal healthcare system, making it harder and making it more expensive for people to see a doctor, whether that be a GP, whether that be to access pathology, whether that be to access imaging, whether that to go into an emergency department when they chronically underfunded our nation's hospitals through the National Health Agreement. It was an absolute travesty. I still vividly remember, this is pre-COVID, I vividly remember standing in the emergency department, looking out through the window, and there was a TV in the wait room. And I remember the former member for Cook, the Prime Minister of Australia, continuing to parrot the lines that the Liberal national government were continuing to invest in primary health care and in the healthcare of Australians and in Medicare. And I looked around in those waiting rooms, I looked around at the sick people who couldn't access healthcare because it had been chronically underfunded, and that was part of a tipping point for me. That was part of a moment that, like the member for Goldstein just said, made me a Labor MP. That made me put up my hand, door knock tens of thousands of houses, talk to constituents right across my electorate, talk to people in Dobell, in Shortland, the great Central Coast region of New South Wales, and say, hey, this isn't good enough. People are waiting too long in EDs. People can't see a GP. People can't get access to the pathology services and the imaging services that they need to live long, happy, healthy and productive lives. And that's what made me run for Parliament. And when we did hear the first speeches of some of these amazing Labor members that sit in this chamber here today, they do talk about the importance of Medicare, because it is important. It is important. Medicare is, and bulk billing is the beating heart of Medicare. It is the beating heart of Australia. It's what allows us to do the things that we want to do and not have to worry that going to the doctor, going to the hospital, having surgery is going to bankrupt you and going to send you onto the street. That's why Medicare exists. And you know, it's not just about Medicare. The whole package of healthcare that this Albanese Labor government has brought forward in both the 47th Parliament and now the 48th Parliament is one for the history books, Deputy Speaker. It is fantastic. We look at making sure that pathology and imaging services are more widely available for the Australian people. But let's talk about urgent care. Urgent care, if you're too sick for the GP, if you're not sick enough for the ED, now you finally got somewhere to go, and, Deputy Speaker, it's bulk billed. Yeah. I can only imagine what those opposite would do if they decided to set up some sort of network like that. You would be paying for it, and you would be paying deep into your pockets for a privatised health system, and that is just not good enough. Let's move on from urgent care. Let's talk about the tripling of the bulk billing incentive. And I know that following the tripling of the bulk billing incentive, which is now going to be expanded to every Medicare card holder to make sure that we can improve access to bulk billing right across this country so that people can access a GP. Preventative health care is important. It stops people going to the emergency department in the middle of the night. We treat the hypertension, we treat the hypercholesterolemia. That stops it from becoming a myocardial infarction. That stops it from becoming a CVA. That stops people from becoming critically unwell and needing those tertiary or quaternary level services. That's what general practice and preventative care is all about. I support our GPs on the Central Coast right across Australia, and I know that the Albanese Labor government supports our general practitioners through the tripling of that incentive. Now, there is one more thing I want to talk about, Deputy Speaker, that I think is important, that has been chronically underfunded for decades. For decades, to be frank, of governments of every persuasion, but in particular under the former Liberal National Coalition, and that was investment in women's healthcare. Investment in women's healthcare is so important. And not just the fact that women make up half of the population of Australia, but the chronic underfunding of women's healthcare has meant that there's time off work. It's meant that there's been significant morbidity and in some cases mortality in the female population. That's just not good enough. You know, out of control misdiagnosis or delayed diagnosis of endometriosis impacts lives. It impacts lives and it impacts families. And quite frankly, the chronic underfunding of women's healthcare under the previous government was just not good enough. It was just not good enough. And it took our Prime Minister, our Cabinet, our majority female Labor government to take a stand and to say that's not good enough. And we need to invest in women's healthcare. It's the endometriosis clinics, it's the pelvic pain clinics, it's access to contraceptive options. It's making sure that when women see the GP, they can actually see the GP for a time frame where they can actually, you know, address the issues that affect women in their lives and affect women in their healthcare journey. And that is really, really important, I believe. And, you know, locally on the Central Coast, there's those federal policies, but then too there's the local policies. It's the millions of dollars we're investing in our maternity services on the Central Coast, making sure that after the closure of our private hospital, making sure that women have choice where they can give birth, making sure they don't have to go to Newcastle, making sure they don't have to go to Sydney. They can give birth in our public hospital at Gosford Hospital. It's making sure that there's up-to-date, world-class infrastructure in our maternity and birthing units. It's making sure that our gynaecology and our colposcopy clinics are adequately funded and making sure that people have access in our public hospitals to world-class, world-leading obstetrics and gynaecology services. And look, I'll make a final point, and it's often been a taboo subject in Australia, and I think, you know, under this government, in the last parliament and now in this parliament, we're making sure that we are talking about mental health and we're investing in mental health, because that is a really important part of the healthcare journey of a patient. And, you know, my good friend, the Assistant Minister and Member for Dobell, Emma McBride, along with the broader Health Caucus and the Prime Minister and every Labor member in the Parliament have backed the introduction of the Medicare mental health centres. Walk-in clinics where you can access psychologists, where you can access counsellors, where you can talk to people, bulk billed, importantly, where you can talk to people about your mental health issues and either have that addressed on-site or be referred to a specialist pathway where ultimately that will reduce the disease burden, not just yourself, but also to on our society more generally. So for the member for Goldstein to come in here and talk about us underinvesting in Medicare, despite everything that we have done as a parliament in the 47th parliament, despite everything we are doing now. I mean, one of the first pieces of legislation this fortnight was to cut the cost of medicines. If this, as Minister Butler, the Minister for Health, continues to say, bulk billing is the beating heart of Medicare. Medicare is the beating heart of Australia. It truly is. And I know, as the Labor member for Robertson, I will continue to support universal healthcare. I will continue to support cheaper medicines. I will continue to support the expansion of women's healthcare and access to healthcare. I will continue to support our mental health services. I will continue to support our public hospitals, because it's important. It's important not just to the Central Coast, it's important to New South Wales, and it's important to Australia more broadly. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. And I call the member for Riverina.
Good speech by the member for Robertson, and I commend him on many aspects of it, and acknowledge the fact that he said one of the reasons why he became a Labor candidate was because of the lack of services within his local area. And I'll just point out this: if he came to some of those rural and regional areas where there is a severe lack of services, he might well have become a national candidate, because we all support our own electorates. We all stick up for those people who send us to Canberra to do a job. And I also acknowledge the fact that he's still working in his local hospital, and appreciate that. Must be very good for the patients of Robertson, the electorate he represents. And I acknowledge the fact that he talked about mental health being a taboo topic, because for many, many years it was, particularly amongst men. And on July 11, we had the member for Dobell, the regional health minister, Minister for assisting the health minister in mental health and prevention of suicide in Wagga Wagga. And she was attending the local headspace there, a walk-in clinic. She made some announcements which were very well appreciated. That walk-in clinic in Baylor Street is open to people who can come in and seek and obtain the services that they desire. And particularly for regional people who are doing it tough, that's a welcome addition. And I do acknowledge that the work Minister McBride is doing in rural and regional health, because it is so important, so very important. But and I know that the member for Robertson mentioned the endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics. Was also mentioned by the member for Dixon, who spoke previously on this motion. We'd like very much one at Wagga Wagga, very much for the Riverina, because that is an important topic. And I note Dr Freelander in the chamber, and I know how important for the Western Suburbs seat of Macarthur he represents, how important it is for him too. Now, we talk about urgent care clinics, and the problem with urgent care clinics is that they are being placed in areas of political necessity for the government, and not necessarily where they are most needed. Because if you look in rural and regional, and particularly remote Australia, they don't have the ability to just walk in, produce the Medicare card and receive the services that they so desperately desire. And all too often, in particularly remote Australia, it's when in pain, catch the plane. People actually have to go to a capital city to get the treatment they need. There's no treatment there available. I hear this great clamour from Labor members, and I appreciate we're severely outnumbered at the moment, but about the cheaper medicines, the cheaper scripts. And the fact remains, the government had to be dragged, kicking and screaming, to come to the table to sign the latest accord with the pharmacy, in the pharmacy situation. The Pharmacy Guild were, we all remember the white coats when they were in the public galleries complaining about Minister Butler's lack of empathy and care and concern about their needs. And for many, hundreds in fact, of those country centres, they face the prospect of losing and it was a very real threat, losing their only health professional in town, and that was the local friendly pharmacist, the local friendly chemist, who for years had provided services because they didn't have a doctor, they didn't have that, an urgent care clinic or an endometriosis and pelvic pain clinic. They didn't have a headspace, and they were doing it all on their own. And all of a sudden, when it was the coalition, it was the Nationals, in fact, who said enough's enough, we have to support our pharmacists, then we saw some action. I've heard members of Labor in their first speeches talking about what Labor's doing as far as putting in place funding training for rural medical students. Well, that came under the Nationals. That is probably the legacy that I leave, because I know that the negotiations I had with Prime Minister Turnbull, thank you, Dr. Freelander, with then Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull, to get that Murray-Darling network of rural medical schools. So very important. And they're in Orange, they're in Mildura, Shepparton, Wagga Wagga, Dubbo, the list goes on. And they are, just take Wagga Wagga for example, each year providing 30 new doctors the opportunity to train from start to finish in a rural setting. And we all know that if you train doctors from start to finish in a rural setting where there are unique challenges and unique opportunities for rural medicine, as far as snake bites and road trauma that you don't see in the middle of capital cities where some of the sandstone universities are providing clinical and medical schools. You do see that in regional settings, but it is providing the hope and the opportunity for those young people. In Wagga Wagga, 30 places each year, and I know there's with the big new shiny buildings that are being erected and finished, there is the opportunity under that $94.5 million program to have more students come on board, because heaven knows we need more doctors. This particular bill, the Health Insurance Pathology Fees Repeal Bill 2024, removes the fees imposed on the pathology sector for certain categories of pathology applications. Now, it responds to the findings of the 2022 Health Portfolio Charging Review by doing a couple of things. Firstly, addressing the misalignment of fees charged under the Pathology Fees Act with the charging framework, and secondly, providing fee relief and reducing administrative burden on the pathology sector. And you're not going to get the coalition complaining about that. The opposition leader has said we will certainly divide on bills where we must, but when there's good policy put forward, we'll agree with it. But we do get this feeling from the Labor members who, I appreciate Medicare started under Labor, but they think that they're the only party for health provision in this country, and Labor is not. And indeed, when it comes to bulk billing, and I appreciate the urgent care clinics are great, good luck if you have one, but GP bulk billing fell from 88% to 77% under the Albanese government, and there's been 40 million less bulk bill GP visits in the past year alone. Now, that issue is particularly exacerbated in rural and regional areas where you don't have the luxury of having the number of GPs. We've got quality GPs, we just don't have the quantity of GPs, Deputy Speaker. And when questioned about bulk billing rates and when questioned about the proliferation thereof, Minister Butler came out with this famous quote during the last term of government. He said, well, if you can't get a doctor to bulk bill you, well, just don't worry about that appointment, pick the phone up and get the next doctor and see if they'll bulk bill you. Well, that might be all well and good in the leafy suburbs of Adelaide, but I tell you what, when you're out in regional Australia, you take the first doctor's appointment that you can get, and usually that doctor's appointment is weeks down the track because they're just not available like they are in capital cities, and that is a truism. I'm not exaggerating, I'm not catastrophising, I'm not being alarmist, it is the truth. And we appreciate what our doctors do. I know my family doctor, Dr. Oman Shanuda, who's been with the Royal College of GPs, and he's done a power of good for country doctors, for not only trying to lift immunisation rates, not only is he a spokesperson for GPs generally, but the health care that he provides at Glenrock is wonderful. And Glenrock, by and large, bulk bill. But a lot of practices in and around Wagga Wagga, in and around the Riverina do not. And Australians are now paying 45% more of the cost to see a GP from their own pocket. And out-of-pocket costs have literally reached the highest level on record, and they have. And so all well and good for Labor members to come in and spruik about Medicare. It is the brainchild of Labor, appreciate that, but this data that I just talked about, the 88% to 70% decrease of bulk billing, the $40 million less bulk bill GP visits, the 45% more of the cost to see a GP, they are from the government's own national accounts. It shows that more Australians are having to use that little green and yellow card that the Prime Minister is so fond of pulling out in question time, in press conferences, and he can do that as often as he likes. It doesn't take away the fact that more Australians are having to use their credit card along with their own Medicare card. They're being charged the highest amount of out-of-pocket costs on record. And so what we see, despite Labor's protestations to the opposite, is more Australians in a cost of living crisis having to pay more. Now, the Prime Minister told Australians that under Labor all you'll need is your Medicare card, not your credit card. But that's not the lived experience of so many Australians, and particularly Australians who live in rural, regional and especially remote areas. The Department of Health's incoming government brief, released under FOI, estimates that a quarter, 23% of GP clinics across Australia will not bulk bill, despite all the Labor government's promises. Now, this data from the Health Department shows millions of Australians will still need their credit card, as well as their Medicare card, when they go to see a GP. Now, doctors need to make money. I appreciate that. They run clinics. They're under strain as well, particularly in regional settings, but so too are people who are in this situation of the cost of living crisis. Cost of living crisis that has obviously worsened under the Labor government. Now, it is appalling that this Prime Minister is willing to mislead Australians about the only needing the Medicare card. It is not correct. Clearly he would have known about the Health Department's data before waving that Medicare card around, and of course in an election situation when people are looking to cast their vote, well, they'll listen to that, they'll see that little grab on the news, and that's what they'll go with. But the true reality is that people are still having to shell out their own money to see a GP. And of course, as a coalition, as you'd expect, opposition... Well, on those figures that 20% are, but the Prime Minister, Dr Freelander, is making out as if everybody can just show the Medicare card and that will be the only sufficient cost. And it's not right. It's simply not right. So we can agree to disagree on that one, and I do respect you. I've got the highest respect for you. I know you do a wonderful job, and your advocacy for health outcomes and better medical provisions is second to none in this place. Acknowledge that, put that on the record, but in this regard, situation is that people are having to pay, and pay dearly, for their medical treatment. And often they're from families, often they're from people who can't afford it, and they have to. Now, funding into Medicare, and this is an important point to make too. Funding into Medicare increased every single year under the former coalition government. $18.6 billion. From $18.6 billion under Labor in 2012-13, they were the Rudd years. I remember them well. I was in Parliament at that time. To more than $30 billion in 21-22. And I do appreciate too that some of these are exponential. Some of these are they just go with the rising cost of things relative to where they were. But Medicare bulk billing was higher under the coalition. It was. Bulk billing rose consistently across our entire term of government from 2013 to 2022. It rose to 86% before the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, and it was at a record high of 88% when we left government in May 2022. In the coalition's last year, 167.2 million free GP services were delivered, 61 million more than the previous Labor government. Now, those statistics speak for themselves. They're on the record, not making them up. They're right. And what we do want to see is people being able to live in a happy, healthy, safe society. And whilst I appreciate that this legislation to remove the fees imposed on the pathology sector for certain categories of pathology applications will be supported, and it's good. The fact remains there are a lot of fees and costs relating to go and see a doctor, if you're lucky enough to have one, that are being imposed on the Australian public, and no amount of the Prime Minister waving that Medicare card in question time or anywhere else is going to take away from that fact.
I thank the member for Riverina and call on the member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would also like to acknowledge the work that the member for Riverina has done in rural health, together with his colleague who retired at the end of the last Parliament, Mark Colton, the member for Parks, in trying to improve access to care to people living in rural, regional and remote areas. I do acknowledge that. Thanks. I would like to go back, though, to the legislation that's before us at the moment, and I thank the Health Minister and the Assistant Health Minister for the work they've done on this legislation, which was presented to the previous Parliament but was not able to be brought through the Parliament, and is come up again now, and certainly will be passed in the near future. This legislation, I think, demonstrates the government is working at all levels of the health system, the healthcare sector, to provide fee relief, not just to patients but to businesses involved in providing healthcare. In addition to reducing the administrative burden on the pathology sector, this will also save costs and improve the efficiency of our pathology sector. This follows on from the findings of the 2022 Health Portfolio Charging Review, which identified that fees set against application categories had not been reviewed or changed since the Pathology Fees Act came into force almost 40 years ago. These fees were arbitrarily set between $500 and $2,500 in 1991. The consequential amendments included in this bill remove all references to the payment of fees for these application types from the 1st of July 2025. In line with this intended commencement date, provisions have been included to allow the refund of fees collected from the 1st of July 2025 and to the commencement date of this bill, where the applicant's approval has come into force on or after the 1st of July 2025. To preserve the high level of confidence in the accuracy of pathology testing in Australia, provided under Medicare, the administrative requirements, including accreditation obligations, will remain unchanged. Now, if I can just talk a little bit about the pathology sector. The work of our pathologist is often behind the scenes. Pathologists are not at the forefront of everyone's daily lives, owing to the unique and important role that they have in healthcare. And they range from anatomical pathologists performing post-mortems on people to try and find out why they may have died, to people analysing bodily fluids, bacteriological examination, microscopic examination, etc., of body tissue and cells with a histopathologist and haematologist to ascertain what causes disease and the ways in which to heal them, and also with the bacteriologists who are able to tell us which particular organisms cause illness and how they should be treated. We also have virologists who can identify viruses that have caused human illness, most commonly, of course, respiratory viruses, and everyone is now very familiar with the PCR testing that really came to prominence in the pandemic. But it's important to note we were doing PCR testing in children for respiratory viruses for almost 15 years before the pandemic. So pathologists do a lot of work behind the scenes, and they provide us with the information we need to treat our patients. And as a paediatrician, I relied very heavily on our pathology sector to help me in the diagnosis of a whole range of illnesses, from leukemia through to sickle cell disease, a number of different haematological problems, the diagnosis of meningitis using bacteriological specimens, and also histopathologists to tell us what was causing certain pathology in kidneys, liver, brain, etc. So our pathologists are really important to us. And it's very important to note that Australia has one of the best pathology systems in the world, provided through the Medicare system to our patients and to our hospital system. We rely on them to be well trained, we rely on them to be very accurate, and we rely on them to be very timely in the results they give to us as practising physicians. And it's very, very important in cancer medicine, in paediatrics, virtually every part of the health system. We rely on our efficient and well-accredited and accurate pathology system to lead us through dealing with the multiple diseases that can affect humans. It really is at no other stage in human existence have we relied on our pathologists to give us the accurate information we need to manage our patients. And that's particularly true in paediatrics, and there is now an exploding field of genetics and genomics that we are using our pathologists to give us the answers to some of the disorders that have plagued human existence since it began. And I rely on my pathologists, my geneticists, to really give me the information I need to treat my patients. And it is very important that we maintain an efficient and highly sensitive system in an accurate way. And this is why accreditation is important. It's important to make regular accreditation something that happens all the time to our pathology providers. Some of them, of course, are in the public system. Most major public hospitals have public pathology providers, and they are very highly skilled, particularly in things like cancer medicine. They work long hours, they work under huge pressure sometimes to get accurate diagnoses as quickly as possible, and we rely on them also to provide services to our patients in a cost-effective and efficient manner. We have private providers who are now providing pathology services around the world. Sonic Pathology, and I had a small involvement with them at the very beginning of their existence almost 40 years ago. Sonic Pathology now provides pathology services in the United States, in Europe, in Asia, and particularly in the South Pacific. And they are a fantastic company, and I'd like to give them and their CEO, Colin Goldschmidt, a shout out, because I think they've provided a wonderful service over many, many years around the country. As I said, in no stage in recent memory have pathologists been more front and centre since the pandemic, and they really did lift their game and provided diagnostic certainty to Australian physicians dealing with people with COVID and other respiratory illnesses at levels unprecedented in my lifetime. And I thank them very much for their skills and their tireless efforts during that time. So this legislation will make their accreditation cheaper for the pathologists, cheaper for the companies, and much more efficient, and will streamline it. In my electorate of Macarthur, there's a range of pathology clinics, all of whom are excellent, all of whom provide daily diagnostic tests to my constituents in a very accurate manner, and it is really important. I've seen poor pathology results in some places that have led to misdiagnosis, for example, of conditions like childhood leukemia. Unless you have a well-trained pathologist to look at a blood film, it can be sometimes very difficult to identify the leukemic cells in that blood film, and it can lead to delays in diagnosis and occasionally to death. Inaccurate bacteriological management can lead to misdiagnoses of meningitis, for example, and that obviously can have serious complications. So even though our pathologists are in the background, I'm very proud of the work they do, and I think that it is really important for a world-class health system like Australia to have such wonderful pathology providers, and we are very, very lucky. Obviously, we're a big country and there can sometimes be difficulties in providing these services to rural and remote areas, but for the most part, our pathology providers do that, and they do that in a very efficient way. So we're very lucky to have them. This bill is important, and I think the government is looking at the healthcare system across the whole spectrum of healthcare provision, and this is a sign of a government that really understands and really cares about the health of our people. And I recommend this bill to the House. But if I can say just a little bit more in the few minutes that are left to me, we heard from the opposition some of their complaints about the health system. This is my 50th year, I will say, working in the public hospital system, and it seems to me like a very short period of time, but I've seen dramatic changes in the healthcare system over that period of time. I was a medical student when Gough Whitlam first introduced Medibank to Australia, and it was a revolution. It enabled people of limited means to access world quality healthcare, sometimes for the first time. I'm very, very proud of that achievement. That achievement was destroyed by Malcolm Fraser in his government and reintroduced as Medicare by the Hawke government, and we have relied on Medicare since that time. The opposition have tried again to destroy it, the Howard government, and then of course Peter Dutton, one of the worst health ministers that Australia's ever had, tried to introduce a Medicare co-payment and really tried to break down the fundamental basis of Medicare equitable care for all. And that was a great shame. Luckily, it didn't last long, and the Abbott government, who also didn't value healthcare, also didn't last long. But for the opposition to say they've always protected Medicare is simply untrue, and the track record shows that. The freezing of the Medicare rebates for almost 10 years by the previous coalition government was a tragedy, and it's led us to a position now where we have to pay catch-up. We can't fix the health system and every problem overnight, but I'm very proud to be part of a government and a Health Minister, Mark Butler, who understands the importance of national access to healthcare for everyone in an equitable manner. I'm proud to be part of a government that understands that, and we are repairing the damage that was done by almost 10 years of a coalition government. We're not going to fix it overnight, but we are dealing with it on an incremental basis, and there are many, many issues, of course, to deal with. It's not just access to GPs. We need to train more of our own doctors, for example. That's expensive, but we need to do it. We are still importing 50% of our GP workforce. That's too many. We need to be training more Australian-born doctors or Australian citizens as doctors. That's really important. We need to look at ways how we can encourage more of our medical trainees to move into rural, regional areas and even out of metropolitan areas. I think the present modelling, the modified Monash modelling, needs to be tweaked, certainly. And it's true in my electorate of Macarthur. We need to have better access to GPs in my electorate out of southwestern Sydney. We need to look at ways that we can use other members of the health workforce, our clinical nurses, our pharmacists, our allied health professionals, to provide access to primary care for people. Now, I'll just say a little bit about our pharmacists. The biggest single advance in healthcare in the last parliament, my belief, is the 60-day prescribing, which is effectively halved the cost for people paying for their medication. It was a huge advance. Long overdue, long overdue. But we had to fight the coalition tooth and nail to get that legislation through. And there was a huge marketing campaign by the pharmacists against 60-day prescribing. Absolute no-brainer. Virtually every other country in the world had 60 or even 90-day prescribing. This made the system much more efficient, so people didn't have to go to the pharmacist every month. They could go every couple of months. But it also meant that the cost of the prescriptions were mostly halved for many of our constituents. Great advance. There is much more to be done, and the reduction in prescription costs now to a maximum of $25 which the legislation was introduced today, is a huge advance. The Labor government understands the importance of healthcare across the whole economy and across the whole spectrum of Australia. No matter who you are, you get equitable access to healthcare in Australia because of the work of Labor governments. There have been some reasonable coalition health ministers. Peter Bowman was one, and I must say that I think the work that Greg Hunt did in the pandemic was good. But overall, Australia can thank Labor governments for the maintenance of a universal healthcare insurance system and equitable access to care, and I'm very proud to be part of a government that does support that. This legislation is a small part of that, but it's a sign of a government that understands the health system. Thank you.
I thank the member for Macarthur. The question is that the bill now be read a second time. If there are no further speakers, all those in favour say aye. All those against say no. I think the ayes have it. And I call on the clock.
Second reading, Health Insurance Pathology Fees Repeal Bill 2025.
A message has been received from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I will put the report question immediately. The question is that this bill be reported to the House without amendment. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. I call on the clerk.
Government business orders of the day. Next order, Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I advise the Federation Chamber that in the House it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the Aged Care Accommodation Payment Security Levy Amendment Bill 2025, and I call on the member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a crucial part of our life. We have the joy of birth. We look for obstetrics. We look for all the things, maternity wards. It's part and parcel of where the human condition comes into the world. We want the security of that. In so many areas, when you go to a new town in a regional area, the first thing that the wife, the lady, wants to know is, okay, if I'm going to have a baby, where am I going? And if you can't provide that, it becomes a real downer. It becomes a mechanism where people say, I'm a bit scared about going to this town. Then, of course, the schools, schooling. People want the capacity to say, where are my children going to go to school? What's the school like? Does it have the capacity to look after my child in such a form it gives them the best opportunity to go on with their life, whichever way that may be? That becomes a big consideration of a town. Then whether they're going to have jobs. What sort of job are they going to have? Where are they going to work? What sort of job is the partner, is the wife or the husband or either of the partners going to have? So important as to whether you consider that town. But later on, hospitals, of course, if you get sick. Then, of course, aged care. Aged care is very, very important. Every person goes through that time in their life, if they're lucky, where they have to consider the welfare of their parents or of people that they've grown to love and how they look after them in that time where they're vulnerable and unable to look after themselves. And this is where aged care is so vitally important. It is very similar, going to aged care, it's very similar to going to boarding school. You're going to an area that is different, it is not your home. Only the very discerning thing, it's a boarding school you're never going to leave. And so this is a time of fear in people's lives. And we have a role to make sure we placate that fear, and that we provide these people with the greatest dignity we can possibly afford them. This is why this accommodation payment security levy is part and parcel of providing that security. Madam Deputy Speaker, in my area, I spend a lot of time, as all House of Representative members do, no doubt, like yourself, going to aged care facilities. And it's the joy you bring to that facility by you being there, just sitting there for smoko, talking to people, you know, you find out that one of them's got a birthday and you've got to cut the birthday cake with them, and they've got their makeup on and you've got to sit and have the photo with them, and, you know, and once you give one a kiss on the cheek, you've got to give them all a kiss on the cheek, otherwise they get angry with you. But it's great. There's a real sense of joy of you being there. And you get a sense of joy being there because of that affinity of that aged care facility and what it gives back to that person. Madam Deputy Speaker, years ago, when I was Senator for Queensland, I was out at Boulia, which is, if you go west from Longreach, you go to Winton, then you go to Boulia, then you either go up north to Mount Isa or south down to Birdsville. I used to do a bit of work at Boulia. Now we're spending money on a road to get yourself some Boulia down to Laverton in Western Australia. And I hope the Labor Party continues on with that, incredibly important. But when you spoke to people in Boulia, their big town was Longreach. That was their big, the big smoke was Longreach. And you say, what do you want? They say, I want aged care. I want the capacity to retire and die in Boulia, because that's where I'm from. I'm not from Longreach. I'm not from Winton. Certainly not from Mount Isa. I want to live my life out in Boulia. And this is why it's part of this debate. We've got to see that we've got to make sure that aged care fits the requirements of all regional areas. I want to mention three in my electorate: Denman, Corindi and Emmaville. What I was just referring to then, went to Emmaville Aged Care Facility the other day, community run, and that's where I found out that they were all there and there was a birthday on and I had to preside over the birthday, and it was really, really nice. But they grabbed me, sat me down and said, we are going to go broke unless people clearly understand. We are a community-based facility. We are not for profit. There is no one who owns us. And people in these regional towns, with the requirements that governments put on them, they go back and they say, I'm not going to make myself vulnerable or liable for the requirements of an aged care facility for which I'm merely doing this as charity. I'm on the board as charity. And we've got to be careful. The requirements for 24-hour registered nurses, all these things, we've got to understand that what happens in Emmaville or Denman or Corindi, if those aged care facilities close down, those people have nowhere to go. There is no alternative. They can't all go down to Tamworth into palliative care. There's just nowhere to go. It'll be dynamite. Well, you literally have to almost put them back out in the street. So we've got to be very mindful in how we do this and understand that it's not all aged care facilities of Lane Cove or aged care facilities of Maribyrnong. It's aged care facilities in little regional towns. And there's got to be that nuance in this, that you let these people come in and understand when they walk in the door, you're talking to people who are doing this for charity. It was the same in Corindi, and that's us.
A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the divisions. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent division.
The member for New England in continuation.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. So, as well as saying, it's issues about how aged care and aged care policy understands the requirements of community-based facilities in small regional areas, for which if those community-based facilities are removed, there is no facility. There is no alternative. And what we are seeing, if I take Emmaville for instance, people come in from, unfortunately, a long way away from Emmaville to an obscure little town called Emmaville because there's no alternative from where they're from. And we also see in places the same thing at Denman. At Denman, there are people from Merry Wharf, from all around, from Singleton, that have come to the Denman Community Aged Care Facility because they have no aged care facility in their town. So we've really got to make sure that there's a nuance in the policy structure that understands this. Now, I'll give you a classic example of where a nuance is causing massive problems, and I'll go back to the Denman facility. In the Denman facility, we have fought for and received, and I thank the government for a $9.2 million grant. I thank the government for a $9.2 million grant. Exceptional, because we have people lined up to get into this community aged care facility, which also has palliative care, end-of-life care, in the Hunter Valley, where people have lived all their life from an area which provides all the coal, the resources that have propped up our nation. They're good people, work there. And I went to the league, before I was a member, used to be in Dan's seat, and then I took over. I went to the league, and the nurses there said, "Oh, we've got to catch up with you. We've got some issues with what's happening in the aged care facility." So I did, and they dragged me up there, and I went and had a yarn to them. Just listen to this. They have a 10-acre paddock for expansion on, right? 10 acres. 10-acre paddock, yeah. Your old-style western suburbs block was 1/4 of an acre. This is a 10-acre paddock. It's not big. Couple of trees on it, a little bit of a gully, old stock fence around it, bit of wire. There's nothing spectacular about this at all. In the middle of the Hunter Valley, so we're not in the Amazon jungle or in alpine areas, just a paddock with a couple of trees on it that is proximate to where their aged care facility is, which is where they have to expand to because they're blocked in where they are. They have to pay a carbon offset to build on that paddock. Now listen to this carefully. To build units for aged care people, for people in palliative care, so they can actually, when you think about it, move out of their houses and into aged care, therefore free up their houses for other people to live in. That's another part of the equation. It is going to cost that aged care facility, for the paddock they own, to pay the carbon offsets to, I don't know, some greaser out there, $3.51 million. $3.51 million for carbon offsets that has to be paid by an aged care facility to some carbon trader. Now, let's just turn that on its head, on the virtue side of it. Where would that money better be spent? I'm going to make this crazy assertion that maybe if they didn't have to pay it to some greaser who is probably a multi-millionaire who's basically buying and selling nothingness called carbon offsets, they could build more aged care units. They could look after more people. They could create the mechanism for more people to be treated with dignity in their life. They would be able to shorten the waiting time to get into the Denman aged care facility. And by so allowing people to go to the Denman aged care facility, you would have more free houses for people who do not have a house to move into because the grandparents will have moved out of their house. This is insane. This is something that really does need, and I put it on Facebook, I put it around, I'm talking about it here in the chamber. This is something where government should say, get on it. The minister should say, what on earth's happening there? Billy, go find out if that bloke's talking a load of garbage. Just find out if that's the truth. Chase that up for me and then come back, Minister. Unfortunately, we've made a call to the Denman aged care facility. It's the truth. Okay, I'm going to fix this. I'm going to fix this. Today, I'm going to do something splendid for the people of the Hunter Valley and for Australia in general. I'm going to ring up and the other minister and say, can we scrub this craziness? Can you, like, you've got a ministerial discretion? Good. Just use your discretion right now and ring them up and say, congratulations, we've just landed you another $3.51 million that you can now spend on units, which is what we want in aged care. And say to the greaser who thought they were in the line for $3.51 million off a community aged care facility, community members, say, unfortunately, it was a bad day in the office for you because you're not getting your money. Now, that's the sort of thing we can do. The sort of thing not we, the government can do. And there you go. So I've told you again. And it's just because the people sit back and go, how could you think, who could dream this rubbish up? And I didn't believe it, Madam Deputy Chair. I thought you're having a go at me, and I've done it on the Facebook post. She actually said, okay, Cyclone, here's the documentation. And there it was. They were talking 3.5, it was 3.51. And we might be able to get this down a bit. For what? For what? So we need to be more dynamic in dealing with aged care across all sectors. And to be able to say, okay, we need a policy for community-based aged care in small regional towns. We need to understand, we need to have a proper audit, like what actually do we need to do, not to put more costs on you, but to help you so that you can stay open and grow. Because there's more and more people, the baby boomers, as we know, are going into aged care. We've got to try and become more dynamic so that these people have got somewhere to go. Because Tamworth, my daughter's a doctor. They do not have the room in palliative care for anybody. There is no room. So the idea you close down an aged care facility is dynamite, because there literally is nowhere for these people to go. So we've got to keep these facilities open. And to go back to their home means the family have to look after them. That's probably, if we botch it, and it's everybody in Canberra, we botch it, that's where the only place you can go, back into the home. I am very, very, very lucky. A big old Catholic family out in the bush. So I got a big heap of us. We looked after both my mum and my dad till they died. Dad died at 98 and a half. Mum had a stroke, and we still looked after Mum. She had a serious stroke till she died. And brother's a doctor. Pat looked after her down at Wollongong. So we're very blessed. Why do I bring this up? Very expensive to look after your parents and your home. Probably $2,500 a week, minimum. That's about what it costs. And Madam Deputy Speaker, if we don't have aged care facilities, there's very few families that have $2,500 a week per parent. You've got to have nurses 24 hours a day, or you've got to have family members who are nurses, who are doctors, to look after them. So in closing, can we please have a close look at regional facilities, nuance this, especially community-based ones, and can you please, Minister, ring up the Denman Community Aged Care Facility and say, we want to talk to you about how we scrub this $3.51 million that you got paid for a carbon offset.
Thank you. The member for Mayo.
I thank the Deputy Speaker. In representing Mayo, the oldest electorate by median age in South Australia and among the top 10 oldest in the nation, I have the privilege of assisting my constituents with their aged care issues and those issues that are experienced by them and by their loved ones. So I wish to lend my voice to support my older constituents as we consider this bill. This bill will provide for technical and consequential amendments to give effect to the Aged Care Act 2024. It aims to ensure the Act's smooth implementation through transitional changes from the old to new Act, including ensuring correct payment of aged care subsidies, provision for interim services to be provided in high demand periods and allowing access to unspent funds, clarifying information sharing between the Department of Health and Ageing and Services Australia, and that's going to be very important, provision of substantial penalties for misuse of personal information, and requiring 5 yearly reviews of the aged care quality standards. The bill refers to aged care rules, the final version of which is not due to be tabled until October, and I hear a November 1 start date. This seems to be cutting things very fine for providers to prepare for implementation and for recipients of aged care to know what to expect. I understand the bill includes a time-limited rule making power to enable the government to move more quickly to address emerging issues following implementation. This is highly unusual and concerning, and I do not think this place should write a blank cheque by providing the Minister with the power to make rules which could alter and override rights, entitlements and obligations set out in the Act. That is the express intent of the Parliament without parliamentary consideration. That's the purpose of us being here. This bill also includes automated processes to support decisions on the classification level of aged care to which a person is entitled, the prioritisation and allocation of aged care places, and means testing to calculate how much a person should co-contribute financially to their care. Automation warrants real concern in my view, caution. And that particularly, I think, is given the sobering examples that we saw with robo-debt and the unfriendliness of online systems for older members of our community and for those who English is a second or perhaps third language. I therefore urge the government to guarantee improved availability of services to assist older people with that transition. Over the last 12 months, my constituents have reported sporadic difficulty and lengthy waiting times through to the Service Australia aged care line and My Aged Care. People will need quick, easy access to these supports and to aged care service officers to address any questions or problems that may arise out of the implementation of the new Act. And I note the bill avoids substantive changes to the Aged Care Act passed late last year. Unfortunately, this means some worrying policies, such as increasing co-payments for personal care, will not be revisited. And I remain concerned that increasing co-payments for personal care may be detrimental to older people who may feel that they cannot afford the care that they need. While help with a daily shower is not clinical care, a person's health can decline quickly, necessitating clinical care if they, for example, suffer an infection or a fall in the shower due to receiving inadequate personal care. I've asked advocates from the Council of the Ageing, COTA, National Seniors Australia, the Older Persons Advocacy Network known as OPAN, and Provider Peak Ageing Australia for their comments on this bill and thank them for their ongoing feedback on all things aged care related. I regret, as do these well-respected bodies, the delay in commencement of the new rights and protections for older people under the Act, but understand the need to defer the commencement from 1st of July this year to the 1st of November this year to enable providers and older people alike to properly prepare for change. I was pleased when the government heeded our calls by making a pre-election commitment to fund an additional 83,000 home care places from the 1st of July to address the huge number of people waiting a year or more for their approved home care packages to be allocated. The government's decision to defer delivery of these additional packages until after the new Act starts on the 1st of November, rather than the 1st of July as promised, is a great disappointment. And this will do one of two things. People will either end up injuring themselves and going into hospital, going perhaps prematurely into a aged care home. That is, of course, if they can get a bed, or indeed dying at home, perhaps prematurely. The peak bodies are also very concerned. National Seniors has pointed out that every time we refer to a backlog of the 87,597 packages, we are actually talking about nearly 90,000 people. This is people, not packages, who are not getting the care that they need and so rightly deserve. During that year of waiting for care for their approved level care, their health will likely deteriorate. They may have to be hospitalised or, as I said, relocate to residential care, and as I said, some will pass away. Last year, I asked the former Minister for Aged Care how many people had passed away or entered residential aged care during the 2023-2024 year while waiting for their approved level home care. I was informed that 3,383 people died and 7,380 entered residential aged care while waiting for their home care package that had been approved but was still not with them. These people had expressed the desire to receive help at home, preferred by them and cheaper for the taxpayer, and applied for this, but in the end they didn't receive it and their wishes were thwarted. The government's choice to continue this state of affairs when they have the power and the budget to address the delay in delivering home care is unkind to our most vulnerable citizens, and I would say it is unjust. Advocates share these concerns, and they've also called for the release of the additional packages per the government's pre-election commitment. And sadly, this has not been heeded. Delays are exacerbated by lengthening the wait times for aged care assessments at the start of the process. Before someone is approved to go on the National Priority System waiting list for home care, the government previously advised that the introduction of the single assessment system for aged care would help streamline assessment processes and clear backlogs. My constituents and peak bodies tell me that this is having the opposite effect. And while it may slow the growth of the actual waiting list, those numbers waiting for packages, those people waiting for packages, it inadequately reflects the build-up of unmet demand which continues to rise. My constituents Valerie and Peter have been trying since April to secure a reassessment for Peter, as his needs have changed markedly since his initial aged care assessment in 2021, despite growing urgency and their family's concerted contacts and efforts to contact My Aged Care and the assessment provider every week or two, and support from my office. They've only just secured a telephone reassessment for Peter this week, 3 months later. So it's unreasonable for families to have to advocate to this extent simply to secure an assessment date. We're not talking about the actual package. We're talking about someone actually conducting the assessment on a person, particularly when their needs change. Peter's family say they were advised by My Aged Care to book respite care for Peter in October without having an assessment conducted and approval in place. This was not tenable, since they were told it would be costing $600 per day compared with $40 to $60 per day if he had an assessment and approval for respite. Advocates advise that they are hearing from many older people seeking assistance with long assessment wait times. Some aged care assessment providers are resorting to telehealth to address the delays. And while this may seem quicker, telehealth aged care assessments are unlikely to deliver the best outcomes for older people, particularly those with more complex needs. Some carers report being asked by the assessor to comment on the abilities of the person being assessed without having the training to accurately describe this, all in the presence of the person that's being assessed. So after waiting 3 to 6 months for an assessment and then up to a year, and I would say over a year, for that home care package, when they finally do receive older care, people will be paying more for it under this new system that we're going to have. Increasingly, in the hourly rates of personal care and domestic assistance, as much as 100% have been flagged, an increase for some home care providers in Mayo, proposed to commence from the 1st of November. And some are above indicative price guides that have been issued for support at home services, and this will dramatically erode the care that people will be able to receive from their package money, even those guaranteed to be no worse off in terms of personal co-contributions. Charging twice as much per hour can only reduce the amount of care and services received. My constituent Beryl was provided with spreadsheets from her home care provider showing that if she were to maintain her current hours of personal care and domestic assistance following the introduction of support at home in November, she would have a funding shortfall of nearly $1,500 per month. Further, Beryl's funding would no longer cover services she has received for years: continence aids, Webster medication packaging, occasional meals, emergency alert monitoring, and more. Despite receiving aged care since 2020 and thus being no worse off in terms of co-payments, this price hike would create a stark deficit in Beryl's care from November the 1st. It is clear she would be worse off on so many measures. Fortunately, Beryl has since been approved for a high-level home care package. Rather than increasing her care as hoped, a significant proportion of this additional funding will be absorbed by increased hourly rates for core supports and trying to maintain some of her other pre-existing services. Government assurances sent to Beryl in May that there were measures in place to ensure home care fees are reasonable and appear empty given these price cap hikes that she is going to experience. I'm concerned at the costs of this new system for our older generations who have built this country, who have raised younger generations, who have paid their taxes to support others in times of need. And I also recognise the many benefits of the reforms, including an independent complaints process, safeguards for decision-making, protections for whistleblowers, enhanced quality safeguards and a rights-based aged care system. However, we are not doing right by older Australians with the current wait list for home care packages and the enormous unknown volume of people that are actually just waiting to be seen. So, in conclusion, Deputy Speaker, while I do support this bill, there are, despite a Royal Commission, many failings still in how we deliver aged care in our nation, and overall, we need to do much, much better by our older Australians. Thank you.
Thank you. The member for Indi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak to the Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment Bill. And I note the contribution from the member for Mayo, and I'd like to note her extraordinary commitment and knowledge of aged care and her advocacy in this space. We all learn a lot when we listen to the member for Mayo. The response to the Royal Commission into aged care quality and safety required a rebuild of our aged care system. It was ambitious for the government to implement the long-awaited aged care reforms to commence from the 1st of July. For the dignity and safety of the older people that our aged care system supports, for their families and workers across the sector, I understand that reforms of this magnitude must be implemented in a considered and effective way. But that ambitious start of July 1 became unrealistic, and that commencement of the new Act has been delayed until the 1st of November. But these delays are not without consequence, and we're seeing an impact of the delay in the delivery of services that help keep older Australians at home for longer. This bill legislates a myriad of technical amendments to give effect to the aged care reforms. Many of these are minor in nature, but still important to ensure that provisions like the no worse off principle can be applied for people who are already in aged care. I support these changes for the smooth implementation of the new aged care system, but there are two changes in particular that I wish to highlight today. First, this bill includes a new rule-making power that allows the Minister to make rules modifying the operation of the Aged Care Act we passed last year without passing legislation. Now, this is a broad power of delegation. According to the Scrutiny of Bills Committee, provisions such as these may limit parliamentary oversight and subvert the appropriate relationship between the Parliament and the Executive. They're the types of provisions the Scrutiny of Bills Committee are particularly concerned with. And while I would usually prefer powers such as these to remain within the Parliament, in this case, I support the inclusion of these delegated legislation powers because I support the intent behind them to ensure that continuity of care is maintained for older persons in the event of unforeseen or unintended consequences arising during the transition to this new Act. I'm also comforted by the safeguards in the delegated legislation powers. The Scrutiny of Bills Committee will continue to provide oversight. The powers will only operate for the first 2 years of the Act, and any rules made by the Minister which change the Act will be disallowable by the Parliament, allowing for some scrutiny. I urge the Government to ensure that any changes the Minister makes to the Act under this power be communicated to the Parliament and to the community more broadly. It's crucial that as we move into this new system, consultation with organisations like the Council of the Aged and the Older Persons Advocacy Network does not stop. This is a once-in-a-generation change. We must get it right, and to do so involves constant reflection and taking on board feedback from the people most affected. Second, this bill clarifies that under-supported home, gardening and cleaning services will no longer be capped at specific times, and this is a measure I welcome. When I spoke to the Aged Care Act 2024, I noted the concerns from my electorate of Indi about whether package funding would be enough to meet the real costs of these domestic services. So I'll be watching closely how it works in reality as home support transitions into the new home care packages. Travel costs remain a major challenge in regional and rural Australia. Impacting service availability puts pressure on already stretched workforce, and these costs are often higher than in our cities. Packages must account for this and not disadvantage regional Australians. Madam Deputy Speaker, I support this bill, but I take this opportunity to highlight serious deficiencies in the current home care system that my constituents are so very much relying on before the new Aged Care Act and supported home system commences. Home care packages make a life-changing difference for people across my electorate in North East Victoria. For older Australians, getting help with basics like cleaning and gardening preserves their ability to stay in their home for longer. And for their families, it provides the peace of mind that their loved ones are getting the care and support they need when they need it. But while the benefits of these packages are clear, the reality of getting an assessment leaves too many older people languishing on wait lists. We've just heard graphic descriptions of this from the member for Mayo. Workforce shortages across the aged care sector mean that older people in more remote parts of my electorate of Indi can struggle to receive services, or they receive a lower level of service with funding swallowed up by travel costs instead of care. In delaying the full rollout of aged care reforms, a move the sector acknowledges was necessary but frustrating, the government has also delayed the rollout of its promised 83,000 new home care packages, and this has caused real and growing concern. For those older Australians who are simply trying to live independently, this delay risks making an already difficult situation even worse. For their families, it means the juggle of providing what care they can and navigating the system, and that this is drawn out for even longer. The crossbench, alongside aged care advocates, made a clear, compassionate and practical plea to the government to fund 20,000 new home care packages under the current scheme and then transition those packages into the new supported home program when it begins. And yet, while more than 87,000 Australians remain stuck on a wait list that the government has provided no explanation, none, as to why they won't act on this. And this gives no comfort to my constituents, and it gives no comfort to me, as these people, these hard-working older Australians, are trying to secure assessment or services. As National Seniors Australia said, when we're talking about packages, we are talking about people. People who physically cannot shower themselves, or mop their floors, or mow their lawns, or clean their gutters, or prepare their meals. These matters are some of the most common and also some of the most heartbreaking stories that my office deals with week in, week out. And I promised the people of Indi I would hold the government accountable on services such as these, and I'll keep up that fight because this is way too important not to do that. I welcome the establishment of a Senate inquiry into home care packages initiated by Senator Pocock. This inquiry will examine the impact of delaying the supported home program and the withholding of the new home care packages in the transition. The crossbench continues to ensure that there is oversight and accountability to the government, always important but especially so for services that are critical to preserving the dignity and quality of life of our older Australians. Madam Deputy Speaker, with 4 months until the lights go green on the new aged care system, as the final report of the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety emphasised, our aged care system must assist older people to live an active, self-determined and meaningful life in a safe and caring environment that allows living in old age. And Madam Deputy Speaker, and the government more broadly, please make sure that this is our focus. Thank you.
The member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025 is important to put on the record some of the concerns that the Coalition has in relation to aged care. I just listened to the member for Indi very closely. She is concerned about some changes whereby the minister would have all of the say over changes which would previously be legislative. You'd expect a crossbencher to say that. I think we do need to allow ministers to be ministers. They have oversight of departments, of secretaries of departments, and I would like to actually see, in one sense, ministers not just be a tick and flick for departments and for secretaries, and I think that is occurring way too much. I think we have in this government a lot of ministers very, very cautious and careful about the knack and the ability for people to make anonymous complaints about a minister who doesn't abide by the wishes of their secretary or their department, and therefore they are nervous to make a decision and very nervous about a referral to the National Anti-Crime Corruption Commission. And I do think we elect ministers to be ministers. Secretaries will never have their name on a ballot paper, nor will faceless officials or bureaucrats. Ministers are there to be ministers, and I think this is going to be so important. Now, when it comes to aged care, I represent a lot of aged care centres, and whether it's Cootamundra or Cowra or Harden, Murrumbara, Junee, Temora, Young, even in a large centre such as Wagga Wagga, they are really struggling at the moment. I know that the Royal Commission into Aged Care, it had neglect as a title, in its title, and some of the examples that were exposed and came to light because of that probe, that investigation, were horrendous. There's absolutely no question. But for then the government, in a knee-jerk response, to adopt that recommendation to just have 24/7 registered nurses for each and every aged care centre has placed so much pressure on aged care centres in rural and remote Australia, and they are closing at far too much a rapid rate. We need them to be opening, not closing. And just take a little facility such as one that I know is within an easy drive of Wagga Wagga. They had around 20 clients, most of whom did not require the sort of care that would need a 24/7 nurse on hand, but all of a sudden they have to provide that around-the-clock supervision by an RN. Now, for an aged care provider such as this, it's not just one person, because when we take into account annual leave, stress leave, maternity leave, domestic violence leave, all the sorts of leave for an RN that is part and parcel of any workplace these days, you need about 5 people to cover that one position of 24/7, because obviously people can only work a certain number of hours each day too, preferably around 8. So therefore you're going to need 3 people a day to cover the 24-hour round-the-clock supervision, and you can't just have those 3 people working all year round. You need about 5-6 people, and when you've got those little centres looking after 20 people who are pretty healthy, it does provide a huge impost on their finances. They can only afford to charge as much as they can, and what we then end up seeing is a lot of the little aged care providers closing down, and they're often in little towns, and then people cannot age in place. So what happens is that a person who has lived in a little centre all of their lives, all of a sudden get packed up and shipped off to a large rural hub, regional city, and then they don't get the visitors, they don't have their family close by, people cannot visit them, and we see all too often this happening across regional Australia. And it's an unintended consequence, I appreciate, of what was, I guess, a well-intended recommendation of the Royal Commission, but it is placing such a burden on aged care providers in regional Australia, which were already struggling to make ends meet. And in the main, they were doing a wonderful job. They really were. Yes, you're always going to get examples of bad eggs doing the wrong thing, putting the making of money first, and the provision of health care for our vulnerable aged secondary. But in the main, particularly in regional Australia, our providers are doing a great job. And I visited a centre at an aged care provider at Borough recently, and they're just doing a fantastic job, and I pay great credit to them. At the Frank Whidden Masonic Homes in Temora, I know Mayor Rick Furman, who is actually OAM, who is actually in Parliament today. I know he's still keen to see the $3.7 million that was allocated by the coalition government to Whidden Homes see the light of day. They made changes to the infrastructure that they were going to provide. It was COVID, there were a whole lot of other factors that came into play, but now they're still waiting and wondering where their money is, and they're not seeing any gratification from the Labor government, which says it's going to be a government for all and leaving no one behind. Well, unfortunately, Temora are being left behind in this regard, and I would urge and implore the Aged Care Minister to pay attention to that request by Whidden Homes in Temora. Temora is, like many of our regional cities and towns and villages and hamlets and districts, it has an ageing population, and particularly so. But we want to see people be able to age in place. The Coolman Aged Care Centre recently reopened a wing of around 10 to a dozen beds, which had been closed because they couldn't find staff, and that's another big problem. I appreciate, Deputy Speaker, you're from Canberra. It wouldn't be the issue for your aged care centres in your electorate as it is in the Riverina, which my electorate now shares a common boundary with you. But that line on that map, there's a big difference between the haves and the have-nots, let me tell you. It's more than just a line on a map. And at Coolman, they couldn't find staff. They had to go and get special provision to get staff in from overseas so that they could reopen that wing. And let me tell you, the beds were filled very, very quickly. Now, Coolman is not that far from Wagga Wagga, but even in Wagga Wagga, the aged care beds are all taken up very, very quickly. With the passage of the Albanese Government's Aged Care Act of 2024 in the last Parliament, the Coalition upheld our commitment to a rights-based act for older Australians to guarantee a world-class aged care system into the future. And we are going to be absolutely needing a world-class aged care system into the future because, Deputy Speaker, we're all getting older. We are. And the older we get, the more that aged care centre looms. We should all be very nice to our children because I think it's ultimately them who are going to make the decisions about where we go and when we go. But through our coalition's persistent negotiations on the Act, we were able to achieve significant improvements to the government's reforms, albeit proposed at the time, to protect the interests of older Australians and future generations. I know a lot of our aged care centres in rural Australia are often community-led, community-run, community-supported organisations. They are locals who form committees, who form trusts, who run these places, not for profit, and by gee, they do a remarkable job. One of the most critical outcomes of our efforts was the introduction of grandfathering arrangements. These arrangements guarantee that Australians who are already in residential aged care on a home care package or assessed as to be waiting for their allocated home care package will not see any changes to their existing arrangements, and that is important. I know the member for Indi talked about the number of Australians who are still waiting for their home care packages to come through, and this delay is not helping matters. And I have to say, one of the situations with the staffing arrangements in rural Australia is not helped by the number of people who are now going to work on the National Disability Insurance Scheme and getting out of aged care. I appreciate the government, and I do appreciate, I mean that in every sense of the word, has increased the pay for aged care workers, and commend the government for that. They are doing a wonderful job for Australia's, in some cases, most vulnerable, but it still doesn't equate to some of the money being earned in the NDIS space, and we have lost a lot of good workers, people who had qualifications, people who went to TAFE and elsewhere to gain those qualifications, and are now leaving the aged care sector and going to work in the NDIS space because they can earn a lot more money, and their skills have been lost to aged care, and that is a great shame. Now, it's no surprise that in the first week of the 48th Parliament, the government has introduced this bill to amend 325 items of Labor's own legislation passed just months ago. And that's why we seek to have this bill sent to committee to ensure appropriate scrutiny is placed upon the proposed amendments. I say that even though I do believe ministers have a responsibility to not just tick and flick the in-tray proliferation that sometimes secretaries and departments put in front of them. I know, I've been a minister, and I know how this is the case. We remain increasingly concerned, and I have to say disappointed by the lack of transparency this government has shown during the process of reform. 325 changes to Labor's own legislation is not an insignificant number. 197 repeals to Labor's own legislation is also not an insignificant number. Many of these are a result of Labor's lack of consultation with older Australians and the broader aged care sector. And when ministers and even bureaucrats are making these sorts of reform, they really should reach out, particularly to those NFPs I mentioned earlier, to see these community-led, community-run organisations and what they're doing, and ask, how is this going to affect what you do? How is this going to affect your bottom line? They're not making riches, trust me. What they're doing is they're putting in place measures to keep the lights on and to keep the doors open and to keep the beds for aged care people, for people who are seeking to go into aged care, who've lived in those local communities all of their lives. And it is simply not right that they're left high and dry because of decisions made in this city which affects their life, because they then have to be, as I said before, packed up and shipped away to far off aged care centres in communities that they are not familiar with people they do not know. And whilst I appreciate that they will still be provided, hopefully, quality care, it's just got to be more than that. We have to be more empathetic, more sympathetic to the needs of our aged care residents, but also our aged care providers in, as I say, regional, rural and especially remote Australia. We won't seek to delay the passage of this bill. Australians deserve better than broken promises, more procrastination. I understand that, and delay by this Albanese Labor government. But these changes have to be scrutinised to ensure the process of reforms can be implemented in the best way possible, because at the end of the day, our society is ageing, and we need to provide the very best quality of care, but for want of a better word, there also needs to be the quantity of care. And at the moment in regional Australia, it's tough. It's tough to make ends meet for these providers. They do a grand job. I take my hat off to them. And you take people like those who are running the centre at Gundagai, they're doing it really tough.
Thank you. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I put the question. All in favour say aye. Against no. Declare that carried, and I call the clerk.
Second reading, Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025.
A message has been received from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I will put the report question immediately. The question is that this bill be reported to the House without amendment. All in favour say aye. Against no. Declare that carried, and call the clerk.
Government business, orders of the day. Next order, resumption of debate on the Aged Care Accommodation Payment Security Levy Amendment Bill 2025.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I put the question. All in favour say aye. Against no. Declared that carried, and I call the clerk.
Aged Care Accommodation Payment Security Levy Amendment Bill 2025. Second reading.
If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I will put the report question immediately. The question is that this bill be reported to the House without amendment. All in favour say aye. Against no. Declare that carried, and I call the clerk. No? Okay. The Federation Chamber will now suspend until 4 p.m.
I call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day, Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill number 1, 2025. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
Okay, the question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's interesting today we have in this chamber two people who have both been the Deputy Chair of the National Security Committee, and it's what is not astounding is why we find this issue so important. Australia has found themselves in circumstances unlike, I would suggest, anything since the Second World War, maybe in similarity to the Cold War. We have to understand exactly how that there is a malevolent force that does not believe in the democratic principle, does not believe in the rule and the general rules of law of the international community. We have to understand that this process is not a secret. There are 14 points that have been delivered to Australia about how it must act. So this is not anything of any peculiarity. One only needs to read about the circumstances of history and how the world works. Might reflect deeply, because this is something of the utmost importance to me, noting that this is about the compulsory questioning, but within the framework of ASIO. There was a time around, I won't get the time right, about 260 BC. There was a formidable power. It was called Carthage. Carthage basically dominated the Western Mediterranean. And the Carthaginians, which were really the Phoenicians, which really in today's parlance were the Lebanese, occupied a whole section of coast, and within that remit of their power, they included the island of Sicily. And Sicily was part of their dominion, as was the sections of the Iberian Peninsula. Now, what was happening at the same time is there was a rise of another power, and it was also on the Italian peninsula, and that was Rome, not Latinium, but Rome. And Rome had the issue of they were a bit unhappy about the Carthaginians being in Sicily, so they decided to push them out. It took them a range of times to do it, but they finally did it. And on that circumstance, and I don't want to sort of dwell on it too much, except history repeats itself, and one of the things was after that we had the domination of the Western Mediterranean speaking Latin, and the whole culture changed to Roman. That's how society works. It's challenge and response. This is the text I'd study at high school. We've got it again. China wants the Western Pacific, rather than the Western Mediterranean, to be part of a Mandarin-speaking, their words, a Mandarin-speaking culture. It says that democracy is not essential. Democracy is a secondary form of government to guided government, which is, to be quite frank, totalitarianism, the unitary power of a person that subordinates the right of the individual. And we have seen that in splendid form in recent times. Obviously, basically the unilateral takeover of the South China Sea. I think you would see it in a more exceptional form of how it deals with the individual as to what happened to the citizens of Hong Kong after with the incremental increase of Chinese power and Chinese ethos. Journalists just taken off the street. Some of them so brave that they went back and revisited their belief in that ubiquitous nature of what we are as humans, their desire for freedom, their desire to speak their mind, their desire and they believe their responsibility for other people to know all the facets and judgments that make up an open society. They were not allowed to have that. We had tennis players, major ones, one lady especially, who happened to make a statement against the government, never to be seen again, except once they paraded her out for a meeting. This is the world we are living in now. And they've been in this building. They've been in this building. So we know about the inference and the capacity of the, not the Chinese people, but the communist regime to have their agents or their quasi-agents or their sympathisers working in this building. So this is not pretend. This is happening. We're in live time. At the change of government, which I could see happening, you know, we're not fools, we could see it happening, to senior Labor Party people, I said to them in the corridor, if there's one thing you must be aware of, don't think the communist influence is coming. The communist influence is here. The communist actors are here. They're here right now. And what's so important about this is with this incremental attack on our democratic way of life, with this incremental attack on the sovereignty of our nation, with unfortunately the circumstances and prevarications and uncertainty in US policy that we've seen lately, we have to be so incredibly astute, aware and on our toes. We have to be on point, not O-N-P-O-I-N-T, on point, E-N, as the French term is standing on your toes. And we have to understand that if we don't make ourselves aware and understand the role of ASIO and understand the role of ASIS, that we are putting our nation at risk. I might say I was concerned where in the National Security Committee the government talked about removing ASIO and ASIS. That is not the place, that is not the thing you want to do. You need to have in that fridge-like chamber that if you're lucky enough one day you'll get to sit in, all the information that is before you and what the decisions that you have to make, which at times have people's lives on the line, And we need to invest in these agencies so that they are at the top of their game. They're at the very top of their game. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is going to become even harder now, harder. And one of the things that stands behind the difficulty that's now arising is in what is happening with artificial intelligence. With artificial intelligence, as we move towards quantum computing, the capacity of a malevolent force to have effect and see everything you do and hear everything you say and observe every document you write and to know of every interrelationship you have with every colleagues, and to see, if I know, just on a, let's talk on a really fundamental thing, if once I get access to your phone, and they do, I also have access to every person you talk to. I know every person you talk to. And with AI, I don't have, it's not like humans going around listening to people, it's AI listening to people. And they're listening to the people who you talk to. And they're listening to the people that they talk to, and they can do it very easily, cover this wide dynamic and absorb this information. So it doesn't take them long before they know exactly what the Labor caucus is saying. It doesn't take them long before they know exactly what the coalition is saying. It doesn't take them long before they know exactly if you're of all the interrelationships you have, and you can bet one of those paths leads to Babylon. Leads to the capacity for a person to say, got it, I'm inside. I'm inside and hearing everything. And how do we suss these people out? We have had people in Cabinet who we later find are very closely aligned with companies that are state-owned enterprises of the Chinese government. That was not, and I, at the time, was aware of them. And that's a disgrace. That's a total disgrace. treacherous. And I'm not for one moment saying, oh, they're on the Labor side. Oh, no, they're on ours. They're around. They're around. And so we also have a responsibility in this room and as members of Parliament just to keep our eyes and ears open, just to listen to people. I hate to say it, don't take them on face value. Listen to them and be aware. Be aware. There is a lot of money to be made if you are treacherous. Lots of money to be made if you are treacherous. You can set yourself up very well, if you are treacherous. And that's when you need an organisation such as ASIO to come in and say, we want to ask you some serious questions. You're going to sit down. I always believed, when I used to think about this, that what would be great is if you had senior members, highly respected members, from both sides of the political fence, retired out of Parliament, who had a role to basically have general observation of members of Parliament and to have their capacity to walk in and say, we want to have a yarn to you. We want to have a yarn to you about warning you about things. We want to have a yarn to you about how you don't get yourself into a tricky situation. In my head, I had the ideas of people such as Kim Beazley and John Howard, who could just say, well, we're going to talk to you. We're going to talk to you. And also, if there was any suspicion, say, no, I really want to talk to you. And today we have an ASIO officer in the room with us. And we're going to find out exactly what you've been up to. We're interested. Because if we don't understand this, we are fools. We are so foolish. Our role right now for this nation has at its apex to become as powerful as possible, as quickly as possible. Because we've got to understand the circumstances that we are in. We have to understand why, and it's not just, tell you, the Russians are very good too. The Russians are excellent. The Chinese are very, very good. North Koreans have a crack at it, Iranians have a crack at it, and others. But don't think for 1 second they're stupid. Don't think they're off their game. They are on point. And if we sort of saying, oh no, that's all in the past, it's actually more now than it was in the past. So I commend this bill, and I hope that that in doing so, that other people just understand what we need to do. I hope they understand of the dramatic build-up that even Minister Wong has given reference to, the dramatic build-up of the communist arsenal, which no one can really explain why, and they certainly don't want to tell us why. But I suppose you can divine why. You can sit back and think about why you need the projection of power. I think we could all ask ourselves the question, what was the purpose of a Chinese flotilla circumnavigating Australia? What was the message that was being sent when they conducted live fire exercises in the Tasman Sea adjacent to Sydney? Why were they doing that? Were they sending you a message of don't step out of line or you'll be in trouble? Why did they send their research vessel, which was obviously finding any intelligence it can, through Bass Strait? Why do they hack into our computers? Why do they send vessels to monitor all electronic communications off Rockhampton? Why do they do that? Why do they do that? And why right now are they absolutely scrambling and doing a very, very, very good job at being at the apex, or getting themselves to the between Silicon Valley and China at the apex of AI for their assessment processes? Why do they incarcerate Uyghurs? Why did they build access roads into India? Why did Wang Yi go to Timor-Leste, Port Moresby, Vanuatu, Solomon Islands, Kiribati, communications with the Cook Islands, had a look at Fiji? Why would they do that? Are they bored? Is there nothing on? Or are they thinking about encirclement? Encirclement and the capacity to put us under threat. I'll close on this. If we get this wrong, people say they're going to invade. No, that's too expensive. I'll give you the number one thing they have in mind. The trading currency for Australia, whether you like it or not, we are all dealing in US dollars. US dollars. But imagine if it was forced on you that you had to trade in RMBs, Chinese yuan. At that point, at the moment of that point, they determine the value of everything in Australia. They have completely economically dominated Australia without ever firing a bullet.
Thank you. I call the member for Riverina.
I am surprised, Deputy Speaker, there is not a long list of members wishing to address this issue. It's been left up to the member for New England and I to talk on this very important topic. And it is an important topic. Probably nobody gets it better than two former deputy chairs of the National Security Committee, because we have both seen and heard things within a framework of that role that are very disturbing, and no doubt the government also has information before it that is worrying. Why else would the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Defence, member for Koala, say that we live in the most precarious times since World War II? And that is why this bill and other measures that the government is taking are important. And I appreciate that for social media exercises that reducing HECS debt sees just about every Labor member on their feet making 10-minute statements, even though the legislation had long since left the House of Representatives. I understand that. We live in a political environment. We do what we need to do. But when it comes to a bill such as this, the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bills number 1 and 2 of 2025, I am a little bit disappointed that there aren't any Labor speakers who want to get to their feet and talk about this, because it is important. Our national security has to be the number one issue facing the government, this parliament, because if we keep our people safe, that is our main objective. And the member for New England has summed that up very succinctly. It's not about worrying about reds under the bed. It's not about being alarmist. It's about making sure that we have the measures in place in a world being taken over by artificial intelligence, in a world being taken over by nefarious characters, in a world where sometimes the great unknown is very much on our doorstep, and we have to be ready. The price of peace is eternal vigilance, and when you've got two former deputy chairs of the Security Committee, the number one security committee in this nation, you know that, as willing to speak on this, you know it's an important topic, you know it's an important bill. Now, these complementary bills seek to extend and expand the compulsory questioning powers in Division 3 of Part 3 of the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Act 1979, the ASIO Act. That's what these bills are about. But more than that, that's the substance. But more than that, we know how important they are because the member for New England and I, because we've heard, we've seen, we've lived the sort of evidence that you get before that committee, that you know that the government has a responsibility, and a huge responsibility it is, to take every precaution to keep its citizens safe. And we've seen just in recent times with the Girol caravan incident, you turn on the television any given day and there are incidents around the world, but more specifically they're happening on an increasing basis here at home. And often they are mad and bad and sad people, but they are occurring. And we've seen since October 7, 2023, in capital cities, but also in my hometown of Wagga Wagga, people taking the Middle East situation way too far. In fact, there is a person who is appearing in court next month in Wagga Wagga for the sort of window displays that he put up that will be a real test case for this sort of situation. I'll leave the court to worry about that. That is their place to do that. But ASIO needs the powers necessary to be able to do everything it can to keep Australians safe. And I have to give plaudits to the people who do keep us safe. These ASIO officials, these top-level intelligence agents, we have very good people in those areas. Mike Burgess and others have done a power of good keeping us safe. And if we know about some of the incidents that have happened, heaven only knows some of the incidents that perhaps none of us know about, but they've actually saved us from and kept Australians safe. I also want to give a shout out to the new Assistant Minister for Defence, the member for Wills, and I'll say that because I know he was former Prime Minister Kevin Rudd's one of his chief intelligence people, and I know he had a role in 2024 and up to the election as Special Envoy for Social Cohesion. And I've had a number of discussions with the member for Wills in relation to security, in relation to public safety, and I regard his experience very highly. It's good that we've got people on both sides of the chamber who are very adept in this regard. I note from the pages in front of me that the member for Canning, the Shadow Minister for Home Affairs, has a deep and abiding interest in this as well. Former highly regarded and decorated SIS personnel, member of the SAS, and we need people like that in our parliament. We truly do. Now, I've got a ban from Russia for being the Deputy Prime Minister during the Morrison years. I wear that as a badge of honour, actually. I didn't want to go to Moscow anyway, or anywhere else for that matter. If they don't want me, that's fine. But as the member for New England said, they are amongst us, not just Russians, but people who we quite frankly don't want to have in our country. They come here under the guise of being, visitors and great diplomats, etc., but they come here to try to subvert people. They come here in this building to sway people to do the wrong thing, and we need to be aware of that. And the member for New England, I think, was not being alarmist when he said we all, as members of Parliament, need to be very careful about who we meet, what we say, what we agree to, and particularly those who hold ministerial positions, because there are people out there who would take people of good faith and intentions down as quick as look at them to promote their evil. And the member for New England also mentioned the situation with China circumnavigating Australia. That was for no good reason that China does this, and I listened very closely to the Defence Minister saying that, well, it's in open international waters. Yes, it was, but why would China be circumnavigating our nation? Why would they be doing live firing exercises in the Tasman Sea off the Sydney coastline for any good reason? This is not good. This is not good. And we need to send the strongest possible advice to our largest trading friends that friends don't do this to one another. And I can well remember when then Prime Minister Tony Abbott made his shirt front remarks. Remarks. Over the downing of an aircraft by the Russian military, and next thing we know, off the Queensland coast, we had the Russian fleet. Now, Putin obviously wanted to flex his muscles. We've all seen him with those, the shirt off and pumping out his chest. Yeah, good on you. This is not how we should be seeing behaviour by world leaders and by countries which, quite frankly, in this day and age, we should be doing everything we can to promote peace. We live in a troubled world, we really do, and I mentioned AI before, and we just have to be on our guard. We have to make sure that not only do we have the right people in our defence personnel, in our Army, in our Air Force, in our Navy, but the right intelligence officers, and we need the right investment to ensure that ASIO and other intelligence organisations, counterintelligence organisations, have the right resources and the right people and in the right places right now to ensure that they can continue to keep Australians safe. Now, these bills amend the compulsory questioning powers in the ASIO Act to expand the scope of adult questioning warrants to include sabotage, promotion of communal violence, attacks on Australia's defence system and serious threats to Australia's territorial and border integrity, in addition to espionage, politically motivated violence, including terrorism and acts of foreign interference. And I'm sad to say that we have seen examples of every single one of those in recent times, and it is worrying. And, you know, not to place too much of a thing on it, but even our parliamentary process was interrupted in question time today by 3 people protesting, and they shouldn't have. I'm not against protesters, I am not, but not in our House of Democracy when we're trying to debate important topics at question time. Should we see people standing up and being unruly and being disorderly? And I do hope that the Speaker finds out those people, gives them a lifetime ban. Why muck around? Don't give them a 12-month ban. Give them a lifetime ban from this place, because they hold up a sign today. What do they do tomorrow if they're allowed to get away with it? And if a member has signed those people in, well, whatever the Speaker has at his disposal to admonish that member, he should do so too, because let's remember, they were in the Speaker's gallery. They had to have a ticket to get in there, and that ticket had to be signed off by a member. So I hope that member who signed those 3 unruly people is shaking in their boots right as I speak. Now, these bills also amend the eligibility and termination provisions for prescribed authorities to ensure the independence and impartiality of persons appointed to the role. And we know that if we have people questioning people who are of ill repute, we know that as a nation we will abide by international law, international rule, the international-based rule of law. We do that always, even with our military, and I've been with our military on those parliamentary trips where we've seen our military in action. They take every course of action, legal and otherwise, to ensure what they're doing is the right thing, is covered under the international rule of law. The same does not apply to our enemies. It does not. These bills also introduce additional reporting requirements to ensure the Attorney-General, and I compliment the member for Greenway in her ascension to that role. I think she'll do a fine job, she will. Is made aware of any relevant information regarding conduct under a compulsory questioning warrant. Require that post-charge questioning occurs only before a prescribed authority who is a retired judge, and make the framework permanent by repealing the sunset provision. We do what we need to do to keep Australians safe. Whether it's a Labor government or whether it's a coalition government, we cannot afford to water down any provisions to keep Australians safe. I do have confidence in the government to do the right thing, because the protection of our people is too important not to get right, and we need to make sure that we do everything we can in that regard. Now, Bill 2 also amends the Intelligence Services Act of 2001 to permit the PJSIS to undertake a further review of the operation effectiveness and implications of the framework 3 years after the commencement of the bill. So we have Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security oversight of this. That's important so that parliamentarians get a say, along with the National Security Committee, along with the relevant ministers, right up to the Prime Minister. And that's the way it should be. I don't go along with the Greens. Thank goodness there's only one of them in the House of Representatives wanting to have all sorts of oversight on these. God help us, whoever the Greens get anybody anywhere near the National Security Committee, because then we'd all be in trouble. But I do recommend these bills. They're important, they're necessary, and they will keep Australians safe.
Thank you. There being no further speakers, I put the question that this bill now be read a second time. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. Ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Act 1979 and for related purposes.
A message has been received from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, no, I will put the report question immediately. The question is that this bill be reported to the House without amendment. All those in that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, next order of the day, Pacific Banking Guarantee Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Pacific is our home. It is in our interest to foster a resilient, connected region that enables all our economies to grow and our people to prosper. The Albanese government has brought new energy and ambition to revitalise our Pacific partnerships after a decade of neglect. We're using all tools of statecraft, security cooperation, development cooperation and people-to-people links to do this. We're also supporting the services that underpin economic growth, such as banking, aviation and critical infrastructure. Deputy Speaker, the Pacific looks to us first for support. That is what good neighbours do. We're also facing a more uncertain international environment, and we are in a permanent contest in the Pacific. Both the Foreign Minister and I have repeated that many times. That is why it's been so important that there has been such a transformational change in Australia's approach to the Pacific since we were elected in 2022. We've signed landmark treaties with Tuvalu and Nauru, creating a safer region and advancing our position as a security partner of choice. We strengthened cooperation with Papua New Guinea through our bilateral security agreement and our landmark National Rugby League deal. These are both underpinned by strategic trust. We're also getting the relationship with Solomon Islands on a better footing by building its police force, and this confirms our position as their security partner of choice. We're also building a proud track record assisting one another after natural disasters. Most recently, we worked to support Vanuatu after its earthquake on December 17 last year, getting rescue and humanitarian teams on the ground within 24 hours of Vanuatu's request. And we shouldn't forget, Madam Deputy Speaker, that when Australia was hit by the terrible bushfires of 2019-20, Fiji sent 54 of its soldiers to help our emergency response. I will always be grateful for that. Our investments have helped ensure every Pacific Island Forum country will have an undersea telecommunication cable by the end of 2025 to bolster economic growth, and I met with Prime Minister Teo of Tuvalu yesterday to discuss their recent connection, and we're building people-to-people links. A love of sport is a connection we share with the Pacific, and we're building sports cooperation, whether it's rugby league with PNG, soccer with Vanuatu and the Solomon Islands, netball throughout the Pacific, rugby union with Fiji, Tonga and Samoa. This is bringing our countries closer together, and we're committed to growing and strengthening the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme so it delivers on the region's ambitions for more skills and opportunities. And this includes expanding opportunities for Pacific and Timor-Leste and embedding a skills dividend in the scheme while helping fill vital worker shortages in regional and rural Australia. And we've created the first ever Pacific permanent migration pathway through the Pacific Engagement Visa, responding to a long-standing request from our Pacific partners. And the first ballot for that PEV had 56,000 applications for only 3,000 spots, demonstrating the strong support throughout the Pacific for this important scheme. And our engagement with the Pacific is underpinned by this government's recognition that climate change is the #1 concern of the Pacific. All this has helped us to build transformational relationships. For example, our landmark Valley-Pillar Union Treaty with Tuvalu responds to Tuvalu's position at the front line of the climate crisis, and recognising this has enabled us to unlock greater security cooperation. The bill we're debating right now, Deputy Speaker, is part of our commitment to our Pacific neighbours. The Albanese government places a high priority on ensuring that the Pacific and Timor-Leste remain connected to the global financial system. The Pacific, unfortunately, has experienced the fastest withdrawal of correspondent banking relationships anywhere in the world. So just as the Pacific suffers the worst consequences of climate change, its businesses, workers and people are being disproportionately affected by bearing the cost of debanking. Secure access to the global financial system and banking services is critical for economic growth, financial inclusion and overall stability. That's a statement of the bleeding obvious, but it's very important. At a national level, banking services mean government and businesses can engage in international trade, can progress projects for infrastructure and essential services and maintain and grow their economies. At a local level, banking services allow people to start up a new business and to maintain and grow their existing businesses. They enable workers to send money home to support their families and communities. For example, we've seen for many years just how significant remittances can be. Under the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme, workers from the Pacific contribute to Australia by filling labour gaps in regional and rural areas and specific industries. Right now, over 30,000 palm workers are filling those labour gaps, and again, on behalf of the government, I want to say how grateful I am to them, their families and their countries for assisting the Australian economy. At the same time, those workers are sending back, on average, $1,500 per month to their families and communities back home. And I've visited many communities in the Pacific and Timor-Leste, and I've seen firsthand how this income directly alleviates poverty in local communities. It helps pay for food and other essentials. It pays for education, medicine, and even is used to start small businesses, contributing to economic growth and job creation. Importantly, it's also dealing with gender equality and the divide that we see in many nations around the Pacific. Now, Deputy Speaker, banking services are essential in supporting remittances and funds transfers through people, organisations, businesses and nations. Australia and our Pacific partners want to avoid the situation where Pacific nations are debanked and lose access to timely and affordable cross-border payments and banking services. This is not about any individual country. This is about enhancing our cooperation with our Pacific Island neighbours. This is about listening to their needs and working together on solutions. We all want to live in a region that is peaceful, stable and prosperous, a region where our partnerships are grounded in respect, including respect for sovereignty, and we're committed to doing our part to contribute to this vision. For over 140 years, Australian banks have been a partner to the Pacific region. Today, 3 Pacific nations use the Australian dollar as their national currency, underscoring our economic interdependence. And in fact, the Foreign Minister of Nauru had reminded me about how generous they are to let us use their currency in Australia. But banks are not just financial intermediaries. They are symbols to our commitment to the region. They are a key to stronger trading and investment relationships between us and our Pacific neighbours. Their presence in the Pacific ensures that our neighbours can stay connected to the global financial system and experience secure, reliable and high-quality services. And I've directly engaged with Pacific leaders and Australian bank executives to find ways to ensure that that we have an enduring banking presence in the region. Australian banks' Pacific operations are lauded for maintaining high standards of service quality and high rates of regulatory compliance, helping to thwart financial crime. The importance of this cannot be overstated. Economic instability creates vulnerabilities that can be exploited by transnational criminals and other bad actors. Ensuring that the Pacific has a robust financial system mitigates financial crime risks and supports economic resilience. A financially stable Pacific benefits Australia too. And I thank the Commonwealth Bank of Australia for providing banking services to Nauru in our national interest. And this is a critical part of the Nauru-Australia Treaty. Under that treaty, Australia committed to ensuring that Nauru will not be left without a bank when the Bendigo and Adelaide Bank departs this year. The treaty also reflects our shared commitment to security that is led by the Pacific family, which is in our deep national interest. I also acknowledge ANZ's commitment to remain in 8 Pacific markets and Timor-Leste. ANZ has been in the Pacific for 140 years, playing an incredibly important role. I remember meeting in the Solomon Islands the regional ANZ manager, where he briefed me about how they reduced their fees during the COVID period for remittances because they knew that there was thousands of Solomon Islander workers stuck in Australia trying to send money back to sustain their families when their region was devastated by the economic impact of COVID. The guarantee contained in this bill will support meaningful access to face-to-face banking services. It will also support enhancements to ANZ's banking services, including its digital banking services. ANZ will continue to support access to international money transfers and correspondent banking services, and will also support Pacific countries through infrastructure financing in line with the bank's credit risk policies. The guarantee is a responsible and low-risk way to secure ANZ's long-term commitment to the Pacific. Supporting the Pacific Banking Guarantee Bill 2025 is how members in this House can also advance our national interest. A secure, stable and inclusive financial system in the Pacific is not just beneficial to the region, it's in Australia's national interest. We're also doing our part to address the structural factors that are leading banks to exit the Pacific. This includes helping to build digital identity infrastructure in 7 Pacific jurisdictions, building the capacity of financial intelligence units so Pacific governments can respond to money laundering and terrorism financing risks, trying to find ways to address the lack of scale in Pacific countries' financial markets, and we're doing this in partnership with the World Bank. And I met with the Deputy Head of the World Bank yesterday to discuss this important project, and we're supporting secure and affordable channels for Pacific workers to remit money, and we're doing this with New Zealand and the European Union. So, Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to be part of a government progressing this important piece of legislation. We must ensure that Australia remains the partner of choice for the Pacific. Let us be clear that safeguarding banking services and the financial system is all about underpinning greater economic resilience and security in our region. We're committed to listening and working together with our Pacific neighbours on issues that matter to us both. This bill is a clear demonstration of our commitment to do this, and I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. I call the member for Latrobe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his eagerness to support our great friends in the Pacific. I know his intentions are well and truly for the right reasons. The same on this side of the House. I also acknowledge the former Minister for Pacific Islands, the member for Riverina, and they'll be speaking with me after this. I do make the point, though, the previous government never neglected our Pacific neighbours. In actual fact, delivered a record $2.7 billion in Pacific support in 21-22 across aid, infrastructure, health and security, became the first and only country with diplomatic posts in every Pacific Island Forum nation, expanded regional security through the $2 billion Pacific Marine Security Program, including delivery of the Guardian-class patrol boat, something so important for our region. When it comes to this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, in principle we definitely support the bill. We support the intentions of the bill, the Pacific Banking Guarantee Bill. However, we believe it needs to go to a Senate Economics Legislation Committee because there are questions which need to be answered in regards to this. And one of the first ones I will talk about is when it comes to the local bank over there in the South Pacific, the Bank South Pacific itself. It's ASX listed. I met with a number of the executives the other day and they gave me a bit of a rundown of what they do, and I'll just go through it here. 97% of the BSP is owned by the South Pacific, making it fundamentally drive of the region's prosperity. The PNG government owns 22% in South Pacific, superannuation funds 36%, and the largest shareholder in BSP, and one of the largest employers, 4,600. So one of the points I'd like to make is we want to make sure their voice is heard, because when it comes to remote areas in the Pacific, that's where I've been advised where the Bank South Pacific does a lot of good work on the ground. So I think it would be great when we had the situation when money was given back in COVID times to Red Cross, where they supported other organisations providing funding, where we just want to make sure we don't, as a country, do the wrong thing by the Bank of South Pacific with the best of intentions. So I think it needs to be examined further. The Liberal National Coalition's track record in the Pacific has always been pragmatic and infrastructure-led engagement, combining geopolitical interests with the development goals. The Coalition strongly supports the continuing commitment to the Pacific that began with early governments but is framed to address contemporary strategic and economic challenges. And we know those challenges in the area, and I do acknowledge the work the government is doing, and this should be an area where it's a bipartisan approach because it's in all the interests of Australia. This bill empowers the government to guarantee Australian bank operations in the Pacific using Consolidated Revenue Fund to provide financial backing should Australia banks in Pacific face significant risk or default. The aim is not merely to secure continued bank operations, but to maintain vital financial links for the Pacific Island countries to the global financial system, especially for remittance, aid and trade. And we heard the Minister rightly talk about the PALM program, and that's something where those from the Pacific Islands come and work in Australia. It could be in aged care, it could be in agriculture, and the money they raise goes back to families back home. The Coalition strongly supports the intention of the bill, but we have concerns about how it's been drafted. Further examination, as I said, by the Senate Economics Legislation Committee will be important. Can I just say one thing? Previously being a member in government, we always think we've got it all right, we're doing the right thing, but there's always unintended consequences, and that's where I think in a good democracy that should be played out, to hear from those who may be impacted and also come up with what could be a better outcome for all those involved. Understandably, the market conditions have made the Pacific region commercially challenging for banks and have resulted in the de-risking and withdrawal of banking relationships, threatening access to basic financial services for many Pacific communities. If Australian banks withdraw, others will fill the void with alternative financial networks which may lack transparency or fall outside regulatory standards. So that's why it's so important for Australia, being a good neighbour, a good friend, and not only for security but also for social reasons, supporting our Pacific neighbours. While the bill's intention is worthy, several concerns deserve attention. The bill creates a special appropriation from Consolidated Revenue Fund that is unlimited in scope and time. While this offers negotiating flexibility, it also raises transparency and fiscal oversight issues, potentially exposing Australian taxpayers to unknown risks. Remember, this is Australian taxpayers' money. The bill and its explanatory materials lack clarity on several fronts, including definition of low-risk exposures to be guaranteed. Treasury says the financial risk is low and that the future guarantees will be time-limited and capped. But there's nothing in the bill that requires that. It is limited clarity on how future guarantees will be managed. The process for dispute resolution between banks and the government, there is currently no explicit mechanism in the bill for parliamentary oversight or regulatory review of the guarantees and their impact. Clearly, definitions are needed, Madam Speaker, specifying the types of risk and exposures to be covered and outlining objective criteria eligibility to reduce uncertainty risk of future disputes. Tying guarantees to measurable commitments by banks, for example, maintaining service standards, investing in digital banking improvements, supporting financial inclusion, capacity building initiatives should be looked at. Banks should be encouraged to work with regional partners, as I've said before, and harmonise regulation to explore sustainable market-based alternatives, so the guarantees to bridge to longer-term solutions are not permanent subsidy. For example, as I said, working the Bank of South Pacific, because I think that'll be a good way to go forward. And as I was saying before, the former government, we had a great respect for our Pacific neighbours, and that contribution has been, whether it be from security or aid that's always been so very important. Just with this, I know the ANZ Bank announced in March 2025 that will be one of the first recipients of the Pacific Banking Guarantee, maximum $2 billion 10-year bank guarantees supported its operations in the region. We think that, as I said, is very, very important. And the ANZ will be paid an undisclosed annual fee to the government for the guarantee, but exact details, again, haven't been made public. Many Pacific countries depend on corresponding banking with larger banks like ANZ help local banks process payments and currency exchange. Since 2011, correspondent banking relationships in the South Pacific have fallen by 60%. So it's so important Australia steps in there and does its role. So as I said, the opposition, we are supportive, but and will not oppose the bill, but it should go to the Senate Economics Legislation Committee. And the questions need to be asked. The uncapped appropriation, as I said, there's no maximum dollar limit, no end date. The guarantee power is open-ended. Limited clarity on the future guarantees will be managed. Why is there no limit, and why is there no sunset clause? Why oversight will apply to future guarantees? So again, Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and again to all our Pacific Islands, we as one are supporting you. Thank you.
Thank you. I call the Assistant Minister.
Thanks, Speaker. As a Pacific nation, Australia is a partner that the region can count on. We share an ocean, but we also share a future. Australia is committed to supporting our regional neighbours, listening to Pacific priorities and delivering on our collective interests. Together, we're building a stronger Pacific family, upholding our common values so we can all make our own decisions as strong sovereign nations, free to grow and to live together peacefully. Our region is stronger together, and we're counting on each other to support the aspirations and well-being of our people. These are messages that came through in the trip that myself and the Foreign Minister did recently when we travelled to Fiji, Tonga and Vanuatu. It was my first trip as the Assistant Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade, and it was the deliberate decision, Speaker, to go to the Pacific to reinforce the importance of that relationship to Australia and to demonstrate to our neighbours and friends how important the Pacific family is to Australia and how we understand the challenges that they are facing, particularly the challenge of dealing with climate change, which is an existential threat to many of those nations. And as the Pacific's largest and most comprehensive development partner, our investments are designed to deliver transformative change to improve the lives and livelihoods of all Pacific peoples. And as the largest trading partner of many Pacific nations, we're supporting growing markets by reducing the barriers to trade and partnering with local businesses while continuing more than 40 years of tariff-free access into Australia. It was a point that we made on that trip, given what is going on in the international trading environment at the moment. It's having a dramatic effect on many Pacific nations. Some of those Pacific nations do have access into larger markets like the United States and are now facing tariffs on the products that they export to those markets. And for a small island nation with a limited export potential and a limited export capability, when you are exporting into a market and there are trade challenges, it can make a big difference to the viability of that business, that industry, and ultimately that country's GDP. And that's why we reiterated that point with our Pacific neighbours, that Australia won't be taking a retaliatory approach to the trade and tariff that have been placed on Australia by the United States, and we'll make sure that we guarantee the tariff-free access to Australia, particularly for our Pacific neighbours. We've partnered to better integrate our economy, making it more easier for people to do business between the countries that we live in, work and study. And our support is focused on inclusive economic growth, sustainable infrastructure, jobs, skills and connectivity. The everyday but essential banking services people rely on are available through the guaranteed presence of Australian banks in 9 countries. And I'm fortunate, Speaker, that in the previous iteration of a Labor government, when Labor was last in government, I was the Parliamentary Secretary for the Pacific Islands, so I travelled extensively throughout the Pacific. And the one thing I noticed was that despite the development challenges, most people in the Pacific have a mobile phone, and most people in the Pacific use that mobile phone for a lot of their financial transactions, particularly their banking services, as many Australians do today as well. And access to those banking services is vitally important to their security, their livelihoods and their living standards. And when those banking services are at risk because of banks pulling out of the Pacific, then Australia has an obligation to work with our partner nations in the Pacific to stabilise their banking services. And that's exactly what this bill does. It's about ensuring that we are putting in place the measures to provide that confidence in the Pacific banking system. The continuing decline in access to cross-border banking services in the Pacific region and the reduction of Pacific operations by Australian banks is a concern shared by our government and by governments of our regional neighbours. The Pacific, unfortunately, has experienced the fastest withdrawal of correspondent banking relationships anywhere in the world. Over recent years, we have had some Australian banks reduce their Pacific operations. So secure access to the global financial system and banking services is critical for economic growth, financial inclusion and overall stability. And we know that this access can offer life-changing opportunities for families and, importantly, businesses and communities in our region. Speaker, this bill allows the Commonwealth to offer support to eligible Australian banks to maintain their Pacific operations by providing a guarantee which transfers risk of default on low-risk exposures to the Commonwealth. The bill provides a special appropriation from the Consolidated Revenue Fund, allowing the Commonwealth to pay any valid claims for the full amount of any guarantee in a timely manner in the unlikely event of a default. Speaker, we all remember the global financial crisis and just how close Australia and many other developed nations came to a run on the banks. And thankfully, the Rudd government acted quickly at the time when that risk began to materialise and provided a government backing of Australians' deposits through that period. That action by the Rudd government stabilised the Australian banking system, and it also stabilised our economy, which meant that the government could then go about the government support that was provided to ensure that Australians got through that difficult period. And we got through in better shape than most OECD nations. We didn't have a recession. We had small changes in unemployment. We didn't have rampant inflation, and we were able to stabilise our economy. It demonstrates how important government guarantees are at moments of economic uncertainty. And this bill provides that stability and that guarantee for our Pacific neighbours in the wake of the uncertainty resulting from the reduction in banking services in the Pacific. Now, this guarantee is not a subsidy. Banks will pay a fee for the guarantee, as they should. And provision of this guarantee is not about any individual country. It's about enhancing cooperation with our Pacific Island neighbours and is responsible for low-risk measures to assist in securing Australia's banking commitment to the Pacific. We place a high priority on ensuring the Pacific, Papua New Guinea and Timor-Leste remain connected to the global financial system and share the concerns of many of our regional neighbours. This guarantee will make our region safer and more stable and make sure loved ones, families and communities can continue to access their money. Australia is a respectful, reliable and transparent partner responding to the Pacific region's needs and priorities. In uncertain times, Australia and the Pacific are counting on each other as we build the region that is a peaceful, stable and prosperous one. Australia, as the region's largest economic partner, is committed to working through the regional institutions that are in place, particularly the Pacific Islands Forum, towards our shared goals of stability and prosperity. Greater integration of our economy, particularly our trading systems and business transactions, is making it easier for Pacific people in business to connect and investment to flow across the region. We've listened, we've learned, and we're working together on a Pacific-led, Australian-backed solution. And we'll continue to elevate the voices of our Pacific neighbours on issues that matter most to them to ensure a stable and prosperous region into the future.
Thank you. I call the member for Riverina.
If we believe that all the important words with the Pacific all start with the letter F, faith, family, football, we should add finance to that as well. And certainly the Pacific Banking Guarantee Bill of 2025 does that. We need to be as agile and as adept with the Pacific at the moment as anything. If it's good enough to spend $600 million on a National Rugby League club to come out of Pacifica with both Port Moresby and Townsville potentially hosting home games, then surely it is good enough to guarantee the banking provisions of our Blue Pacific friends. There are, however, some questions that do need to be answered. Why is there no limit on the total amount of taxpayer exposure? That's a very good question. Why is there no sunset clause with the provisions of this bill? What oversight will apply to future guarantees? Treasury says the risk is low, but what does that in fact mean? And so far, only the ANZ guarantee has been announced. Will there be any others? Now, the impact that the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility, the PALM scheme, has on local economies in the Pacific is absolutely enormous. According to World Bank figures, 44% of Tonga's gross domestic product is made up by remittance, which is sent home by those working abroad. In Samoa, it's 30%. In Vanuatu, it's 21%. In Fiji, 9%. From 2018 to 2021, an estimated $64.15 million in savings and remittances was sent to the Pacific, and $22 million in income tax it paid. It paid that amount in income tax. The United Nations estimates that 15% of each migrant worker's paycheck is sent back home, with Australian government figures suggesting this amount could reach as high as 40%. Now, the problem is about 10% of that amount is then lost in the foreign exchange, meaning that tens of millions of dollars that could be going back to the Pacific are not. And I certainly, when I was the Shadow Minister for International Development and the Pacific, spoke out against this because if it's good enough for the hard-working individuals to come here and to do all the jobs that Australians either won't or can't do, then it should be good enough for Australians to protect their remittances to ensure that their family and friends back home are benefiting from the fruits of their labours. We must make sure as a country that as much of that money as possible is ending up in the hands of the intended relatives to stimulate the local villages, the towns and the cities of our Pacific region, and not as a profit line on the balance sheet of a major bank. Banks which, I have to say, as part of their social licence to operate in Australia, should be helping out in the Pacific. And whilst they mightn't make the generous profit lines that they make here in Australia, if the fact that they are able to make such generous billions of dollars of annual profits here in Australia, there must be some responsibility and social licence to also operate in the Pacific. Yes, they won't be making billions of dollars, Deputy Speaker, but they will make money. Banks don't operate if they don't make money. But, and I commend the ANZ for stepping up, I do. It's important. The Coalition also very much stepped up when we were in government, and I commend the work that started under the Howard administration, but certainly and particularly through the work of Maurice Payne, former Foreign Affairs Minister, Senator for New South Wales. In government, we as a coalition, between 2013 and 2022, we delivered a record $2.7 billion in Pacific support. Indeed, that was just for the 2021-22 year across aid, infrastructure, health and security. We became the first and only country with diplomatic posts in every Pacific Island Forum nation. And we heard about the Prime Minister yesterday talking about the PIF and its importance. Well, we had an ambassador, diplomatic post in every one of the island nations. We expanded regional security through the $2 billion Pacific Maritime Security Program, including the delivery of Guardian-class patrol boats. And I was there in Vanuatu when one of these boats was launched, and the locals were very, very happy with it, let me tell you. Good enough for China to come in and build these lavish and grand buildings that they then have to maintain and upkeep. They much prefer having vessels that can operate as coast guards, that can operate against illegal fishing in their waters, because that's one of the biggest dangers to them. Now, we know why China is making investments in the Pacific, and we know why they are absolutely wanting to roll out communications infrastructure in the Pacific. We know why that is the case, but the Pacific also understands that Australia will always be the very best friend that they have, and it goes back to those Fs that I talked about. We share values and principles, but certainly with family, with faith, and with football, and in this, the Pacific banking arrangements, with finance. And we will continue to work constructively with the government on these particular issues. But with the remittances, really, really important. And I know my active work in this regard when I was the Shadow Minister did lead to some changes and some constructive changes, such that the more of the remittances were actually ending up in the pockets of those who did the work, rather than those in the pockets of perhaps the bank, etc., where it's just not necessary. They make enough money. Now, the government at the time had a program called Empowering Migrants Through Pacific Remittances. The money goes to funding a website, and while it might tick some boxes on paper, it was doing very little to solve the problem. Requiring foreign exchange providers to have transparent upfront pricing by eliminating the fees in the exchange rates would empower the individual worker to be able to make a more informed choice instead of, let's face it, preying on the financially illiterate. And not everybody reads their financial documents when they're signing up contracts and arrangements when they are signing up to a bank. And while this is the case in Australia, it's with a lot of people, certainly with people in the Pacific, they just want their remittances or much of their remittances to go back to where they are intended. And they do a power of work. I was really disappointed with the government, with how it treated the PALM scheme, with how it treated it as a union grab, and it did. It attempted to unionise the workforce that who came here under the PALM scheme and other arrangements, such that they were going to get a minimum number of hours, and that's all well and good, and people should be paid for the work that they put in, but that shouldn't come at the expense of the farmers who were then going to be under the Labor as in Labor government scheme, ending up paying for people who were doing nothing, paying for people who were idle, and we all know how seasonal the work is with farming, particularly in the horticultural industry and some of the industries that were as part of the palm arrangements. And because I complained loudly and bitterly about this, it was changed. But as I understand, it was only changed up until July, this month, and it was about to be re-examined by the future government at the time, and the future government unfortunately ended up on May 3 as being Labor re-elected. However, we can't make the system with minimum hourly, with a minimum number of hours, because what ends up happening is the farmer doesn't want to pay a minimum number of hours because they may not have that work available at the time, so they don't then employ the palm workers, and they either do the work themselves or they just don't have the palm workers on site, and so the palm workers miss out, the farmers miss out, and the number of farmers who were not participating in the palm scheme dipped, and it dipped alarmingly. And that is why I insisted that Minister Conroy do something about it at the time, as well as Minister Burke, and thankfully something was done, but those provisions were only until July this year, and it remains to be seen what will happen with that, because Labor was trying to unionise that scheme, as only Labor can do. And so the people who were missing out were our Australian farmers and the Pacific workers. And so we need a system that's going to be put in place to help them. But this particular bill does provide the government with an ongoing uncapped appropriation to cover any future costs that the Commonwealth may incur in providing a Pacific banking guarantee to an Australian bank. And as I said before, Australian banks do need to participate. On the 14th of March, the ANZ announced it would be the first recipient of the Pacific Banking Guarantee. Now, it was a maximum $2 billion, decade-long bank guarantee to support its operations in the region. I do thank NAB, the National Australia Bank, for its previous iterations, its previous involvement with the Pacific, but unfortunately, what we've seen in recent times is a withdrawal of banking services from the Pacific. And what you end up with when you have a withdrawal of the big four of banking services, it's hard enough to keep them in the regions, as you would well know, Deputy Speaker, from your experience in South Australia, no doubt. What you see when you see a withdrawal of services is other players moving into the space. And other players is code for often rip-off merchants. What you see is international organisations, and we can't always rely on some of those banking providers from overseas who would move into the Pacific and take advantage of, perhaps you could almost term it, the financial illiteracy of some, but the good intention of some. But it wouldn't matter whether they're Pacific or anybody else. If there's a space to be moved into, if there's a vacuum, it leads to people who are not of good intent coming in and taking advantage of those people who just want to come here to Australia to work, to do the hard work that we can't find workers to do here of our own accord, and then send their remittances home. Now, many Pacific countries depend on correspondent banking, where larger banks such as the ANZ help local banks process payments and currency exchanges. Now, since 2011, correspondent banking relationships in the South Pacific have fallen by, wait for this, 60%. 60%. Now, without correspondent banking services, Pacific nations lose access to foreign currencies and international payment systems, and that stymies the flow of payments, such as remittances, I mentioned before, overseas investments and foreign aid. If Australian banks withdraw, others, as I said, will fill the void, and alternative financial networks often lack transparency or fall outside of regulatory standards. In other words, they are rip-off merchants, and they will take advantage of you as quick as look at you, and particularly in the Pacific. And what we then see is people being basically robbed. Now, if Australian banks withdraw, others, they'll move in. The bill is about helping Australian neighbours stay connected to the global financial system and maintaining Australians' financial presence in the region. And we do need, at this critical juncture, where the Pacific is a very, very contested space in this precarious geopolitical environment that we have found ourselves in, we need to be the very best friends with the Pacific. Now, we might sometimes provide different infrastructure that our major trading partners often seem to find themselves providing, but rest assured the assistance that we will give in financial services, in cyclone-proof buildings, in road networks, in strengthening sea walls and the likes of that, also with health, with vaccines and helping women, helping people with disabilities. Let me tell you, when it comes to foreign aid and foreign development, we will be providing that, but I don't think China will.
I thank the member. The question is that the bill now be read a second time. There being no further speakers, I'll put the question at the conclusion of this debate. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against? I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to appropriate money for guarantees relating to banking in the Pacific region and for related purposes.
A message has been received from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purpose of this bill. If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I'll put the report question immediately. The question is that the bill be reported to the House without amendment. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against? I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1. Death of the Honourable Peter James Nixon. Condolence motion. Resumption of debate on the Prime Minister's condolence motion.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Riverina.
In her very good book of 2020, Senator Bridget McKenzie, writing about John McEwen, right man, right place, right time, interviewed the late, great Peter Nixon. And trade is an important thing at the moment, and we're often talking about the need to boost trade, the need to increase our trading relations with other countries. And in the interview that Senator McKenzie did, in her book, she referred to Mr Nixon in several pages because they formed such a good relationship, Blackjack and Mr Nixon. And she interviewed him, and Mr Nixon said, former Country Party Minister Peter Nixon says that history has misremembered McEwen's trade philosophy. McEwen was wise enough to know, and he would have changed as the world changed, Nixon says on tariffs. It's something people never understand. He was far-sighted. He'd look ahead to see what the storms were and be ready to meet them. And Peter Nixon and Blackjack McEwen, the former Country Party leader, had a great affinity. They understood, as the trade storms swirled around the world, the importance of Australia as a trading nation, as a trading partner, and what we needed to do more of in this regard. And furthermore, in her book, what did McEwen try to protect Australia's infant industry from? What's been lost in the debate is dumping, Peter Nixon explains. A hell of a lot of countries in those days were over-manufacturing and dumping. We were always within the world trade rules with our operations. And it's a very compelling insight, this particular book, about what was going on at the time. And what it spelled out was the fact that the likes of Peter Nixon and the likes of John McEwen, we as a nation were playing within the rules. We were trying to increase our trade. We were doing as good country party members, as good National Party members do, and that is protecting the interests of our farmers. And Mr Nixon was no different in that regard. And another really interesting quote, because it relates very much to how we're faring now with the tariffs being imposed by the United States. As Nixon recalled, quote, "He, McEwen, believed that tariffs granted were too high. What used to happen, a company would be given tariff protection and then the unions would squeeze the company for higher wages. What people don't understand is that when the war finished," we're referring to the Second World War here, "we had migrants pouring into the country that had to be employed. There was a hell of a strong trade union movement in those days. In those days, anybody who worked anywhere was a trade unionist. And so we had a high wage level compared to our competitors internationally. Not the more things change, the more they stay the same. Tariffs were the answer. And sometimes the unions would strike for a wage rise, and that was granted by the wage body at the time and would put the damn industry at risk. Again, the more things change, the more they stay the same." And what we saw with Peter Nixon, Doug Anthony and Ian Sinclair was people who Mr McEwen could look to as people he very much would take the country party forward. He mentored them. And he supported the Liberal Party. They formed a coalition which has been the best form of government, obviously, that could possibly be put in place. But rest assured, the Honourable Peter James Nixon AO was an amazing contributor to public life, to the life of this parliament, to the growth of the country party, now the National Party, to cabinet processes that he had a number of ministerial appointments, but more than that, he never forgot the people in Gippsland, because that's where he was from, that's who he represented, and certainly he wanted to make sure that the people of Orbost, where he grew up farming, the people of the wider Gippsland area were always first and foremost in any of his considerations. Yes, he played a big game in the national stage and the international stage, working with the likes of Anthony and Sinclair and McEwen, those great names of the country party past, but to ensure that indeed Gippsland was always remembered, always advocated for. He was incredibly proud of indeed the people he served and the region he represented. He served as a federal government minister under 5 prime ministers in a 22-year political career. He passed away at the age of 97, but even after his long and distinguished and decorated political career, he continued to serve. I know that he was one of the movers and shakers in the Australian Football League. Football was one of his great passions. But more than that, there was so many other areas of endeavour that Peter Nixon put his mind to, and we certainly mourn for his loss. We certainly know that his family will greatly miss him. He lived a long life, but very much a productive life, very much still contributing right up to the very end. We admire him, we respected him, we will miss him. Vale Peter Nixon, and sincere condolences to all your family and wide circle of friends.
Thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and it's a great honour to follow a former leader of the National Party, a former Deputy Prime Minister, to speak about Peter Nixon. I got to know Peter Nixon through the Richmond Football Club. As a matter of fact, pretty much every time I went to a Richmond game, Peter Nixon would be there. And I was incredibly fond of Peter Nixon. He was someone who always greeted you with a really big, warm smile, was always up for a chat, loved the Richmond Footy Club, so when you went to the football to get away from politics, he'd always know and understand that and would always be happy to talk football with you. But every now and again, the conversation would always get onto politics as well. And he was someone who had
incredibly sound judgment and someone who had incredibly astute judgment. And I always found it fantastic to be able to have conversations with him about politics, because you knew and understood you were talking to someone who'd lived through some great eras of coalition government. And not only that, during those times, he was someone who always reached across the coalition aisle and knew and understood that a successful coalition is the best way that this country gets governed. And we've heard references to his relationship to Menzies. And it was wonderful to hear and see about all the mentoring role that Menzies took with Peter Nixon. And it showed how important that is, especially when it comes to the right side of politics, that there really shouldn't be a party barrier to how we grow and support and make sure we stay strong and make sure that we are a party of government in this nation. And it wasn't just Menzies who took on a mentoring role with Peter Nixon, but after Menzies retired, and then the sad and sudden passing of Harold Holt, obviously McMahon took over, and Peter Nixon had an incredibly close relationship with him, even though they were very different personalities. And then, of course, under the Fraser government, Nixon almost became an equal with Fraser and the other giants of that time in the way they governed this nation. And it's a bit of a lesson for us on our side of politics that Peter Nixon always stood up for the Fraser government. Sure, there's always things that you could do better, but they steered this nation through the aftermath of the complete and utter wreckage of this nation by the Whitlam government. And people tend to forget the context in which they came back to power. But Whitlam had basically overseen the destruction of our economy through stagflation. And as one of the mottos of those times that on our side was turn the lights on, because basically people were really worried about what was happening to our nation. And Nixon worked very closely with Fraser to make sure that they resurrected the nation. And they were very, very good friends. And it showed you how important it is that if we're going to work together, we've got to make sure that there are those friendships across the political aisle when it comes to the Liberal Party and the National Party. He had a long career in the federal parliament, over 21 years. Now, for those of us who've served for a decade or more, over 21 years is a hell of a long time to be in this place. But he made a significant contribution during all of those 21 years. He didn't waste one day of them. It's quite interesting when you serve for that length of time. The party he served in had 3 different name changes during that period of time. So that shows the length of your service there. He started off as a member of the Australian Country Party. He then became a member of the National Country Party, and then finally he served for the National Party of Australia. He was a cabinet minister for an extended period of time. He was the Minister for the Interior. He was the Shipping and Transport Minister. He was the Primary Industry Minister. At those times, especially an incredibly important role. And he was also the Postmaster General. And I always have a slight fondness for people who have been the Postmaster General. Of course, we don't have that title anymore, but my grandfather worked for what used to be the Postmaster General when he was a young man after he left school, and it was an incredibly important service that was provided right across the nation. And I know that Peter he always felt it was a great honour to fulfil that role. He was rightly made an Officer of the Order of Australia in 1993. And I used to ask Peter, what do you think kept him so grounded, even though he had done so much in his career? And he always said it was growing up in Orbost on a farm as a farmer and as a grazier. That's what kept him grounded. And for those of us who have been to Orbost and know Orbost, you know that Orbost would keep you grounded. It's timber industry town, a lot of milling, and also a lot of farming. I've got a very good friend, Kevin Brunt, who grew up in Orbost and whose family ran trucking operations there. You also had to be tough to grow up in Orbost, and I think that helped Peter Nixon as well, because for those of us who know and understand this place, you also need a streak of toughness if you are going to be able to survive. And Peter, even though he was a lovely fella, very friendly, very gentle, underneath he did have that level of toughness as well that was required. He was also a visionary, and we shouldn't forget that. He obviously loved his AFL, loved the Richmond Football Club, but he was also a VFL commissioner and then an AFL commissioner, and he served on the VFL Commission and the AFL Commission from 85 to 91. Now, you have to remember the change that took place during those 6 years. They are probably the most significant years that VFL, AFL football have had in the last 50 to 60 years, and that is no exaggeration. What we had before Peter joined was basically the VFL, where there had been some attempts to locate teams and to grow VFL football into a national game, into the AFL that it is today. Between 85 and 91, we saw the formation of the Brisbane Bears, we saw the formation of the West Coast Eagles, and we saw the formation of the Adelaide Football Club, and the VFL Commission went from the VFL Commission to the AFL Commission. And really the rest is history. And if you look at the AFL today, obviously that expansion continues, but they were difficult times. Obviously the Sydney Swans were the pioneers, but to get the Bears established, get the Eagles established, and then the Crows to establish. And when you look, apart from the Eagles this year, when you look at the success of the Brisbane Lions and of course of the Crows, you know, the AFL continues to grow. We're looking at a team in Tasmania, etc. But it was Peter Nixon and those fellow commissioners in 85 and 91 that really put Australian rules football on that path to being a truly national game. And, you know, for his work post-politics in doing that, he also should be recognised. Can I say to Peter's family, you know, my deepest sympathies are with you, my prayers and thoughts are with you, but know that you are looking at a giant when we remember Peter Nixon, someone who left a huge, huge footprint on this nation as not only a parliamentarian, but then in everything he did post-politics. I am so glad that I knew Peter. I'm so glad that I was able to have those wonderful conversations with him. It's so pleasing to see the Parliament recognising him as we are, and long may his memory and all that he did for this nation be remembered. Vale, Peter Nixon.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to. There being no further speakers, I understand it is the wish honourable members to signify at this stage their respect and sympathy by rising in their places, and I ask all present to do so. I thank the Federation Chamber. Member for Hunter.
I ask the Leader of the Federation Chamber to now move that the further proceedings be conducted in the House.
Is leave granted? It's granted. Member for Hunter.
I move that further proceedings be conducted in the House.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion.
The question is that further proceedings be conducted in the House. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2. Death of His Holiness Pope Francis. Resumption of debate on the Prime Minister's condolence motion.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker, it is both with sadness and gratitude that I rise today in this place to pay tribute to the life and legacy of one of the great figures of our times, His Holiness Pope Francis. I do so as someone who represents an electorate with a strong and generous Catholic community. And I do so too as someone who, while an imperfect Catholic myself, knows the power that faith can have in shaping lives, communities and a better world. And Deputy Speaker, I begin this reflection by reflecting that we are in a time of first speeches. Over the last fortnight, this place has been filled with the extraordinary stories of the journeys of new parliamentarians to this place. We've heard stories of struggle, resilience and hope. Elections can well be a time of grief, but they are also times of renewal and hope and opportunity. His Holiness, in his first brief address, this first leader of the Catholic Church from the Southern Hemisphere, from the Americas, provided a simple message of hope and fraternity, inviting us to join him on a journey of brotherhood in love, of mutual trust. And then, in his first homily, His Holiness spoke of the importance of walking in faith, building faith and professing faith, recognising that this is not easy, that there will always be something pulling us back. There will always be buts, but to truly walk, build and profess takes courage and grace. His Holiness Pope Francis led a papacy which was marked by his unflinching commitment to social justice and peace. He was the first Pope from Latin America, and as such the first Pope born and raised outside of Europe since the 8th century. The approach of Pope Francis to his time in office was a marked change from some of his predecessors. Where there was once stiff formality, Pope Francis adopted a position of informality. Pope Francis reached for clarity and sought to open the doors of the Church to all. Pope Francis in particular sought to be a pope for the poor, the dispossessed, the marginalised. He understood the immense influence his position afforded him, and he sought to use that power to help and heal. Deputy Speaker, he was also committed to opening the decision-making process of the Church. Pope Francis worked for an expanded role for women and lay people in the life of the Church, work which I trust will continue. His commitment to interfaith dialogue and connection was also unshakable. In particular, the visit of Pope Francis to Indonesia comes to mind, Deputy Speaker. He was also committed to using his role in a way that was both contemporary and relevant to the greatest challenges which face humanity today. His two great encyclicals laid bare the climate crisis and the urgent need for action. The Deputy Speaker, the office of Pope has both a spiritual and political role. Pope Francis was very much a Pope suited to his times. He faced a world marked by conflict, division and crisis. His commitment was to peace, not the peace which follows the absence of conflict, but the peace that is a consequence of the presence of justice. He decried that millions of people worldwide continue to suffer from malnutrition, citing armed conflict and climate change with its resulting natural disasters as key culprits. He said, Mass displacement, along with other effects of global political, economic and military tensions, undermine efforts to ensure that people's living conditions are improved on the basis of their inherent dignity, and that it bears repeating time and again poverty, inequalities, lack of access to basic resources such as food, drinking water, health, education, housing are a serious offence to human dignity. And Deputy Speaker, Pope Francis called for peace in every instance of conflict, and he had a particular focus on the violence and suffering in Gaza. Like all of us, the scale of violence and destruction deeply troubled Pope Francis. He made a daily phone call to Father Gabriel Romanelli of the Holy Family Church, Gaza's only Catholic church. The church had been recently badly damaged in an Israeli strike. I'm drawn, Deputy Speaker, to the 2025 Easter message of Pope Francis, essentially his final statement to the world. In his message, Pope Francis drew a powerful link between the hope of Easter and the urgent need for peace and justice around the world. He called for peace in Gaza, saying, "I think of the people of Gaza and its Christian community in particular, where the terrible conflict continues to cause death and destruction and to create a dramatic and deplorable humanitarian situation. I appeal to the warring parties, call a ceasefire, release the hostages and come to the aid of a starving people that aspires to a future of peace." Deputy Speaker, as we stand here and reflect upon the towering legacy of Pope Francis, it is incumbent on all of us to move beyond mere words. As we witness immense suffering and violence, not only in Gaza, but around the world, we must turn to the example of Pope Francis. If we truly care about respecting his spiritual leadership and the consequences of that leadership, we need to act on his powerful words and deeds. Let all of us recommit ourselves to bringing the kind of peace Pope Francis reached for, a just and lasting peace, to not only Gaza, but all corners of the world we can do good and lend a hand. Let our recommitment to the peace be the legacy of Pope Francis, a peace he knew relied on freedom of religion, freedom of thought, freedom of expression and respect for the views of others. Pope Francis invited world leaders to join him and, in his words, emerge from the dark night of wars and environmental devastation in order to turn our common future into the dawn of a new and radiant day. That is the invitation Pope Francis has provided to all of us, not just those of the Catholic faith. This is the invitation that we need both courage and grace to accept.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I was deeply honoured as a Catholic, as a parliamentarian, as an Australian to be asked to represent the nation and its people at Pope Francis's funeral on Saturday, 26 April. And I want to thank at the outset both the ambassador to the Holy See, was the designate at the time because he hadn't presented his credentials because sadly the Pope passed away. He's since done that with the new Pope, Pope Leo, but to Keith Pitt, the former member for Hinkler, as well as the head of mission, the Australian ambassador to Italy, Julianne Cowley, for the arrangements they put in place for the Australian delegation. The delegation comprised Governor-General Her Excellency Sam Austin AC, her husband Simeon Beckett, Senior Government Minister the Honourable Don Farrell, his wife Nympha, and myself. And in a break from what often happens with papal burials, Pope Francis asked to be buried in a simple wooden casket, something Pope John Paul II also insisted on before he passed away in 2005. He was 84, that's Pope John Paul II, after a 26-year papacy, the third longest in history. Pope Francis' casket said much about how he lived his life, and it was a powerful symbolic choice, reflecting the very essence of his papacy. The late Pope explicitly requested a single zinc-lined wooden coffin, breaking away from the usual opulence of traditional papal burials. Unlike the triple-layered coffins used in many previous papal funerals, cypress wood sealed in lead, then enclosed in oak, Francis's casket consisted of just one layer of plain, untreated wood lined with zinc for preservation. Not only was this a departure from ritual, but a deliberate spiritual statement: humility in death as in life. The wood bore no gold trim, no ornate embellishments, just a simple cross, below which there was Pope Francis's official coat of arms, deeply linked to the Society of Jesus, the religious order to which he belonged. In the centre, the Christiogram IHS, the first three letters of Jesus' name in Greek, was visible. This was accompanied by a cross over the central letter and three nails below, all surrounded by a sun. The symbol is the Jesuits' traditional emblem, evoking the centrality of Christ in the evangelising mission, and Pope Francis did live his mission. Beneath the Christiogram, the coat of arms included an 8-pointed star representing the Virgin Mary, Mother of the Church, and a spiked flower alluding to St Joseph. Both were key figures in Pope Francis' spirituality. Below the coat of arms, the ribbon with the motto Miserando Atique Elegindo, he looked at him with mercy and chose him, no doubt summarises Pope Francis' vocation, marked by service to the world's most humble. Now, the casket design honoured Francis's lifelong rejection of luxury, echoing his decision to reside in a modest guest house rather than the lavish apostolic palace during his pontificate. Both in meaning and material, the casket embodied Pope Francis's teachings: people over protocol, service over status. This was Pope Francis. It was not just a vessel, but a message to the world that even the most prominent religious figure on earth bowed to simplicity, reminding everyone spiritual wealth far outweighs worldly possessions. Now, Pope Francis was ordained a priest on the 13th of December 1969. He was consecrated as a bishop on the 27th of June 1992. He was created a cardinal by John Paul II on the 21st of February 2001. He was the 266th Pope. He passed away on Easter Monday, the 21st of April, 7:35 in the morning in Vatican City. He was aged 88. He was the third oldest Pope in history. There's some interesting aspects about his papacy, about his life and about who he was. He served as the visible head of the Roman Catholic Church since 2013 after Benedict XVI announced his resignation, Benedict citing a lack of strength of mind and body due to his advanced age. He was the first Pope to stand aside since Gregory XII in 1415, and the first without what was termed external pressure since Celestine V in 1294. So Francis came into the role in interesting circumstances. The call to his papacy was made, and he stepped up, and he, as we've heard, he did so much good for so many people. But he was the firstborn or raised Pope outside Europe since the 8th century Syrian Pope Gregory III. And a lot of people have asked me since my return, what was it like being at the Pope's funeral? And it began at 10 a.m. The cardinal who said the Mass was Giovanni Battista Cardinal Re, 91 years young. He's the Dean of the College of Cardinals. He officiated, and it was a memorable service. 14 white-gloved members of the pontifical household who support ceremonial activities at the Vatican carried Pope Francis' casket, led in procession by priests, by bishops and red-robed cardinals. It was an unforgettable sight. There in St Peter's Square, 250,000 mourners waited in total silence as their former cherished Pope arrived for his final Mass. And you could just imagine 250,000 people in the one large place and nothing. It was pure, peaceful silence. It was quite amazing. Security was intense, given there were 50 heads of state and 10 monarchs attending. There was a no-fly zone that was established over Rome. There was a lot of snipers on the roof and a lot of people with long-lens cameras too. 4,000 officers on the ground, counter-unmanned aircraft system teams and an air defence guided missile destroyer off the coast. And that said, there was a buzz of official drone cameras over St Peter's, but at the start there was just nothing at all. the homily began, Cardinal Ray's homily began a little more than 5 minutes into the 1 3/4 hour service, and it lasted not quite 20 minutes, but at least I counted on 9 separate occasions during this inspirational address, a reverberation of respectful and spontaneous applause, starting at the very back of the square and rippled its way forward like a wave, becoming louder and louder until it reached the pulpit. And I was not very far from the pulpit, about from here to the member of Hunter away, where the member for Hunter sits at the dispatch place opposite. And it was not very far at all. I had a third row seat into an amazing historic event. The first ovation came 11 minutes into the homily when Cardinal Ray spoke of the late Pope's first journey to Lampedusa in the Mediterranean Sea, an island that symbolises the tragedy of emigration. And less than a minute later, when Cardinal Ray spoke of a Mass Pope Francis celebrated on the border between Mexico and the United States, the rapturous clapping resumed. The timely and intensity of that applause, given the homily was delivered in Latin, was perhaps lost on a certain world leader in a blue suit, seated in the front row amongst a sea of black and navy. You don't need to be Einstein to work out who I'm referring to. Cardinal Ray said, faced with the raging wars of recent years with their inhuman horrors and countless deaths and destruction, Pope Francis incessantly raised his voice, imploring peace and calling for reason and honest negotiation to find possible solutions. War, he said, results in the death of people and the destruction of homes, hospitals and schools. War always leaves the world worse than it was before. It is always a painful and tragic defeat for everyone. The level of influence of the Vatican, a truly global institution, demonstrates once again why Australia's embassy to the Holy See is essential. And I do thank Mr Pitt for making the arrangements for this, and I look forward to seeing his progress in that position. But this is about the Pope. Pope Francis left a lasting legacy that we all admire, we all respect and we all love. And for a Catholic educated boy from the tiny Riverina village of Mara, and my mother, Eileen, was raised by the Presentation Sisters at Mount Erin, Wagga Wagga, after being orphaned at the tender age of 9, and she lived such a faith-filled life, dedicated to the Church and its gospel. It was a journey I dedicated to her, and I also do thank the local bishop at Wagga, Mark Edwards, for sending me to Rome with a lovely cross and some artefacts which I attended Rome with at the funeral, and made sure I brought them home, and they will have a special place in either the St Michael's Cathedral or nearby McElroy House, which is the head of the church at Wagga Wagga, Vale Pope Francis.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call a member for Spence.
Thank you, Speaker. Today I speak with a heavy heart on behalf of the people of Spence to make the passing of a truly extraordinary man. His Holiness Pope Francis, a man of deep humility, boundless compassion and unshakable moral courage. Born Jorge Mario Bergoglio in Buenos Aires in 1936, he lived a life of quiet service long before he wore the white robes of the papacy. He worked as a janitor, bouncer, a chemist. He lived among the people. He listened to them. He understood them. And that never changed. Even as he rose to become the first Jesuit Pope, the first from the Southern Hemisphere, and the first to take the name Francis, he was inspired by St Francis of Assisi. He chose a path of simplicity and modesty over splendour, and of mercy over judgment. He reminded the world that the Church is a welcome place for all people, and for so many, Catholic or not, Pope Francis was the embodiment of hope. Hope for a more inclusive church, one that welcomed the poor, the displaced, the excluded, the LGBTQ+ community and the forgotten. Hope for a world where climate justice and human dignity walked hand in hand. Hope that the ancient and seemingly closed-doors institution of the papacy could evolve, not by erasing or bypassing tradition, but by reawakening the spirit for the 21st century. His was a papacy of firsts, but more importantly, it was a papacy of principle. He visited prisons, refugee camps, war zones and slums, not for photo opportunities, but to listen to the people. He washed the feet of Muslim migrants and spoke softly to the child refugees. When others offered condemnation, he offered compassion. "Who am I to judge?" he often asked in one of his most quoted remarks. But it wasn't a shrug with a lack of care. It was an affirmation of humility. and in doing so he cracked open the doors of an ancient institution, letting in light, letting in air and letting in love. I know many in the electorate of Spence will be grieving his loss, particularly our Catholic community and anyone who looked to Francis as a moral compass. And not just as a religious figure, but as a man of peace in troubling times, a champion for the voiceless when many chose to shout, and a friend to those on the margins of society to invite them back in. Pope Francis believed that politics, at its best, was a form of charity, one of the highest forms of love, he once said. He urged world leaders to govern with tenderness, with wisdom, and always with the needs of poor and struggling at heart. He reminded us, time and again, that behind every statistic is a soul. And I think that's what made him so powerful in this century of apathy. He listened, he noticed, he cared. He didn't preach from a throne or an ivory tower. He walked among the people and greeted each one the way you would a close friend. It's impossible to capture his full legacy in words, but if I had to choose one, it would be mercy. In a world that can be so easily turned harsh, defensive and divided, Pope Francis chose mercy, time and time again, in his teachings, his actions, and even in his silences. He taught us the strength of tenderness. He showed us that faith is not meant to wall us off from the world, but to root us more deeply in it. That true holiness is not about retreat, but engagement, and that we are never more fully human than when we care for the most vulnerable among us. I hope that legacy is not just remembered, but lived. By priests, by politicians, by young people seeking purpose, by all of us. Speaker, it's rare for one person to unite people across faiths, ideologies and borders, but Pope Francis did. Not by diluting his message, but by returning to its essence. Love thy neighbour, feed the hungry, shelter the stranger, clothe the poor. Forgive those who have wronged you, and above all else, never forget that each person is made in the image of God. His Holiness lived those words every day, not just in Vatican declarations, but in quiet acts, away from the cameras, in places most of us will never see. And so today we mourn, but we also give thanks for the life of a man who led not from above, but from beside, who reminded us that change is not only possible, it is necessary, and who, in the twilight of his life, still dreamed of a world healed by compassion. Vale Pope Francis, may you rest in eternal peace. This world is a better place because of your actions. Thank you.
Thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today to pay my respects following the death of His Holiness Pope Francis and to honour a life of humility, conviction and extraordinary service, not only to the Catholic Church but to all of humanity. Pope Francis was the son of Italian immigrants to Argentina and was born in December 1936. He felt called to the Church at an early age, entering the Jesuit order in 1958 and being ordained as a priest in 1969. He took his final vows in the Jesuit order in 1973 and subsequently served as superior of the Jesuit province of Argentina until 1979. He later became the Archbishop of Buenos Aires in 1998 and was consecrated as a cardinal in 2001. His humility was well known before his election to papacy. During a period of economic crisis in Argentina beginning in the late 1990s, Francis lived in a simple downtown apartment rather than the Archbishop's residence. He also travelled using public transport or by foot rather than in a chauffeured limousine. He finally became Pope in 2013, following the resignation of Pope Benedict XVI. He was the first South American Pope, the first Jesuit Pope and the first to take the name Francis. The papacy did not strip Francis of his humility nor his desire to be a champion for the poor. Despite his high office, Pope Francis continued to live simply and frugally and carried out the ethos of Catholic social justice. As the first non-European Pope in over 1,000 years, he was devoted to the global nature of the Church. This was exemplified through His Holiness' visit to nations in our own region, including Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, Timor-Leste and Singapore. As Pope, Francis sought to promote unity between Catholics, non-Catholics and non-Christians, as well as act as a voice for peace when conflicts broke out. Pope Francis also sought to address the dark history of sexual abuse within the Church through public apologies to survivors and his urging of bishops to reach out to them. As the former leader of the opposition pointed out at the time of his passing, His Holiness, above all else, was driven by Christ's values of mercy and forgiveness. He emphasised those values in his last Christmas address, saying, and I quote, "God's mercy can do all things. It unites every knot. It tears down every wall of division. God's mercy dispels hatred and the spirit of revenge." End quote. My mother scrimped and saved to provide my siblings and I with a Catholic education in Kalgoorlie. This experience has helped to shape the values I hold dear to this day. Those values of service, dignity, discipline, family and care for the vulnerable. These values that Pope Francis not only preached but lived, and they are deeply embedded in the Catholic community of my own electorate of Durack. According to the most recent census, Catholicism is the largest religious denomination in Durack, with nearly 34,000 believers. The magnificent St Francis Xavier Cathedral in Geraldton, built in 1916, stands not only as a beacon of spiritual life, but as a testament to the resilience, beauty and unity of our region's Catholic community. It draws tourists, locals and parishioners alike, serving as a centrepiece of faith, art and architectural heritage. Designed by the famous Monsignor John Hawes, it took 22 years to build, and let me tell you, it is magnificent. I'd like to acknowledge and give thanks to Bishop Morrissey, the Bishop of Geraldton, for his leadership and pastoral care for the needs of our local community members. For those families of faith, Pope Francis' passing is not only a global moment of mourning, it is personal. It is a moment of loss. The loss of a spiritual leader who spoke directly to the heart of the everyday believer. These are moments in history we must pause and reflect upon, much like the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, as these are moments that remind us of what dignified leadership looks like. Just as Her Majesty in her final days fulfilled her duty in appointing Liz Truss as the new Prime Minister of Great Britain, Pope Francis defied his doctor's orders to visit inmates of a Roman prison. These actions are emblematic of two lives defined by faith, duty and quiet strength. Both did their duty right to the end, and both served as leaders we should all look up to. Census data makes clear that more Australians are turning away from organised religion. While this may be so, whether you are a person of faith or not, I believe we can all learn from the example of Pope Francis, and may he rest in peace. I'll conclude my remarks by extending my best wishes to the new pontiff, Pope Leo XIV. May he lead with wisdom, compassion and strength as he leads the Church into a new era. I thank the House.
I call the Assistant Minister for Mental Health and Suicide Prevention, Rural and Regional Health.
Deputy Speaker, on behalf of my community on the Central Coast of New South Wales, I rise to join others speaking on the condolence motion for Pope Francis and to pay my respects to a man who dedicated his life simply to humble service. Pope Francis was born Jorge Mario Bergoglio on December 19, 1936 in Buenos Aires, Argentina. In 1958, as a young man, he took inspiration from a priest while attending confession and began years of study at his local seminary. In 1969, he was ordained by the Archbishop and joined the priesthood. Over the years, he rose through the Catholic Church in South America before assuming the role of Archbishop. True to his nature, that the world would come to know years later, Bergoglio undertook significant reforms across the Archdiocese to reduce exorbitant spending, instead connecting the Church with poor and disadvantaged communities. He regularly celebrated Holy Thursday, by washing the feet of people in local jails, hospitals, retirement homes and slums. In 2001, Pope John Paul II made Bergoglio a cardinal. His humble lifestyle meant he spent most of his time in South America, and unlike many of his fellow cardinals, he would only visit Rome for short periods of time, commonly known in Catholic circles as lightning visits. In 2005, as a cardinal, Bergoglio took part in the papal conclave that elected Pope Benedict XVI. At the time, he himself was considered a front-runner for the papacy. In 2016, Benedict announced that he would resign, the first pontiff to stand down in 600 years. On the 13th of March 2013, the papal conclave elected Bergoglio as the Bishop of Rome, the new Pope. Stepping out onto the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica to the celebrations of Catholics across the world, the new Pope would be known as Francis, a name he chose because, like Francis of Assisi, who he honoured, he had a special place in his heart and ministry for the poor, disenfranchised and those facing injustice. Francis stood on the balcony in white, wearing a simple iron cross he'd had for many years, substantially different to the gold worn by his predecessors. Throughout his papacy, Francis brought the Catholic Church into the 21st century, modernising and opening it up to more believers and people of faith around the world. His ability to connect with people, understand them and offer mercy led to him being respected and revered far beyond followers of the Catholic faith. In my community on the central coast of New South Wales, Francis was widely respected for his simple, humble life of service and his approach through social justice, focused on supporting disadvantaged people and protecting the planet for future generations. Father Rohl, on behalf of the Wyong Catholic Parish, said of Pope Francis, and I quote, "Remembering a man of God who touched the hearts of millions of people around the world, a man of deep faith, with a unique way of leading the Catholic Church, inspiring even non-Christians and non-believers." Father Rohl goes on, "He was a man of humility, compassion and mercy, especially for the marginalised and those living on the periphery of society." He continues, "One thing that makes him so special, as well as when he took the name of Francis, the only Pope to do so, because like Francis of Assisi, he was a man of the poor and he cares so much for the environment. And lastly, he was a man of hope. He encourages each and every one of us to be pilgrims of hope, as he declared this year, Jubilee of Hope." He finishes, "Who can ever forget this lovely and full life of servants to God, born Jorge Mario Bergoglio, who at the very last moments of his earthly life wanted to serve God and his people. My parents raised my brother, sister and I on the teachings of the Catholic Church, and I attended the local Catholic primary school, St Cecilia's in Wyong, and went on to then Mater Dei and Corpus Christi Colleges, now St Peter's College in Tuggerah. When my mother, who was on the parish council, contacted Father Raoul for some quotes for today, he was offering Mass in the local high school. Now I see my nieces and nephews growing in their faith. My niece Anna recently celebrated her first Holy Communion, and my nephew Oscar will have his confirmation tomorrow night. And I'm disappointed that I can't be there, but he is taking on the name of John as his confirmation name. As a Catholic, I reflect today on the humble life of service of Pope Francis. And my godson Gabriel sent me today his favourite quote of Pope Francis to share with us. "Rivers do not drink their own water, trees do not eat their own fruit, the sun does not shine on itself, and flowers do not spread their fragrance for themselves. Living for others is a rule of nature. We are all born to help each other, no matter how difficult it is. Life is good when you are happy, but much better when others are happy because of you." After years of humble service as a priest, bishop, archbishop, cardinal and pope, Francis now rests in eternal life with the Lord. May he rest in everlasting peace.
The member for New England.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's, Catholicism, I suppose, Christianity is a funny thing. It's, as I said, the good Lord said, it's two main commandments: to love your God with your whole heart, your whole mind, your whole being, and to love your neighbour as yourself. Not better than yourself, not less than yourself, but as yourself. And I suppose these speeches, which I rarely do on condolence motions, is incredibly important because of the role of Catholicism and the role of Christianity in the world, what it does. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, it only took 1,272 years to get to the next Pope outside of Europe. Pope Gregory III was from Syria. And it was a bit of a long haul, but they finally got there. And not only did they do that, but they found themselves the first Jesuit Pope. For the record and for my sins, I was educated at secondary school by the Jesuits. And I always found the Jesuits, the Jesuits are a bit like a religious Diogenes, and the other side within the Catholic family of mine was also Opus Dei, which is like a religious Friedrich Nietzsche. So this form of what Pope Francis took, I believe, to the world is similar to what I saw as the instrumental people in my life. And I remember going to morning mass with a gentleman who's an astrophysicist called Father Drake, and he really only had one sermon. It was the same, and that's why it resonates with you. People can have glorious narrations, but when an incredibly clever person just says the same thing over and over again each time they have a sermon, it sticks in your head. And it was basically airs and false graces are the work of the devil, and which is a funny way of saying don't get full of yourself. Just be humble. And if there's a Jesuit culture, I think it was that. And to put it into the Australian lexicon, it's this: be smart, don't act it. And don't act what you aren't. And make sure that you try and inform yourself as best you can, but don't use it to intimidate or belittle others. And you'll see it in other people who've educated by the Jesuits, to be quite frank. Tony Abbott was a classic example of that. He is an incredibly clever person, but he never used that sort of, his machismo at the beach was not his egoism when he was speaking to you. He accepted people and spoke to people on their level, and that was very much the Jesuit ethos. So this is a great sense of pride for the Jesuits to have had Pope Francis. Now, Pope Francis had a pretty good run at it, and he born in 1936, so he had a pretty full life, and all the way through his life, it was one of success. It was one of challenge and success, and that's something is also we should gather that up and try to apply it as best we can to our own lives. And I think, being the 1,272 years since Gregory III, he also talks about where the Church, the Catholic Church, is taking a vital but obvious step. The Catholic Church is moving on from Europe. European Catholicism will be a minority if it's not already. Catholicism is now so vibrant in Africa, even in my local area. The Southern Indian community is incredibly involved. Our priests are from the Southern Indian community, the Philippine community, obviously the South American community, Timor-Leste. This is where the church is going, and it's growing in strength and strength and strength. And the culture of Catholicism is moving. As if in the past it was influenced by Ireland, by the Italians, it is now moving to being influenced more by India, the Philippines, Africa. We've had Nigerian priests at home. And I don't pretend to be. I'm a practicing Catholic. I don't pretend to be a good one, but this Pope Francis was probably the first step towards that, and now I believe and I hope those steps go on, because that's a good thing. That's Catholicism by its very nature. Its term is the universal church. It's not the European church. It's not the Irish church. It's not the Italian church. It's the universal church. And the following Pope, the Pope we have now, is another step of that. That's yet another non-European Pope. We do see that there's still the vestiges. They hold on. The heritage of Pope Francis was Italian, and so there was still this connection, but that connection and that tether is growing more tenuous and that umbilical cord will be cut. And we look forward to the time, I might be there, when we have a Philippine Pope or a Chinese Pope. China, in the Catholic community in China is massive, most of it underground, but massive. And this is where the church will go. You can't stop Christianity. It is because it offers hope, and it offers that you don't put yourself. You put yourself in equivalence, but never above people. That you treat people with respect on the same level as you. You don't have to treat them above you. You don't have to treat them below you. You treat them at the same level as you. Love your neighbour as yourself. Not better, not worse. In that involvement of Catholicism, in the past we had a very parochial, partisan Australia. And you never see it in a more vibrant form of that parochialism than my seat, New England. It's not called New England for nothing. It was a tough game. I'm the first Catholic member of New England. It only took 113 years, but and even that required a lot of explanation to people. Now we've got a very strong vote. I don't think I get a strong vote. I hope it's not because I'm a Catholic. I'm absolutely certain it wasn't. But just to give you an example, for my very good mates, guys I played footy with, I think football broke the ice, they would quite openly say a Catholic was not allowed in our house. Absolutely not. And if they did come to the house, you'd be going through the tradesman's door, not through the main door. Catholics were not allowed into certain social events, not allowed to be part of certain races, like sporting events. And here's the big one that is part of the history, unfortunate history of where I live. At the start, and from people I respect who know the history from right back, when there was a move, when the major properties moved in, the Aboriginals were poisoned out, as were the Catholic settlers. So, and that's part of the unfortunate history of Australia. So, things have moved on. That's a great thing for Australia. So, even in the past, the idea that I would be in the National Party and a Catholic was highly, highly, highly unusual. At people, when they'd have a few drinks, I'd mention, it's amazing you're a Catholic. So that I put that so that people understand the history of Australia and the evolving of global Catholicism, which works hand in glove with the evolvement of Australian Catholicism. It is the very important thing about having a condolence motion for Pope Francis is do not make it a wallowing motion of Pope Francis, because he's in heaven. That's the game plan. Basically, if you get to heaven, things are all right. And so, if there's one person, if you have a faith and you believe there is something beyond our comprehension, which in our very simple terms we call heaven, but really we just can't comprehend the power of the Almighty. If we can't comprehend the vastness of the universe, if we can't comprehend the mathematics of how it all sticks together, if we can't comprehend all the complexities that would go into making a leaf, and we can't do it ourselves, don't believe you can comprehend God. It is beyond our comprehension. And so we come up with very simple terms for very complex outcomes, but in that very complex outcomes resides Pope Francis. And so otherwise I always go for a really simple thing without getting too deep. If we didn't exist, if man being, let's call it, a binary term for everybody, if man didn't exist, we wouldn't know the universe exists. It'd be just something that's invisible. It'd be just a point of our knowledge of it is the only reason that it really exists for any purpose. And so, in that vastness is people trying to explain the spirituality of who we are, and of course, a pope is incredibly important. That I don't think for one second that it's just a pope that has that understanding. I think anybody who delves deeply into the spiritual inevitably has a great, not a perfect insight, no one has perfect insight, but a greater insight than others, which it is always worthwhile to listen to. And a Pope, obviously, especially somebody of this acumen, which he was as a Jesuit, not because he was a Jesuit, but because of the culture of the Jesuits to try and get you to advance yourself, that your duty is to get yourself to the highest level, not for yourself, but to help others. That is why you do it. As I say, a man for others. And that's precisely what Pope Francis did. He advanced himself not for himself, and all the time in his appearance and how he acted, it was one of humility, because otherwise you're putting yourself above those you serve. And but that was, a great example to us. So I do this out of respect for Pope Francis, and I do it commendation of the role that a Pope has. And and when you look at it, and you try to say, well, how do you divine what actions should you do, and also to try and filter out things that sometimes get thrown into Christianity and Catholicism, which it is not. And I think the best way is Matthew 20, 25, 35, 40, which goes like this. And they try and say, well, how do you get to heaven? And it says, I was hungry and you gave me food. I was thirsty and you gave me drink. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. I was naked and you gave me clothes. I was sick and you cared for me. I was in prison and you visited me. And, and it goes on, and basically says, as long as you did this one to the least of my brothers, you did it unto me. And it doesn't say, you a whole heap of other things, you prostrated yourself on the ground every day and, and did this, or you paraded around, or it doesn't talk to a whole range of things that later on get enmeshed into it. It's quite simple. Look after other people. To get to heaven, it's not about you, it's about you looking after other people. Now, why is that important? Because I believe that's the creed that Pope Francis lived. And I believe that's a message he was leaving others, is to look after others. And then by looking after others and meeting people at their level, and not presuming they're above you nor below you, they're at your level, that will put you in the best capacity to have an insight into something that's way beyond your comprehension but exists, which is the Almighty.
I call the Minister for Veteran Affairs and Defence Personnel.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's my honour to be able to take this opportunity to stand in the Parliament to formally express on the record my condolences at the passing of His Holiness Pope Francis. His passing was something mourned by me, my family, by many of my Catholic brothers and sisters across the world, and indeed by many non-Catholics as well, recognising the important leadership role globally that Pope Francis provided, not just as a faith leader for the many Catholics across the globe, but also for his moral leadership in many complex issues confronting people of all backgrounds across the earth. Francis's papacy was one clearly of humility, of progress, of fighting corruption, and a love for those that are less fortunate. Indeed, one of the things that really set him apart when he became Pope was the way in which he chose to forego many of the traditional trappings of the office of the Bishop of Rome. It was through that humility and simplicity that he gained not just love, but respect from those across the globe, and not just those of the Catholic faith. Pope Francis compelled us, though, to focus on the common good as a central and unifying principle of our social ethics. He had a compassion that embraced all humanity, and he urged all of us to see Christ in our neighbour. That focus on the concept of the common good and on social justice as a Catholic is something that I have borne with me not just as a core teaching of the Catholic Church but also as a guiding principle in my engagement with politics. It is something that I think has led me to why I am a member of the Labor Party. Indeed, it's something that I think we have seen in the impact that he had across the globe, being able to talk to and encourage people across the globe to focus on what we have in common with one another and how acting in the common good is in all of our interests. There is a seminal teaching in the Catholic Church from the late 19th century, Rerum Novarum, which is probably the most classic exposition of social justice teaching. Regularly, popes have issued their own similar encyclicals, and Pope Francis issued his in Laudato Si. And in it, he said many things, but there's one part that I want to place on the record as I think encapsulating that concept of social justice and our shared humanity and the work that is incumbent on all of us here. He said, underlying the principle of the common good is respect for the human person, as such endowed with basic and inalienable rights, ordered to his or her integral development. It has also to do with the overall welfare of society and the development of a variety of intermediate groups applying the principle of subsidiarity. Society as a whole, and the state in particular, are obliged to defend and promote the common good. It's those concepts that I think leave a lot for all of us in this place as we act as representatives of our communities and act in the interest of the nation as a whole that can provide us with guidance in the work that we do. And for that we thank him and we recognise the important leadership role, not just as a faith leader in the Catholic Church, not just as a head of state on the national stage, but as a moral leader across the globe, that we acknowledge and that we support this condolence motion. May eternal rest grant unto him, O Lord, and let perpetual light shine upon him. May his soul, through the mercy of God, rest in peace.
I call the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and it's a privilege to stand here today and follow the fine words of all the speakers on this condolence motion for Pope Francis. Pope Francis was the first Jesuit Pope, and as someone who was educated by the Jesuits, I always followed his term in office, his time in office, with a great interest. And one of the things that really struck me about Pope Francis was that he truly did practice what he preached. And I think when it comes to those, especially who are in positions of power, who want to offer spiritual guidance to us all, there is no greater attribute than practicing what you preach. And on behalf of all the Catholics in Wannon and on behalf of everyone in Wannon, I offer my condolences to his family and thank Pope Francis for his service to the world and to the broader Catholic community. I think it's fitting that the first Jesuit Pope and the first Pope from the Americas should come from Argentina and should come from Buenos Aires, because for those who've been to Buenos Aires, for those who know and understand Argentina, you get to know and understand the importance of the Catholic Church to that nation, and the fact that he grew up in and around that would have given him an extraordinary understanding of the power of Catholicism and the power of spiritual teaching. It also would have given him a very clear understanding of the challenges that still face the globe when it comes to making sure that we spiritually serve those who are well off, but those who aren't. And the fact that Pope Francis, even when he was in the position, the highest position in the Catholic Church, still deemed it appropriate that he lived in a small unit and that he prepared his own meals, said a lot about what he brought to the office. I think it's also incredibly fitting that he always remembered his origins, and that's why he made it part of his responsibility to always be showing through his leadership that he knew and understood those origins and the importance of them. And we've heard from many speakers his times where he would go and wash the feet of those young people who'd been incarcerated in and around Rome. And it's that sort of messaging that I think is incredibly important still today for the Church, because when you visit Rome, like you see when you see parts of Buenos Aires, is very opulent, and you can be left with an impression that this is all about power and wealth. But Pope Francis would have none of that. He knew and understood that proper spiritual teaching was directed and should be directed to everyone, and especially the most unfortunate and the most worst off. And that is what he saw, that is what he focused on, and that's what he knew was very much central to his calling. The fact that he was identified for his calling by someone who I think knew and understood the importance of that, and also the importance of the Church being a world leader, was John Paul II. Someone through his own actions in a very different way showed the important role that the Catholic Church could take. And I think he was an incredibly astute judge when he identified Pope Francis as someone who was deserving of higher office. And hard to know, but even maybe at that time knew and understood that he would in many ways make a great leader of the Catholic faith. So it's an honour to speak on this motion. As I started, I conclude, I offer my condolences, my prayers, my thoughts to all Catholics globally, to his family, and to everyone that knew him, and most importantly, to those poor, underprivileged, those who needed help and support at times of great difficulty, to those who are incarcerated, who were touched by Pope Francis, who I know he would have left a lasting legacy on. I also offer my condolences too. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The Minister for Northern Australia and Resources.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I join with the Prime Minister and other members, including the member for Wannon, and his fine words in offering condolences to the family and friends of his late Holy Father, Pope Francis, the Bishop of Rome, and also, of course, to Catholics right around the world. It was truly sad to hear of the passing of Pope Francis on Easter Monday earlier this year. Pope Francis was the leader of over 1 billion Catholics around the world. From Argentina, he was the first non-European pontiff for more than 1,000 years and the first pope from the Americas. He has been noticed by many before me, the first Jesuit pope and the first to take the name of the saint of the poor, Francis. Pope Francis was born on the exact same name, a day as my mother, Diana Morris. They were at opposite ends of the earth, but with a shared faith, both in the Southern Hemisphere, though. It was a link that meant a great deal to my mum as a convert to the Catholic faith later in life, before she married my dad. Pope Francis drove important reforms in the Church over 12 years, promoting openness and inclusion. Born Jorge Mario Bergoglio in Argentina, who was ordained a priest in 1969 and rose to become the Archbishop of Buenos Aires. He was well loved in Argentina, where he had a well-deserved reputation for humility and compassion. He lived in a simple apartment and cooked his own meals and was known to travel on public transport. The official Vatican biography features his famous quote, "My people are poor and I am one of them." Those words sum up his character and approach to his role as a spiritual and pastoral leader. It was Pope John Paul II who appointed him as a cardinal in 2001. In 2005, Pope Francis took part in the conclave that elected Pope Benedict XVI, and following Benedict's resignation for ill health, he was then elected Pope on the 13th of March in 2013. As I mentioned before, and significantly for Australians, he was the first Jesuit Pope. Many in this place would be very well aware of the role Jesuits have played in shaping our nation through their commitment to education. Indeed, my father John Morris was educated by the Jesuits at Stonyhurst College near Clitheroe in Lancashire in the United Kingdom, a college established by the Jesuits in 1593, demonstrating their commitment to a Catholic education in Britain, which is a place of not so many Catholics at that time. Teachings of social justice are the basis of Jesuit beliefs, but importantly with an emphasis to turn those beliefs into action. Jesuits, such as Pope Francis, viewed the world through the eyes of the poor and the marginalised. He chose the name Francis, as he said, inspired by the words of his friend Cardinal Claudio Hom, who said, "To him, do not forget the poor." Of St. Francis of Assisi, Pope Francis said, "He is the man of poverty, the man of peace, the man who loves and protects creation, the same created world with which we don't have such a good relationship." It is well acknowledged that Pope Francis adopted a more progressive approach on a number of issues. Pope Francis famously said, "Who am I to judge?" when asked about homosexuality. It was an important step in a less judgmental and more merciful, forgiving and inclusive Catholic Church. He was renowned for his compassion and humanity, and Catholics like me around the world will miss Pope Francis, and of course we pray for him and his successor, Pope Leo XIV. The passing of Pope Francis and the election of Pope Leo was a sad but hopeful time for the many Catholics right across the country and of course in my electorate of Brand. And I was deeply honoured to attend Mass for Pope Francis at St Mary's Cathedral in Perth, as it happens, where my parents were married in 1959, and also a Mass at the church where I bid my mother farewell over 2 years ago, Our Lady of Lourdes Catholic Parish in Rockingham. Pope Francis's passing and the election of Pope Leo XIV was a significant event for all Catholics across the electorate. Those at the St Vincent's Catholic Church in Kwinana, the St Teresa of Calcutta Parish in Baldivis, and St Bernadette's Catholic Church in Port Kennedy. I join with parishioners of my local churches in praying for Pope Francis for his eternal rest, and for Pope Leo XIV as he leads the Catholic Church into the future. I also want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the work of the former member for Hinkler and former Minister for Resources, Keith Pitt, who is now serving the Australian community again in his role as Ambassador to the Holy See. Ambassador Pitt joined Governor-General Sam Mostyn, Trade Minister Don Farrell and the member for Riverina, Michael McCormack, in Rome for the Mass to mourn and celebrate the life of Pope Francis. And Ambassador Pitt, of course, also hosted and accompanied Prime Minister Anthony Albanese at the inauguration Mass of Pope Leo XIV's pontificate in May earlier this year. And I do wish the former Minister for Resources and member for Hinkler all the very best in a very important ambassadorship and at a very important time for Catholics right around the world, but particularly here, of course, in Australia. Pope Francis lived a life of service, faith and vocation. He taught us to fill our lives with love and love for others. His life was a reminder, and a reminder always of my mum, that we should look beyond our material things to seek to improve our community and our world. Pope Francis will be missed. Vale.
The member for Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I congratulate my colleague for her contribution. It was a fine one. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've oscillated as I sat here about whether I would make a contribution, and on balance I've determined that I will. That reluctance is a product of a couple of things, but principally it might not surprise you that, given my Italian heritage, that I'm a member of the Roman Catholic Church. Like the member for New England, I don't propose to be the model parishioner, but one thing about my faith is that it is deeply personal and something that I don't often share or indeed talk about, and that's not in a public sense, but in a private sense as well. But on behalf of Catholics living in my electorate of Barker, I think it incumbent on me to make some comments, and I appreciate I'm standing between this chamber and its adjournment, so I'll be relatively brief. But my reluctance to speak is probably best described by an experience my sister had, and it perhaps speaks to our familial attitude to religion. My brother was, and indeed all of my siblings were educated by Marists. But when it came to going to university college, the only option was a university college run by Jesuit priests. And of course, we've heard the reference to Pope Francis's order. My brother, oldest in the family, happily accepted into university college, to be followed 2 years later by my sister, or at least we thought so. It was my sister who was interviewed by the Jesuit priest responsible for the college, and she was asked the question, "So Angela, name of my sister, can you explain or discuss your relationship with God?" Her response, perhaps not what the Jesuit priest was expecting, was, "That's none of your expletive business." Understandably, my sister wasn't admitted to the university college and was required to make an application at the non-denominational college down the road, which she was happily accepted into. But Father Overberg, who was the Jesuit priest of the day, I think learnt his lesson, Deputy Speaker, because one of the requirements of staying at Aquinas College, as it was, in North Adelaide at the time, and I say this as someone who, some 9 years later, went to the college. By that stage, you weren't required to be interviewed. Maybe it was Father Overberg's experience with my sister. But you were required to attend Mass on a Sunday morning. Now, there was an incentive to go to Mass on a Sunday morning because Mass was at about 11 and lunch wasn't served till Mass was concluded. So you either sat in your room and waited for the kitchen to open, or you went to Mass and went to lunch. Now, my sister, dogmatic as she can be, spent all of her first year at university dutifully walking from the non-denominational college to Aquinas College to sit in the front row at Mass in the chapel and eyeball Father Overberg. I tell this story simply to say we like to keep our religious beliefs in my family to ourselves. But of course, it is important on behalf of the Catholics of Barker to make a contribution. Now, Jorge Maria Bergoglio is of course, or was of course, the 266th successor of St. Peter as the Vicar of Christ and the Bishop of Rome. It's perhaps not a surprise to anyone in this place, certainly not to me, that he took the name of Pope Francis. St. Francis of Assisi was an Italian Catholic friar and preacher who founded the Franciscan order. He's known for his love of nature and animals. He's the patron saint of ecology, animals and merchants. He lived a life of poverty, service, emphasising love and compassion for all creatures, and was well known for his humility. I think the most appropriate thing to say about the life of service of Pope Francis is that his beliefs aligned with those of St. Francis, but more than that, he lived them particularly in the very stark spotlight that is being the Vicar of Christ, the Bishop of Rome, and indeed the Pope. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, people in this place understand my particular ideology, and you might not be surprised to learn that it lines up more closely with the predecessor of Pope Francis, Pope Benedict, than Pope Francis. Having said that, and the member's contribution earlier mentioned him being well known for his progressive approach to these things. But the one quality I absolutely admired in Pope Francis was his humility. Arguably one of the most important positions globally, and yet I'm confident, and there are very many proof points, that the young priest that was Bergoglio, through the Cardinal, through the Pope, there wasn't a change in attitudes, behaviours, temperaments and these things. And that is an amazing thing. It speaks to his grace. And I've got to say, as someone who believes deeply in the importance of humility, particularly in roles that we have the great privilege of holding, it's something that all of us in this place could take a significant leaf out of. I've often thought that hubris is in politics kryptonite. Pope Francis was the most humble of men. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I had the privilege as a very young person to visit Assisi. I did it in the company of one of my father's cousins, who himself is a Catholic priest living in Italy, and who was preaching in Assisi, and we had the privilege of accompanying him. Now, Franciscans were in Assisi, and I don't remember much. I was very young, but something has always struck me, that there was an Australian Franciscan on sabbatical in Assisi. And of course, this was a place of deep reflection, of deep prayer. And I'd been warned by my father's uncle that we weren't to speak while on the island. And of course, I couldn't help myself, and with a pretty strong Australian accent in a place like Assisi, as a young lad, one of the Franciscan brothers broke his vow of silence and spoke to me as a young child. I don't recall a single thing from that trip to Italy accompanying my parents, but I can remember that experience like nothing else. And I've always had a fascination with the Franciscan order as a result. A couple of points. I think it remarkable, I should say, that it took the Catholic faith 266 or 65 predecessors to land on a pope from the Americas. First thing I think remarkable. But I think more than that, 265 predecessors for the Jesuit order, such a strong order within the Catholic faith, to to have one of their number elected at a conclave. Perhaps, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't know what the Jesuits had done, but we've now broken, they have, of course, broken that cycle. I just want to conclude, the Franciscan Order and St Francis in particular is credited with what I think is perhaps one of the most beautiful prayers of the Catholic faith. It is, of course, the prayer for peace, the prayer of St Francis of Assisi. I certainly wasn't planning this, and with the indulgence of my friend opposite and noting that I'm about to conclude my contribution, I might do this in honour of Pope Francis, who of course took St Francis as his, took the name of Francis as Pope. Let me recite the prayer of peace. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. O Divine Master, grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in the giving that we receive, it is in the pardoning that we are pardoned, and it is in the dying that we are born to eternal life. Madam Deputy Speaker, Pope Francis lived a life of duty, of service. He did it with the deepest of humility, and I offer my condolences and the broader condolences of the people, particularly Catholic parishioners of my electorate. His was a beautiful funeral, and I wish the 267th Vicar of Christ and Bishop of Rome all the very best as he continues the work and legacy of that long lineage all the way back to St Peter. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I understand it is the wish of honourable members to signify at this stage their respect and sympathy by rising in their places, and I ask all present to do so.
I ask the Federation Chamber to move that further proceedings be conducted in the House.
Please.
I move that further proceedings be conducted in the House.
I second the motion.
The question is that further proceedings being conducted in the House. All of those opinion?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? It's carried.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
I second the motion.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those of the opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. on Thursday, the 31st of July.